Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 41, Resident Evil plus High School of the Dead. Uchiha Renzo smiled and nodded. That's right. Your guess is correct. We are all alternate versions of the same original person, split across different worlds. Explaining everything would take too long, just put your hand in, and you'll understand. Seeing how you reacted just now, I suddenly find myself interested in you, even if you're a weak newbie. Maybe you're a genius scientist or something. To be honest, whether he was interested or not, they were going to fuse with the newcomer eventually. At the very least, they'd gain a base-level boost in spiritual power and physique. This wasn't just an ordinary enhancement, it was an innate upgrade. A direct boost to their talent and potential. Without further explanation, Uchiha Renzo extended his hand toward Eevee Renzo, then motioned with his eyes for the newcomer and others to join in. True. Swordsman Renzo nodded in agreement, placing his hand on Uchiha Renzo's. If this guy really is a genius in science and technology, he mused, then physical and spiritual strength might not be as crucial. For someone of such high intellect, a lack of strength was never a concern, it would at least raise the collective IQ of the Renzo group. After all, technological advancement offered a powerful and limitless path. Honestly, Swordsman Renzo's ancient world was a harsh place in many ways, especially when it came to basic living conditions. Over the past 20 years, he had tried his best to use his intellect to introduce modern inventions and elevate his world's standard of living. That's right. The others also joined in, stacking their hands together. Then they all turned to look at the newbie. The pressure was immense. Despite some hesitation, the new Renzo took a deep breath and placed his hand on top. In an instant, his mind was flooded with countless memories, knowledge, and abilities. His spiritual power surged, allowing him to quickly process the overwhelming influx of information. Phew. After a while, he finally opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. So that's how it is. The multiverse is truly full of wonders. I guess you all know where I come from now. Man, you guys arrived just in time. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have known what to do next. He sighed in relief, clearly indicating that his current situation wasn't great. Meanwhile, the others had also finished absorbing his memories and abilities, and they exchanged glances. So it's that kind of world. A post-apocalyptic world. Damn. No, more like a zombie apocalypse. Either way, looks like our new guy is in trouble. Trouble? What are you talking about? This guy is literally the protagonist template, both parents dead, left with a huge inheritance, and he's a certified genius. Doesn't that sound familiar? What's the use of money in the apocalypse? It'll just become worthless paper. Fair point. That's right, the new Renzo came from a world on the brink of a zombie outbreak. They recognized several familiar names from his memories: Umbrella Corporation, Weskier, Busujima Siko, Marikawa Shizuka, Takagi Saya. Resident Evil plus High School of the Dead. Uchiha Renzo looked at him with sympathy. Damn, dude, you really got the short end of the stick. But I gotta admit, you've prepared well and worked hard. Agreed. Eevee Renzo nodded. To survive, you actually started studying biology and genetics right after arriving in your world, turning yourself into a double major scientist. I salute you. You're officially the ultimate nerd. His dedication and survival instincts were truly impressive. Eevee, on the other hand, had no interest in doing something like that. Why would he, when he could just chill every day? Especially when he had a personal attendant like Cynthia, who even hugged him to sleep every night. Life was absolutely perfect. Smiling face with smiling eyes. The only downside was that he still couldn't take human form. Uchiha Renzo smirked. Wait a sec, was our past self when we were one really this hardworking and smart? He had his doubts. Hell no. Eevee Renzo spread his paws in exasperation. He was just a struggling, no-name web novel writer. What does that have to do with being hardworking or a genius? Cough, cough. Fair point. Everyone suddenly looked a little embarrassed. Their original self really let them down. Renzo's original self. Hey. Demon Slayer Renzo suddenly slammed his hand on the table, looking serious. Are we really talking about this right now? Who cares about the original? Who cares if the new guy is a nerd or not? You're all missing the most important detail here. Everyone turned to him. Girlfriends. He has girlfriends. Demon Slayer Renzo was practically fuming. Did none of you notice? This guy has both Siko and Shizuka as his girlfriends. And the worst part? They both know about each other. He's literally dating two girls at the same time. And Siko was the one who encouraged it. How? This bastard is a damn normie. Unforgivable face with symbols on mouth. He was beyond jealous. How did this guy get so lucky? Seiko thought she was too flawed to be a proper girlfriend and initially only wanted to be a lover, but the new Renzo, Apocalypse Renzo, convinced her otherwise. After that, she not only accepted being in a relationship but also encouraged him to find more girlfriends. She even promised to help him if needed. What kind of twisted mindset was that? Demon Slayer Renzo was losing his mind with envy. What the hell? Pirate Renzo was the first to react. He jumped up from his seat and pointed at the newbie. You absolute bastard. I don't even have a single girlfriend. I've never even held a girl's hand. And you're out here with two. Life was so unfair. Huh. Eevee Renzo tilted his head and looked at Pirate Renzo. Don't you have Kuina? Don't tell me. After all this time, you still haven't even held her hand. Kuina's really cute, you know. Eevee Renzo gave him a disdainful look. This guy always bragged about how handsome he was, but in reality, he was completely useless. Unamused face. The others also stared at Pirate Renzo in disbelief. Now that they thought about it, they checked his memories, and yeah, it was true. Dude, seriously. Pirate Renzo turned red. It's not like that. Kuina is still young. And I'm young too. Making a move now would be wrong. Yeah, I'm just a gentleman. A proper man of honor. Humph. I don't need to rush. And besides, I can tell Kuina is totally into me. She's mine sooner or later. Boo. Eevee Renzo. Tisk. Swordsman Renzo. Get out of here. Uchiha Renzo. Embarrassing. Just leave the group already. Demon Slayer Renzo. They all rolled their eyes at him. With how things were going, he'd be stuck in the friend zone forever. Chapter 42, The Worst Renzo. You guys. Humph. Pirate Renzo knew he had lost this round. He snorted, crossed his arms, and sneered at everyone except Apocalypse Renzo, who was clearly the biggest winner in life. And what about you guys? Are you any better than me? None of you have girlfriends either. Hey. Uchiha Renzo immediately protested. I have someone who likes me. Kurinai has always liked me. Our relationship is going pretty well, I'd say. In fact, quite a few girls in his class liked him. Even within the Uchiha clan, he was quite popular. After all, being the most handsome Uchiha wasn't just an empty title. Ha! Pirate Renzo let out a cold laugh. Oh really? Because from what I can see, things haven't progressed much in the past 6 months. Your future father-in-law is also your squad leader, doesn't that make things tough? Plus, you've got a love rival in your own squad who's always hovering around like a third wheel. I'd say you're not much better off than me. Not to mention, it's still uncertain whether things will work out at all. Asuma is right there, causing trouble. And Kurinai's dad, Yuhi Shinku, is a hardcore overprotective father. Trying to win over Kurinai right under his watchful eye. Yeah, good luck with that. I've held Kurinai's hand. And more than once. Uchiha Renzo slammed the table in defiance. Pirate Renzo roared, but you haven't made it official. Uchiha Renzo smirked. Kurinai kissed me. Pirate Renzo was furious. That was just on the cheek. It doesn't count. Uchiha Renzo shrugged dismissively. TCH. He had no interest in arguing with someone who was just talking big. Humph. Pirate Renzo, ignoring Uchiha Renzo, turned his gaze toward Eevee. I advise you to be kind, Eevee warned, its psychic energy surging as it spoke in a cold voice. If Pirate Renzo dared to bring up its weaknesses, it would personally teach him a lesson. Pirate Renzo twitched slightly and quickly turned his gaze to Demon Slayer Renzo instead. He smirked, and you. Before he could finish, Demon Slayer Renzo slammed the table and shot up. What about me? At least Makomo likes me. And things with Shinobu are going well too. Plus, since I saved Kane, my relationship with her has improved a lot. I'm doing way better than you. His only frustration was that he had no idea how to handle his love life properly. Meanwhile, newbie Renzo got to openly enjoy a harem, and that just made him jealous. Pirate Renzo was seething with frustration. So out of all of us, I'm the one who's the worst off in romance. He was starting to question his entire existence. Wait. There's still one more. Pirate Renzo suddenly shook his head and turned to his last hope, Swordsman Renzo. You're not seriously trying to call me out, are you? Swordsman Renzo blinked in mild surprise at Pirate Renzo's intense stare. Ha. Then, he smirked mockingly. Are you seriously that delusional? Have you already forgotten who discovered the hidden rule about not having to share certain memories with our women? I have a wife. I have an adorable daughter. I'm a successful man. Unlike you, who hasn't even held a girl's hand. Did this guy really think he could mess with him? Pirate Renzo was light years away from being on his level. So what? But instead of being discouraged, Pirate Renzo just grinned slyly and teased, then why do I remember seeing in your memories that you tried to take a concubine, only to get your ass handed to you by shaman? What about Sun Xiuqing? Did you ever dare bring her home? Heh. That's right. Swordsman Renzo's official wife wasn't Sun Xiuqing from the original story, it was Gongsuan Lan. Since he had knowledge of the original plot, he knew the truth about Gongsuan Lan's identity and her stunning beauty. A total goddess. So, naturally, he made sure to win her over early and married her. Strong, handsome, and rich, he could do whatever he wanted. Then, much later, he remembered Sun Xiuqing, the original wife of Shimen Chuexiue. When he helped Lu Xiaofeng, he happened to meet her. And, unsurprisingly, she got attached to him. Since he wasn't the original Shimen Chuexiue but rather Shimen Renzo, and since Sun Xiuqing had both beauty and a good personality, there was no way he'd let her slip away. So, he took action. But the moment he tried to bring her home and confess to Gongsuan Lan, she absolutely lost it and put him in his place. Despite his usual icy demeanor, at home, he was totally henpecked. Ha ha ha. That's so true. Uchiha Renzo and the others laughed as they turned to look at Swordsman Renzo. Swordsman Renzo's face darkened. I was just letting my wife have her way out of love. It wasn't fear. Yeah, sure. Do you think we believe that? Heh. Pirate Renzo and the others smirked at him. They all knew each other too well. Swordsman Renzo huffed and retreated, grumbling, just wait until you guys have wives. Then we'll see how different you are from me. Women are all the same in the end. All are scary. He refused to believe the others would have it any easier. Oh, right. Except for that damn newbie Renzo. Damn it, face with symbols on mouth. TCH. Pirate Renzo scoffed. Come on, even zombie Renzo managed to pull it off. If he can do it, I sure as hell can. Humph. He swore that from now on, he would put serious effort into romance. Kuina, Nami, Robin, Vivi, he wanted them all. And in the future, he would reign over the pirate world, kick the celestial dragons and the world government off their thrones, and build a new order under his rule. Hey. Apocalypse Renzo interrupted with a deadpan look. What the hell is zombie Renzo? Call me Apocalypse Renzo. Otherwise, people will think I'm an actual zombie. Pirate Renzo just shrugged. With the stuff Apocalypse Renzo had done, he might as well be a zombie. Grinning face with smiling eyes. But what does any of this have to do with you? Swordsman Renzo sneered at Pirate Renzo. Apocalypse Renzo's success was his own business. Meanwhile, Pirate Renzo, the biggest failure in love among them, still had the nerve to act all high and mighty. Pirate Renzo fell silent. Guys, aren't we getting a little off track? Demon Slayer Renzo finally couldn't take it anymore. He pointed at Apocalypse Renzo. Shouldn't we all be roasting this damn normie instead? He was still insanely jealous. He wanted a wife like Sikobu Sujima too. Come on, don't say it like that. Apocalypse Renzo chuckled. Siko and Shizuka are both my true loves. I treat them with all my heart. Demon Slayer Renzo rolled his eyes. Who wouldn't want that? The problem is actually getting the chance. Alright, enough. Eevee knocked on the table with its paw. Stop this nonsense. Let's focus on discussing Newbie's world and what plans we have for him. That was the real issue here. Fine. The others calmed down and took their seats. Eevee turned to Apocalypse Renzo. Based on your memories, your world is a fusion apocalypse setting with High School of the Dead and Resident Evil as its main elements, right? P.S. Drop your stones for bonus chapters. Chapter 43, Artificial Intelligence Technology. That's right. Apocalypse Renzo nodded. For now, I'm certain of these two worlds, but whether there are other zombie-infested worlds mixed in, I can't say yet. It'll take time to investigate and confirm everything step by step. Since this world has an AI like the Red Queen, I didn't dare to openly investigate zombie-related matters or people before. I was worried about being noticed by Umbrella. But now, with the strength you guys have given me, I don't have to be so cautious anymore. Only after truly understanding everything does one realize how strong the collective power of the 6 Renzo variants has become. If measured by Ninja World standards, they'd definitely be at Kage level. Where exactly within that tier would require further comparison and reference. In short, really damn strong. As long as Apocalypse Renzo doesn't get reckless, in his current world, he should be practically invincible. Even if he encountered a nuclear missile, with his new teleportation abilities, escaping wouldn't be impossible. With power comes confidence. Isn't that a good thing? Eevee grinned and nodded. I've gone through the biological and genetic research knowledge from your memories, and I think it'll be really useful for awakening my new forms and studying Pokemon genetics. Before, I had no clue where to start. But now, after gaining your knowledge, I finally have some ideas. I need you to acquire more information on biology and genetics, preferably all of Umbrella's data, along with genetic research from various countries in your world. Learn and master everything you can. That was Eevee's real focus. For the past 6 months, Eevee had been trying to develop free evolution and regression, as well as new evolution forms, but with absolutely no breakthrough. After all, he wasn't a research genius in this field. Hell, he wasn't even a beginner. Expecting him to figure things out was pure fantasy. Still, what he did gain was a deeper understanding of himself, leading to a massive surge in power. In the past 6 months, his Pokemon energy had reached Elite 4 level, and he had fully mastered the psychic attributes' core abilities. With his enhanced physique and additional power boosts, he could even take on other Elite 4 level Pokemon in close combat. As for champion level, that was a whole different tier, involving complete mastery over elemental essences. It wasn't something that could be bridged just by stacking various powers. At least, not yet. Getting sidetracked. Anyway, Eevee wanted to use biology and genetics to further its own evolution. Oh. Apocalypse Renzo looked at Eevee in surprise. I didn't expect you to think this way. It's a solid idea. I agree to your request. It was already part of my plan anyway. But you know, learning and mastering knowledge takes time. Even with my enhanced mental abilities, memory, comprehension, and everything else boosted to an insane level, advanced biology and genetics still take time to digest. Those two fields had an overwhelming amount of material to study. Whether or not he could help Eevee in the short term was uncertain. Besides, he still had his own research to focus on, zombie viruses, gene enhancement serums, and so on. These were all things he'd just added to his to-do list. The T-virus and all the others, he'd make sure to acquire them soon. Also. Continuing, Apocalypse Renzo said, even though I can analyze parts of your body's condition through your memories, that's not the same as physically studying you. Without a real-world sample, this will be even harder. At some point, you might need to establish your own lab in the Pokemon world and conduct research. That was one major downside of their situation. They could communicate and share power in the consciousness space. But bringing physical objects in, or even traveling to each other's worlds, was impossible. No problem. I'll fully cooperate when the time comes. Eevee nodded firmly. Right now, I've built a great relationship with Cynthia and Professor Carolina. I can get their help. I've always displayed exceptional intelligence in front of them, not only helping Professor Carolina with her research but also training Cynthia's Pokemon, strategizing with her, and even teaching her my improved meditation technique. At this point, Cynthia has already started developing her psychic abilities. That was one of his proudest accomplishments. The meditation technique helped practitioners steadily increase their mental power, leading to psychic awakenings. Way better than the one Professor Carolina had found. It also had much lower talent requirements. Oh, and I also taught Cynthia a breathing technique. Now, she can physically fight elite-level Pokemon. Uchiha Renzo. Apocalypse Renzo. Other Renzos. You're basically turning her into a human Pokemon. Demon Slayer Renzo couldn't help but comment. But honestly, it sounded pretty damn cool. Imagine Cynthia's enemies, thinking they've won after taking down all her Pokemon, only for her to step up personally and utterly wreck them. That'd be a sight to see. TSK Tisk. Pirate Renzo stroked his chin, eyeing Eevee. Eevee, you're acting kinda suspicious. Why do I feel like you're grooming Cynthia into your future wife? Oh ho. The others all turned to look at Eevee, smirks forming. Humph. Seeing this, Eevee lifted its chin defiantly. So what if I am? One day, I'll transform back into a human. What? It's fine for you guys to chase after tons of women, but I can't raise one for myself. If a Pokemon didn't have goals in life, it might as well just be a lazy Magikarp. Besides, with how strong he was getting, and with new Renzo members appearing all the time, who knew, maybe one day he'd really reach Arceus. Better to start planning now. Fine, whatever you say. Pirate Renzo and the others all waved their hands, deciding not to tease Eevee too much. Eevee was a bit sensitive, it was best not to push its buttons too hard. Good. Eevee huffed, then added to Apocalypse Renzo, since I'll be doing my own research in the future, I want you to get your hands on artificial intelligence technology and master it. At the very least, you should be able to program one yourself. That way, I can create my own AI to manage most of my research and my base. Managing everything solo would be way too exhausting. Experiments could be handled using psychic power. But he also had to travel the world with Cynthia and help her grow. Chapter 44, The High-Tech of One Piece and Naruto Worlds. Artificial intelligence, huh? That's a great idea. I think it's absolutely necessary to master it. Pirate Renzo chuckled, rubbing his chin. If I can develop an AI, wouldn't that mean I could build a fully automated modern industrial base? Then I could construct my own high-tech ship and have the AI manage all the automated controls. I could even launch satellites. That way, I wouldn't need to learn navigation, wouldn't have to worry about getting lost, and I wouldn't struggle to operate a larger ship by myself. A luxurious, fully automated modern ship, that's the dream. Pirate Renzo was already daydreaming about it. Uchiha Renzo cruelly shattered his illusion. Keep dreaming. Eevee can pull this off because its world is already modernized, it has computers, networks, and an industrial foundation. Does the One Piece world have any of that? Not even close. So stop fantasizing and stick to wooden ships. Sure, the One Piece world has some seriously wacky tech, but can Pirate Renzo even access it? Besides, building a computer requires a solid industrial foundation. Forget computers, he doesn't even have enough steel to build an ironclad battleship. This isn't a world with modern steel manufacturing. Pirate Renzo froze for a moment, then slowly nodded. Damn. You're right. This isn't just about technology, it's about infrastructure. Even in the Marvel Universe, Howard Stark had already theorized the arc reactor's new core element decades before Tony Stark made it a reality. Why? Because the industrial conditions at the time couldn't support its creation. It took decades for the technology to catch up. Looks like, aside from Eevee and Apocalypse Renzo, the rest of us shouldn't get our hopes up. Even if we got AI tech, we wouldn't be able to use it. Demon Slayer Renzo shrugged, feeling a little disappointed. He also wanted to get an AI and launch a few satellites to help with real-time communication and tracking demons. Not gonna happen now. His world might have steam trains and electric lights, but computers and networks. Yeah, not even close. Might as well focus on getting stronger instead. Swordsman Renzo sighed. What a shame. At that moment, Eevee turned to Uchiha Renzo. Your world might actually have a shot. If I remember correctly, Orochimaru's research labs are pretty high-tech. I think I even saw something like a computer in the anime. They have refrigerators too, don't they? And don't forget Kumogakiru's chakra cannon, that thing's pretty advanced. Oh, and the Sky Ninjas even built a flying fortress. Their tech is beyond insane. The Naruto world somehow becomes a fully modernized society in Boruto, complete with electric trains. Clearly, it has a solid technological foundation. That tech tree is seriously messed up. If worst comes to worst, you could just brute force build a server yourself. If you have the right knowledge, that shouldn't be too hard for you. Sometimes, supernatural powers can really make up for a lack of infrastructure. Pirate Renzo and Swordsman Renzo turned green with envy. Damn you. So lucky. Pirate Renzo stroked his chin. Now that you mention it, maybe I shouldn't give up just yet. I remember Germa 60 SIX's technology was pretty advanced, maybe I can borrow some of it. Too bad Dr. Vegapunk is probably hidden away by the world government at this point. Otherwise, he definitely had similar tech. In the original story, Frankie found one of Vegapunk's old bases on Karakuri Island. If that guy could build robots, then there's no way he couldn't make ironclad warships or AI-powered servers. Swordsman Renzo. Demon Slayer Renzo. How the hell do all of you have access to crazy tech? They both admitted they were jealous. Eevee and Apocalypse Renzo exchanged glances, both feeling a little speechless. They had just said it was impossible, and yet they immediately found two worlds with ridiculous black tech advancements. This doesn't make any sense. So, Eevee turned to Apocalypse Renzo. That means you also need to learn everything about servers, chips, and all the other computer-related tech. At the very least, you need to memorize it all. Oh, come on. No way. Apocalypse Renzo covered his face with his hands. Are you a demon? You're gonna kill me. Do you even know how much knowledge that requires? You can't just casually drop requests like that. Even with his enhanced memory and comprehension, there's no way he could master all of that in a short time, not to mention fully understanding it. Does he even have time to do anything else? What about his two girlfriends? Please, have mercy. We'll talk about this later. Apocalypse Renzo paled, waving his hands frantically. Don't forget, my world is about to experience an apocalypse. Let me focus on keeping myself and my people alive first. I need to develop a cure for the zombie virus before anything else. Fine. Eevee spread its paws in surrender. Maybe that request was a bit over the top, it really had freaked Apocalypse Renzo out. Fair enough. If Eevee had to study that much, it would have panicked too. That's why freeloading knowledge off others is the best. All Eevee had to do was open its mouth, suggest things, and let the other Renzos do all the studying. I feel like you're thinking something rude. Apocalypse Renzo narrowed his eyes. Ahaha. Eevee let out a nervous laugh. Nonsense. I totally believe in you. Newbie. Can't afford to offend such a useful toolman. Apocalypse Renzo sighed. Honestly, you guys shouldn't expect me to handle electronics, mechanics, or AI. I'm a biogeneticist. What the hell do I know about that stuff? You should pray for another Renzo to join us, one who's a genius in those fields. Ideally, someone like Tony Stark. That would be perfect. Let's pray for Tony Renzo. And if we get another biogenetics expert, I wouldn't mind either. He wasn't worried about overlapping roles. After all, if they could combine their knowledge and abilities, wouldn't that be amazing? If you're going to cheat, you might as well go big or go home. He fully embraced the idea of being an overpowered hack for now, but if possible, he wanted a new Renzo to join and do all the work. Freeloading is a style. 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 45, The Zombie Virus Outbreak. Eevee will be referred as it. Uchiha Renzo and the others were speechless after hearing that. Did he just get mentally shut down by Eevee's request? Well, he did have a point. Guess we should hope for a top-tier scientist in mechanics and electronics to join us in the future, Eevee sighed deeply. Learning all that by itself. Way too much effort. Come on, you are talking about just a baby Pokemon that hasn't even been born for a full year yet. Eevee wasn't lazy. Yep. Oh, right. At that moment, Apocalypse Renzo added, since you guys have all decided on your specialties, I should talk about mine too. I've thought it through, I'll be focusing on biology and genetics for now. If you need anything in that field, you can come to me. As for everything else, ask someone else. In the future, he planned to follow the path of genetic evolution through science. Of course, he wouldn't say no to freeloading off the abilities and powers of the other Renzos. He also believed his research would greatly benefit them in return. Sounds good. No one had any objections. After all, biology and genetics held immense potential. Bloodline limits, Kekkei from the Naruto world, Pokemon genes from the Pokemon world, lineage factors from the One Piece world, and demons from the Demon Slayer world, all of these were deeply connected to biology and genetics. To truly unlock the potential of these bloodlines, research in these fields was absolutely essential. Maybe you can help me study bloodline limits in the future. Of course, I'll be doing my own research as well. Uchiha Renzo said to Apocalypse Renzo. Based on the biology and genetics knowledge he had just shared, Uchiha Renzo felt like he could already become a top-tier researcher himself, maybe even work alongside Orochimaru. Orochimaru had a ton of interesting things in his lab. Might be worth a shot. Oh. Apocalypse Renzo's eyes lit up. That sounds great. To be honest, I'm really interested in bloodline limits too. If we can crack the code, I might even be able to develop genetic serums that grant similar abilities in my world. Compared to Pokemon genes, the bloodline limits from the Naruto world were much more suitable for researching supernatural genetic enhancements. Speaking of which. Suddenly, Apocalypse Renzo remembered something important. He turned to Demon Slayer Renzo and said, make sure you collect as much blood as possible from regular demons and the 12 Kazuki. Also, record and analyze their genetic data in detail. I'll have use for it later. Oh, and if you get the chance, make sure to obtain the medicine formula Kibutsuji Musen used to become a demon. He probably has the complete version. If possible, get all the notes from the doctor who originally created it. If that formula were to include the blue spider lily, it might just create the perfect supernatural life form. A being that eliminates all the weaknesses of demons. Supernatural regeneration, near immortality. Enhanced physical abilities, bloodline-based abilities, extended lifespan. That's an absolute goldmine. Demon Slayer Renzo was stunned for a moment before realization dawned on him. Oh, you're right. My world actually has something this valuable. Thinking about it, this might actually be the most precious thing I can get my hands on. Don't worry, I'll find a way to get it. He was tempted himself. That really is a treasure. Demon Slayer, go for it. Drag Musen out into the sun as soon as possible. The others cheered him on. All right then, everyone, let's wrap it up for today. I'm heading out. Uchiha Renzo said as he stood up. He was still in the middle of fighting a Wagakure ninja. Getting pulled into this meeting out of nowhere, he worried that by the time he got back, he might forget what he was doing. Sounds good. The others nodded in agreement. Now that the consciousness space has been upgraded, we can enter anytime, anywhere. If we need to reach someone, we can just leave them a message here. There might not be paper and pens around, but with chakra and other abilities, leaving a message was easy. True. Well then, everyone, see you later. See ya. I'm out. High School of the Dead World. Hey. Hey. The moment Renzo's consciousness exited the mental space, he heard someone calling him softly and shaking his arm. He instinctively looked up to see his seatmate. Dude, you're seriously sleeping through the teacher's lecture? You trying to get yourself killed, his classmate whispered, exasperated. Huh. Oh, right. Renzo snapped back to reality while feeling the surge of new power flowing within him. At the same time, he expanded his spiritual senses, scanning his surroundings. To avoid a repeat of Demon Slayer Renzo's previous issue, when his power overflowed and got out of control, he made sure to suppress and contain his energy completely. Suddenly, after covering the entire school with his spiritual awareness, Renzo's expression darkened as he turned towards the school gate. He murmured to himself, it's already happening. Looks like I made it back just in time. Time to go. Thinking this, he casually patted his classmate on the shoulder, leaving a sealed strand of sword intent within him, something that might just save his life later. A small token of gratitude for the warning and for sitting next to him for the past 2 weeks. What are you doing? His classmate asked, confused. Find a place to hide later. Without explaining further, Renzo got up and walked out of the classroom. Weirdo. The classmate scratched his head, completely baffled. Renzo, where are you going? The teacher on the podium frowned upon seeing Renzo walking toward the door. Bathroom break. Sorry, sensei. Renzo flashed a polite smile and walked out without waiting for a response. Given that he was the top student in the entire school, the teacher didn't press him further. Academic elites had privileges, after all. Having someone like Renzo in his class made his monthly performance evaluations look way better. As he walked toward the infirmary, Renzo sent a telepathic message to Seiko Busujima, who was in another classroom. Seiko. The zombie outbreak I told you about is happening. The school is about to fall. Head to the infirmary now and meet up with me and Shizuka. We're heading back home. They weren't in the same class, not because he didn't want to be, but because he was a second year while Seiko was a third year. If they wanted to be in the same class, he'd have to skip a grade. Inside a classroom on the upper floor, Seiko suddenly froze upon hearing Renzo's familiar voice in her mind. She instinctively looked around but didn't see him anywhere nearby, making her even more confused. A hallucination? Nope, not a hallucination. Renzo's voice came again. I can't explain right now. Just trust me and get moving. I'm using telepathy to talk to you. The school gate and first floor have already started falling. Understood. Seiko trusted Renzo completely. Without hesitation, she stood up, excused herself under the pretense of a bathroom break, and walked out of the classroom with her wooden sword in hand. Wait, since when did people bring weapons to the bathroom? The teacher watched her leave, utterly confused. Chapter 46, The Butterfly Effect. It took only 2 minutes for Renzo to reach the infirmary, where he found Shizuka waiting. Era. Renzo-chan. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be in class right now? Shizuka ran over and hugged Renzo's arm, tilting her head curiously. But despite her confusion, she was clearly happy to see him. She was an incredibly pure and airhead woman, calling her a natural airhead would even be a compliment. But who could blame her? She was beautiful and had an amazing figure. And Renzo liked her just the way she was. It's time. Come with me now, we're heading back to my villa base. Renzo said, ruffling her hair with a smile. Shizuka tilted her head in confusion. But it's still school hours. You and I can't just leave. Renzo-chan, skipping class is bad. Renzo. As expected, he shouldn't have tried reasoning with her. This woman's airheadness made logic completely useless. Was now really the time to be worrying about skipping class? Smack. Renzo gave her a light slap on the butt and said firmly, listen to me. We're leaving. Shizuka, oh. Pleading face, can I at least grab some medical supplies? If that virus outbreak you mentioned is serious, it's best to be prepared. Now you're making sense. Renzo looked at her, exasperated. But he still shook his head. Remember, my place is stocked with all kinds of medical supplies. We don't need any extras. Just come with me. What's going on here? At that moment, Seiko entered the infirmary, wooden sword in hand, looking at the two of them with curiosity. What do you think? Renzo gestured at Shizuka, who was still clinging onto his arm, refusing to let go. Puffed. Seiko couldn't help but laugh. She had a pretty good idea of what was happening. This wasn't the first time something like this had happened. Shizuka-sensei was just, well, Shizuka-sensei. By the way, you still haven't explained that telepathic ability of yours. Mind telling us how it works? Siko asked, her curiosity piqued. This morning, Renzo hadn't displayed any powers at all, and now he was talking about things like telepathy and instant movement. I just awakened it. Literally, while I was in class. Renzo answered vaguely. It's not just telepathy. I also have instant movement, swordsmanship, and more. I'll show you everything when we get back. And you two will be training with me from now on. He gave a brief but meaningful explanation, revealing only what he felt comfortable sharing. No need to explain everything, Siko said with a gentle smile. Some secrets aren't meant for too many ears. As long as you know what you're doing, that's enough. I trust you. Me too. Shizuka raised her hand enthusiastically. She might be an airhead, but when it came to the big things, she never hesitated. Thank you both for trusting me so completely. I'm really lucky to have you too. Renzo said sincerely, holding their hands. Moments like these reminded him why meeting these two was the best thing that had ever happened to him. He would never betray that trust. Hee hee. The two women smiled back at him, tightening their grip on his hands. All right, no more delays. Let's go. Hold on tight. With that, Renzo grabbed their hands, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished, reappearing on the rooftop of the school building. From here, they had a clear view of the chaos unfolding at the school gates and across the campus. Grr. Stay back. Get away from me. Help. Below them, the school was already descending into madness. Dozens of infected students and teachers were attacking the survivors, who were either running for their lives or screaming for help. So, these are the zombies you were talking about? Siko asked, her expression serious as she and Shizuka took in the horrifying sight. Yeah. Renzo nodded. And it's not just here. The entire city of Tokunosu is already overrun. The school actually held out longer because it's more isolated. I just wanted you both to see this for yourselves. Now we're heading home. He knew they needed to witness the chaos firsthand to truly understand the gravity of the situation. I see. Siko said, frowning slightly. Huh. Wait a second. Renzo-chan. Weren't we just in the infirmary? How did we suddenly end up on the rooftop? Shizuka finally realized what had happened. She even swept her hands upward, imitating the swift, soaring motion of an object racing skyward. Renzo. Seriously, sister. You're only noticing now. Forget it, I'll explain later. We're leaving. Once again, Renzo activated his ability, and the three of them vanished from the rooftop. A second later, they appeared on another rooftop 2 kilometers away. Huh. Did I imagine that? I swear I saw someone on that rooftop just now. At the exact moment Renzo and the girls disappeared, Takashi Komuro and his group arrived on the same rooftop, catching a fleeting glimpse of them before they vanished. Takashi. What's wrong? His friend Hisashi Igu called out while kicking away an approaching zombie. Ah. Oh. Nothing. Let's keep moving. Takashi shook his head, deciding to brush it off. The butterfly effect often starts with the smallest of changes. That brief moment of distraction had already altered fate. For instance, Hisashi Igu, who was originally supposed to get bitten, had now successfully escaped with Takashi and Rei. Oh. Renzo smirked playfully as he observed the situation from afar with his psychic senses. So Hisashi didn't die this time, huh? I wonder how this will change things. Let's see how that love triangle plays out now. Of course, this was just his little curiosity about the original story. He had no real interest in meddling with their affairs. As for Rei Miyamoto and Saya Takagi, he wasn't interested in them at all. One was a tsundere, the other was a spoiled brat, ugh. Too much drama. Wow. This is amazing. We just zoomed across the city in an instant. Shizuka cheered excitedly. Where are we now? The city is a mess, so it really has fallen apart, huh? As they traveled, Renzo kept teleporting them farther and farther away until they finally reached their destination, a sprawling mansion surrounded by high walls, complete with a front yard and backyard. This was his family estate. And right next door, Siko's family dojo. Chapter 47, Heading to the U.S. All right. We're home. As soon as they arrived, Renzo let out a sigh of relief, releasing the two girls and rubbing his temple with his fingers to ease the fatigue. This was his first time using long-distance teleportation while carrying others, and the energy consumption was quite high. Looks like I really need to get the Flying Thunder God technique from Uchiha Renzo as soon as possible. He thought to himself. For such a relatively short distance, the energy depletion was still significant. Psychic teleportation definitely had its limitations. Are you okay? That took a lot out of you, didn't it? Siko looked at him with concern, reaching out to gently massage his temples, her voice filled with worry. I'm fine. It was my first time using it this way, so it drained me more than expected. I just need to meditate for a bit to recover. Renzo shook his head slightly, then asked, by the way, is your father home? Didn't you tell him about my warning to be more cautious these days? He had specifically reminded Siko about this earlier. I did, she replied with a small shake of her head. But you know what my father is like. He never listens to me completely. Yesterday morning, he mentioned that he was heading to the US to deal with some dojo matters, and he won't be back for a while. In Japan, traditional values of seniority and hierarchy were deeply ingrained, especially in an old and prestigious family like the Busujima clan. Siko never had much influence over her father's decisions. I see. Renzo furrowed his brows. I was planning to head to the US soon anyway. Hopefully, I'll run into him. If not, then there's nothing I can do. Yeah. Siko nodded gently. It's not your responsibility. Your safety comes first. My father is an adult and the head of the family, he has to take responsibility for his own choices. It wasn't that she was being cold-hearted, but her relationship with her father had always been distant, especially after her mother passed away. Not to mention, being a daughter had always put her at a disadvantage. Her father had always wanted a son to inherit the family's swordsmanship. Even though Siko had dedicated years to perfecting her skills and had proven herself to be an outstanding swordswoman, she never truly gained his approval. Ironically, when she started dating Renzo and he demonstrated remarkable talent in swordsmanship, eventually mastering the Busujima style under her guidance, her father finally acknowledged her, albeit slightly. At least she had good taste in men. He even hoped that Siko could persuade Renzo to marry into the Busujima family. Of course, Siko had never brought this up with Renzo. She knew exactly what kind of genius she had fallen for. She had seen his underground research lab herself. Renzo was a world-class expert in biotechnology and genetics. And geniuses like him had their own pride. The idea of marrying into another family was out of the question. She didn't want her father's stubbornness to ruin what she had with Renzo. Besides, as someone with a hidden, bloodthirsty side, Siko enjoyed rebelling against expectations now and then. This was one of those moments. All right then. Renzo could only drop the matter. By the way, how are you planning to get to the US? The airports must be in chaos by now, right? After entering the living room, Siko grabbed drinks from the fridge for Renzo and Shizuka before asking. I'll figure something out. Don't worry about it. I have my reasons for going. Renzo chuckled and shook his head while thinking, since this is a mixed-world setting, not everything will follow the exact events of High School of the Dead. At the very least, the global collapse shouldn't be happening as fast as it did in the anime, where everything fell apart in a single day. Okay, just be careful. Siko nodded, choosing to trust him completely. As Renzo turned on the TV and switched to the city's news channel, a reporter was broadcasting a live report on the current crisis. Citizens, an unknown virus has spread across the city, causing. The screen showed disturbing images of the chaos unfolding, including footage from the airport, which was overrun by hordes of the infected. If not for the fact that the airport was located on an artificial island, and that the military and SAT forces had destroyed one of the bridges leading to it while blocking off the remaining entrance with wrecked cars, the situation would have been even worse. Even now, things were on the verge of collapsing. Wait. That's the airport. Oh no. Rika is still there. Renzo, can we go save her? Shizuka looked at him anxiously. Are you sure that woman would even want to come with us? Renzo rolled his eyes. He knew Rika Minami's personality well. When he first started dating Shizuka, Rika had given him a hard time. If it weren't for his growth in swordsmanship, she would still be messing with him now. Oh. That's true. Shizuka suddenly realized. I'll call her first, then. She quickly dialed Rika's number. Hello. Rika. How are you holding up? Things are getting really bad out here. Are you okay? I'm fine. But what about you? Where are you? I'm worried about you. Rika. Oh, don't worry. I'm with Renzo. He just zoomed us back home in an instant. And his estate is super safe, it's got over 2-meter-high concrete walls with fences on top. You should come here too. That way, I won't have to worry about you. Huh? You're with that little bastard? Didn't you tell me you broke up with him? Rika. Hee hee. I lied. Renzo is amazing, I could never let him go. Why don't you come too? Face with symbols on mouth, Rika. Stop messing around. As long as you're with that kid, I know you'll be safe. I don't have time to worry about you right now. Put him on the phone. Rika. Oh. Shizuka pouted as she reluctantly handed the phone to Renzo. Rika wants to talk to you. She hesitated before adding, if she yells at you, don't get mad, okay? You know how she is. She's actually a really good person. It's fine, leave it to me. Renzo chuckled, gently stroking her cheek before taking the phone and stepping aside. Are you at the airport? What's the situation there? He got straight to the point. He needed to get to the US, so he had to know if using the airport was still an option. You little brat. So, you really managed to keep Shizuka wrapped around your finger, huh? Rika's gritted voice came through the speaker. You've always known, haven't you? You just didn't want to admit it. Besides, where else are you going to find a guy better than me for Shizuka? Renzo smirked. He never expected someone as sharp as Rika to be fooled by Shizuka's pranks. That would be nothing short of a miracle. Chapter 48, Eevee the Versatile. Humph. Rika just snorted and scoffed, you really are shameless. Whatever. Now's not the time to argue about this. Just make sure you take good care of Shizuka. Otherwise, you'll regret it. Then, she quickly changed the subject. As for me. Obviously, I'm at the airport, protecting the rich and powerful as they escape from this place. Heh. Her expression was cold and indifferent. She let out a mocking chuckle before continuing, the airport is practically locked down now, ordinary people can't get in. There are still plenty of wealthy and influential people stranded here, and the military is scrambling to allocate planes to evacuate them. Why are you asking? Don't tell me you want to hop on a plane and leave. I suggest you drop that idea and stay put in your estate with Shizuka. I've seen your estate, pretty well set up. Plus, the fact that you got Shizuka home so quickly means you were prepared for this all along. I don't need to say more. That's it. I'm hanging up. She really did have that military efficiency, swift and decisive. Beep, beep, beep. Listening to the disconnected tone, Renzo shook his head with a helpless smile. That woman. She talks tough, but she's actually a good person. Can't let her die. He had already made up his mind, he'd find a way to save her and bring her back. He could use a good security captain. And Rika was perfect for the job. Siko. Shizuka. From now on, I'm going to teach you breathing techniques and meditation. The world has changed, you both need to become stronger. Handing the phone back to Shizuka, Renzo looked at the two women seriously. Before Siko could respond, Shizuka excitedly pounced forward, her eyes sparkling. You mean the ability you used before? The one where you just whoosh, disappeared in an instant. Can we really learn that too? Siko, equally intrigued, asked, even if we can, it won't be easy, right? That kind of ability clearly isn't simple. Also, Renzo-kun, when you talk about breathing techniques, do you mean something beyond traditional swordsmanship? Because I have a feeling your definition of kendo isn't the same as mine. You really are smart, Siko. Come with me. Renzo chuckled, tapping the tip of her nose playfully before leading the two women to a massive underground training hall, where he began explaining everything. Pokemon World. In the Sinnoh region, inside Professor Carolina's estate in Celestic Town. A certain Eevee, lounging on a recliner, suddenly opened its eyes. A surge of power briefly flared around its body before vanishing in an instant. The sheer intensity of it sent shivers down the spines of the Pokemon training nearby under the regimen set by both Eevee and Cynthia. Luu. Eevee boss just got stronger again. Mlo. So jealous. It gets stronger even while lying down. Garka. Unacceptable. That guy got stronger again. No way, I need to train harder. If this keeps up, when will I ever surpass it? Garchomp clenched its jaws in determination. Even Cynthia, who had been meditating with the breathing technique, noticed. Eevee. You broke through again. She immediately paused her training, walked over, and scooped Eevee into her arms, gently stroking its head while curiously asking. Her Eevee was, without a doubt, the most unique one she had ever encountered. Not only was its talent unparalleled, but it also possessed countless mysteries. The most incredible part. Its terrifying intelligence. Cynthia was certain, Eevee was far smarter than most humans. Even her grandmother, Professor Carolina, had claimed that Eevee's IQ far surpassed human limits. Especially after Eevee developed its own meditation technique, one that not only worked for itself but also improved upon the human version. Thanks to Eevee, even people like Cynthia, who had no special talent for psychic abilities, were now able to develop them through daily training. And the progress wasn't slow at all. But the true game changer was the breathing technique and its corresponding sword forms. In just half a year, Cynthia had gone from an ordinary girl to someone who could battle elite-level Pokemon head-on. What kind of god-tier Eevee was this? Even legendary Pokemon weren't known to do such things. At least, not as far as human history had recorded. All in all, her Eevee was practically the god of Eevees. Eevee. Eevee let out a playful cry, enjoying Cynthia's affectionate strokes as it transmitted a thought to her telepathically. Yep. Not sure how, but I broke through again. Sigh. If this keeps up, I'll reach champion level soon. It's such a headache. I'm becoming too strong, how will I ever relate to the others? That level of humility. Straight up for Sigh. Cynthia couldn't help but giggle. She playfully scratched under Eevee's chin, making it squirm with delight. You should stop rubbing it in Garchomp's face. Compared to other Pokemon, they're already improving ridiculously fast. It's not their fault you're this amazing and unique. 6 months to reach Elite 4 level. And now, just a little over half a year later, it had probably hit the peak of that tier already. Even fictional stories wouldn't dare write something this absurd. Eevee. Hee hee, Cynthia, you always know how to talk. I love hearing that. Eevee let out a pleased cry. By the way, the Lily of the Valley conference is coming up. You think you can win it all? Eevee asked, a sly smile in its thoughts. After months of travel, Cynthia had already collected all 8 gym badges and qualified for the tournament. Her team was fully assembled, minus Eevee. Because, at this point, Cynthia simply couldn't view Eevee as a regular Pokemon to command in battle. It was more like a mentor, a friend, a sage. Professor Carolina had even reminded her of this. Cynthia didn't just like Eevee, she respected it deeply. She saw it as both teacher and companion. Of course, none of that stopped her from cuddling it like a fluffy plushie. And Eevee never objected, in fact, it seemed to enjoy it, didn't it? Smiling face with smiling eyes. Of course. Cynthia declared with confidence. I won't be competing this time, Eevee reminded her. That's fine. I have total faith in myself. Cynthia grinned. With your guidance, Garchomp, Lucario, and the others have grown far beyond their peers. If I still can't win, that would mean I'm the problem. She giggled, ruffling Eevee's head playfully. Fair enough. Eevee laughed mentally. Then I wish you victory in the Lily of the Valley conference. Got any plans for after the tournament? Eevee's question carried a hint of something more. Cynthia immediately caught on. She knew Eevee too well. Oh. You've got something in mind, don't you? A place you want to go, she asked, holding Eevee up by its front paws, eye level, with an amused grin. Eevee. Its face flushed with embarrassment as it grumbled telepathically, can you not hold me like this? Ah, is my little Eevee shy? Cynthia teased, giggling. Still, she lowered Eevee back into her embrace, continuing to stroke its fur as she thought, so soft. Eevee. Face with rolling eyes. She was lucky it was her, if anyone else had tried this, Eevee wouldn't hesitate to swipe at their face. 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 49, Smug Eevee. I want to visit the Kanto region. Eevee transmitted telepathically, sounding a bit helpless. As much as it didn't want to be treated like a plush toy, it couldn't deny the sheer comfort of being cuddled. Besides, Cynthia smelled really nice. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Huh. Cynthia raised an eyebrow in surprise. Kanto. Why do you want to go there? Weren't you born in Sinnoh? Do you have some old friends there? Then, as if making up her mind instantly, she added with a smile, of course, if that's where you want to go, I'm totally on board. Our next stop is Kanto. I've heard it's the headquarters of the Pokemon League, and there are tons of Pokemon species there that we don't have in Sinnoh. It'll be fun to explore. Kanto was definitely an interesting travel destination. And since it was the first time Eevee had expressed a strong desire to go somewhere, Cynthia naturally supported it wholeheartedly. Thank you, Cynthia. Eevee was genuinely touched and quickly explained telepathically, the main reason is that I recently received news about a special Eevee in Kanto, one that can evolve and devolve freely between Jolteon, Flareon, and Vaporeon. I want to track it down. What? Cynthia's eyes widened in shock. An Eevee like that actually exists. Do you know where it is? She clearly remembered how much Eevee had been obsessed with researching the concept of controlled evolution and devolution, hoping to unlock new evolution forms. Eevee had even discussed and partially researched the topic with her grandmother, Professor Carolina, but they had made little progress. And now, an actual Eevee with this ability had appeared. She felt genuinely happy for Eevee. If they could find that special Eevee, with her Eevee's intelligence, it might just crack the mystery behind this phenomenon. I don't have exact coordinates yet, which is why we'll need to search for it. Eevee shook its head, then continued, from what I've gathered, this Eevee seems to be an experimental subject created by Team Rocket in Kanto. It has clear signs of scientific experimentation. A trainer found it injured in the wild and took it to a Pokemon Center in Celadon City for treatment. Coincidentally, there was a recently dismantled Team Rocket research facility nearby, leading to speculation that this Eevee had escaped from there. However, the Eevee later disappeared without a trace. Eevee then gave Cynthia a serious look and transmitted, "I'm telling you all this because we may end up clashing with Team Rocket. This journey could be dangerous. Are you sure you want to go? Honestly, I could go alone." "Stop right there." Before it could finish, Cynthia cupped Eevee's face in her hands, bringing it close to hers. She looked straight into its eyes, her expression unwavering. "Listen up, Eevee. You're my best friend, and in many ways, my mentor. There's no way I'm letting you go alone. If we're going together. As for the danger, I don't care. As long as we're together, we can protect each other. Isn't that right?" She playfully winked at Eevee. "Cynthia. Grinning face with smiling eyes, "You're the best. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll do everything I can to keep you safe." Eevee's eyes shimmered with emotion. A companion like this, what more could one ask for? Hee hee. I know. Me too. Cynthia hugged Eevee tightly, smiling brightly. Meanwhile, nearby. Garka. Damn it. The boss position is mine. Eevee, you damn show-off. This is infuriating. Leo. Garchomp. Don't talk bad about the boss. Also, I suggest you be kind. If the boss hears you, you're getting your ass kicked again. Hannah. Don't bother with it. It never learns. The boss is unbeatable. Rose. The boss is the coolest. Moo. Long live the boss. Milo. Quit chatting and train. The tournament is coming up. Don't embarrass yourselves. Cynthia's 6 main Pokemon cast envious, admiring, and jealous glances at Eevee. Eevee suddenly turned and gave them a calm, knowing look. The group immediately refocused and trained with newfound intensity. Good. Eevee nodded in satisfaction and transmitted, "Work hard. The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in battle." Understood. Yes, boss. X6, Garchomp, Lucario, Roserade, Spiritomb, Milotic, Togekiss. They all responded in unison before continuing their training. Meanwhile, Garchomp, Spiritomb, and Milotic secretly thought to themselves. Boss lounges around all day like a lazy fish while we train like mad, and now it's talking about hard work. Easy to say when you're lying down. Eevee, being telepathic, immediately read their thoughts and smirked as it transmitted, "If you guys had my talent, you could be lazy too. But can you? Garchomp. Spiritomb. Milotic, Carrot. That cut deep. Too deep." They were not happy. It hurt. It really hurt. What were you talking to them about? They don't look too happy, but they're training harder than ever. Cynthia glanced at her Pokemon, then at Eevee, before asking curiously. She could sense faint telepathic waves, proof that Eevee was communicating with them. Of course, that was only because Eevee wasn't deliberately hiding it. Otherwise, Cynthia's beginner-level psychic abilities wouldn't have picked up a thing. Eevee. Eevee grinned and transmitted, "Oh, nothing much. They were just saying how they felt unworthy of you and were determined to train even harder so they wouldn't let you down." Eevee's transmission was public, meaning Cynthia and the entire team heard it. Is that so? At the end of its statement, Eevee turned to look at Garchomp and the others with a knowing gaze. This jerk is the worst. Seriously. Although that's what they were thinking, Garchomp and the rest still nodded vigorously. Arceus above, please smite this smug little fox. There shouldn't be a Pokemon this obnoxious. X3. Of course, it was all in good fun. Eevee wasn't actually a tyrant, it only teased them occasionally. Their training routines were customized to their physical limits, ensuring they progressed efficiently. Deep down, the 6 Pokemon did respect Eevee. If only it wasn't such a smug show-off. Chapter 50, A Newcomer Renzo. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. With only 3 days left until the start of the Lily of the Valley conference, it was time for Eevee and the others to set off. They needed to register in advance. Eevee. Time to wake up. We need to get to Veilstone City's airport in 2 hours and catch a flight to Lily of the Valley Island. Cynthia's voice called up from downstairs. Eevee groggily rolled over, sat up, rubbed one paw against its eyes, and let out a long yawn. Feeling a bit more awake, it telepathically responded, "Got it. I'm coming down now." "But Cynthia, have you packed everything?" Of course. Cynthia replied through their telepathic connection. I finished packing last night. Now hurry down and eat breakfast. After that, we'll fly to the airport on Grandma's Garchomp. Alright, let me brush my teeth first. Still half asleep, Eevee floated off the bed using its psychic powers, levitating straight into the bathroom. Without lifting a paw, it telekinetically pulled its toothbrush and toothpaste out of the cup, squeezed just the right amount of toothpaste onto the brush, and turned on the faucet. Gurgle, gurgle. Puffed. All done using psychic energy. Efficient, precise, and convenient. This was Eevee's way of training its fine control over telekinesis, integrating practice into daily life. Why not kill two birds with one stone? After all, conducting experiments required extreme precision when manipulating instruments. Training its control was a must. Once freshened up, Eevee floated downstairs. Cynthia and Professor Carolina were already seated, while the other Pokémon were happily digging into their breakfast. Unlike the others, Eevee had its own special chair, a throne of sorts. Professor Carolina had arranged it specifically for Eevee. Truly, she was meticulous. She understood that Eevee, with its extraordinary intelligence and human-like behavior, couldn't be treated like an ordinary Pokémon. If they were going to consider Eevee an equal, they had to go all the way. I made your favorite fish soup today, Cynthia said with a bright smile. Thanks, Cynthia. Eevee grinned and used its telekinesis to tie a napkin around its neck. With precise psychic control, it floated a spoon into the soup and took a sip, then levitated a bun filled with fruit-flavored poke blocks to its mouth. This bun had become a staple ever since Eevee requested it once. Now, whenever it wanted one, Cynthia or Professor Carolina would prepare it. Poke blocks were essential for Eevee's growth and training. Ordinary human food simply wasn't enough. The stronger a Pokémon, the higher its energy and nutritional needs. Just like humans, stronger individuals require more sustenance. After breakfast, Cynthia hugged Eevee and hopped onto Professor Carolina's Garchomp. Grandma. We're heading out now. Make sure you come to the finals, she called out. Of course. I wouldn't miss it for the world. Professor Carolina waved goodbye with a warm smile. This was Cynthia's first time participating in a regional Pokémon League tournament, and it was happening in their home region. There was no way she'd miss it. From Celestic Town to Veilstone City, even with Carolina's champion-level Garchomp, the flight would take about half an hour. Eevee enjoyed the cool summer breeze, feeling so comfortable that its eyelids started to droop. But just as it was about to doze off, a notification popped up in its mental space. A new member had joined. After thinking for a moment, Eevee decided to check it out. Cynthia, I'm gonna take a nap for a bit, Eevee transmitted telepathically. Haha, alright. I'll wake you when we reach the airport, Cynthia said, stroking Eevee's head affectionately. Mental space. By the time Eevee arrived, the others were already gathering. So, we're all the same person, huh? The newcomer, Renzo, asked, still processing the shared memories and abilities. That's right, Apocalypse. Renzo nodded. As he absorbed the newcomer's memories and skills, a look of surprise and excitement spread across his face. Damn, this is unexpected. Just last month, we were hoping for a mechanical engineering genius to join us, and now you're here. What a lucky break. For real. Demon Slayer. Renzo grinned, eyes sparkling with excitement. I can't believe you're from the Gundam world. And you're a top-tier mechanical and electronic expert. That's insane. This guy was a true genius, someone who could build Gundams, fighter jets, and all sorts of advanced mechs with his own hands. Not to mention, he lived in Orb as a top scientist among the coordinators. Yes, this newcomer was from the Gundam Seed universe. The story hadn't kicked off yet, but it would soon. From his memories, they learned that Orb had secretly set up a research team in the neutral space colony Heliopolis. Right now, they were developing 4 custom Gundam units. Using his immense talent, Renzo had managed to infiltrate this team, gaining access to their technology, perfect for developing his own Gundam in the future. What? The Gundam universe. And you're a mechanical engineering genius. What are the odds? Eevee emerged from its own portal, just in time to hear Demon Slayer Renzo's words. Without hesitation, it leaped onto the newcomer's shoulder and instantly activated memory sharing. The next moment, it grinned. Oh ho. Now we're talking. With your knowledge, I can finally build an advanced server and computer system to get started on AI development. Exactly. Haha. Pirate Renzo and Uchiha Renzo nodded in agreement. Now they had everything they needed to build servers and high-end computers. All that was left was programming the AI. With that in mind, they both turned to Apocalypse Renzo. Can you hurry it up? Seriously, Uchiha Renzo added, shaking his head. It's been over a month, and you still haven't left your damn base. What's taking so long? Last time, this guy had confidently claimed he'd raid Umbrella's headquarters and steal the Red Queen AI and all of their advanced technology. Yet here they were, waiting. Ahaha. Apocalypse Renzo laughed awkwardly. I just wanted to be extra cautious. I've been studying the T-virus first. You're stalling. Eevee scolded. With your current strength, what virus could possibly threaten you? That stuff wouldn't even get close to you. Yeah, quit making excuses. You've just been goofing off this whole time. Exactly. Pirate Renzo scoffed. I see a lot of memory gaps in your timeline. You've been busy enjoying yourself, haven't you? Judging by the missing chunks of memory, I'd say he's been spending a lot of time with his two girlfriends. Eevee, Pirate Renzo, and the others smirked. Apocalypse Renzo just laughed nervously. Chapter 51, Susanoo Gundam. Alright. Apocalypse Renzo could only smile bitterly and raise his hands in surrender. I admit, I've been slacking off a bit. But. He quickly changed the topic. You can't blame me entirely. Right now, Japan is facing a severe outbreak of the undead virus. Other countries aren't doing great either, but at least they're in a better state than Japan. Because of this, flights from Japan to other countries have basically been banned. I can't just fly out of here, can I? With his current level of mental power, flying was possible, but long-distance flights like that were simply impossible to endure. Not to mention, satellites were everywhere in the sky, especially Umbrella Corporation satellites. If he really dared to fly out of Japan, there was no doubt that he'd be immediately detected by other countries or Umbrella itself. Just imagine what kind of fun situation that would lead to. By the time I land in the US, I'd probably be immediately surrounded by the military or Umbrella's forces, who've been waiting for me all along. So really, my hands are tied here. Of course. His expression brightened as he turned to look at the newcomer Renzo. My patience has finally paid off. Look, Gundam Renzo is here. And he brought with him the talents and technology of electronic mechanics, giving me hope that I can craft a small flying vehicle with my own hands. And not just any aircraft, one that won't be detected. With this, I can go anywhere I want. What a lifesaver. The technology in the Gundam world was far more advanced than the world he came from. And the abilities of Nu-types. Insanely powerful. A/N, to know a Nu-type is a person who has reached a new stage of human evolution in the Gundam universe. Several times stronger than ordinary humans, and in all aspects too, superior reflexes, advanced spatial awareness. Oh, right. And something like a mechanical intuition, similar to the seed mode from the anime. When characters like Kira Yamato, Athrun Zala, or Lakis Klein entered seed mode, their spatial awareness and neural response speed would get a temporary but significant boost. On top of that, Nu-types had exceptional learning abilities and hands-on skills. Of course, not every Nu-type had the same talents. But in every regard, Gundam Renzo was among the top-tier Nu-types. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become one of the greatest scientists in his world. Simply put, he was a genius far beyond Apocalypse Renzo's level. Haha. No doubt about it. Pirate Renzo also grinned. With the talents and knowledge from the Gundam Renzo, my yacht project is finally looking promising. I might even turn it into a flying yacht. A yacht. That's all you aspire to. Eevee scoffed with disdain. Yachts. It's not like Cynthia's family didn't already have those. You're comparing apples to oranges. Pirate Renzo rolled his eyes. Don't lump ordinary yachts together with my envisioned flying yacht. Besides, Eevee was speaking from a modern world perspective. Of course, it wouldn't be impressed. But for someone living in an era of wooden sailing ships, the difference in living standards was on a whole other level. TCH. Eevee turned its nose up but then had a sudden realization. Actually, you just gave me an idea. I could develop some advanced technological products that don't exist in our world yet, like small high-speed aircraft or smartphones. Then, I could have the professor set up a company for me to make money. After all, if it ever wanted to build a large-scale research base and conduct experiments, it would need a ton of funds. It couldn't just mooch off Cynthia's family forever. It was a proud and dignified Eevee, after all. Starting a company, huh? Apocalypse Renzo nodded but then shook his head. That's a great idea, but unfortunately, my world has already entered the apocalypse. Now isn't the time to be setting up businesses. I'd better focus on building a small flying craft first. Luckily, the knowledge he had just shared from the new Renzo's mind contained detailed technological information. And with the newly acquired talents, Apocalypse Renzo's mind was already racing to develop feasible plans based on his world's current conditions and available resources. Your knowledge in biochemistry and genetics is quite impressive too. At this moment, Gundam Renzo had finally finished processing the flood of information in his mind. He smiled at Apocalypse Renzo. I'm really interested in the zombie virus too. I hope you can get your hands on Umbrella's research data soon. And if you run into any trouble designing your flying craft, feel free to ask me anytime. Maybe, by studying the zombie virus and combining it with the genetic engineering techniques from my world, I can develop new types of enhancement and evolution serums. Nu-type genetic technology was quite different from direct genetic enhancement serums. The Nu-type process had to start from embryonic stages, modifying genes while the fetus was still developing. In simple terms, it was a form of genetic engineering, altering the DNA before birth. Of course, the technology was already mature. Two Nu-types could naturally reproduce and give birth to another Nu-type. At least so far, Gundam Renzo hadn't found any major flaws in the process. What he envisioned was a gene enhancement serum that could be injected into already born individuals, even adults, allowing them to undergo genetic evolution. If successful, this could help bridge the gap between old types and Nu-types. Of course, that would only work if he could eliminate groups like the Ribbons Allmark faction and extremist Nu-types who supported total war. Otherwise, the divide between old types and Nu-types would be impossible to mend. At the core, it was all about power and profit. Well then, I'll be counting on you. Apocalypse Renzo grinned and nodded. As for the zombie virus and Umbrella's research data, you don't even have to ask. I'm already working on acquiring them. He was quite interested in them himself. Oh, right. Apocalypse Renzo suddenly turned to Gundam Renzo. So, what's your main area of focus going forward? Everyone else has chosen theirs, what about you? Well. Gundam Renzo paused for a moment, rubbing his chin in thought. For now, I'll stick with technology as my main focus. I'll dabble in mechanics, electronics, and genetics. And of course, I won't neglect Gundams either. Having talent means having the freedom to do whatever he wants. His potential in technology far surpassed Apocalypse Renzo's in both depth and breadth. Too bad we can't transfer physical objects between worlds. Otherwise, I'd have built each of you your own Gundam by now. Haha. Gundam Renzo spread his hands with a laugh. Back in the day, his original self was a huge Gundam fan. Naturally, the Renzo crew shared the same enthusiasm. Yeah, what a shame. The others all nodded in agreement. Well, I guess we'll just have to build our own someday. Demon Slayer Renzo shrugged. Speaking of which. He turned to Uchiha Renzo. When do you think you'll awaken your Mangekyo Sharingan? If you manage to build a Gundam, wouldn't it be cool to try a Susanoo armored Gundam? Ha ha ha. Pirate Renzo burst into laughter. Now that would be one hell of a sight. Chapter 52, Flip the Ninja World Upside Down. Swordsman Renzo narrowed his eyes and said, if you went and showed off in front of Madara, that would be even more interesting. Speaking of which, Uchiha Renzo, has Madara set his sights on you yet? With your talent, you should already be on his list of potential tools, right? Given Uchiha Renzo's demonstrated abilities, he couldn't believe that Madara wouldn't be interested. Who knows? Uchiha Renzo shrugged. Maybe he has, maybe he hasn't. A little over a month ago, I did notice a few white Zetsu spying on me, so I'd say it's likely. But I'm not some pushover. If Madara thinks he can use me as a pawn, he better be ready for me to cut off his life support. He wasn't like that fool Obito. If Madara thought he could manipulate him, he had another thing coming. Of course, if Madara were still at his peak, then he'd have to reconsider. For now, though, Madara wasn't at full strength, and Renzo wasn't as gullible as Obito had been. In fact, if Madara truly understood his personality and how he handled things, he wouldn't see him as a potential pawn. Instead, he'd see him as a threat and eliminate him early. The old man is practically in the grave already. He should just let it go. Uchiha Renzo shrugged and mocked. Despite his nonchalant attitude, he was very wary of both Madara and Black Zetsu. Right now, he wasn't strong enough to take on even an aged Madara, but thanks to his teleportation abilities, escaping wouldn't be an issue. His main concern was Madara targeting the people close to him. The only ones he genuinely cared about were Kurenai and his teacher, Yui Shinku. Asuma was also kinda on the list. They had fought side by side through thick and thin. Annoying as he was still a dependable comrade. Fair enough. Swordsman Renzo nodded approvingly. Honestly, I kind of admire Madara. At the very least, his presence is as imposing as mine. Hearing this, Pirate Renzo rolled his eyes. Give me a break. As imposing as you. What do you think you are? What's the point of showing off all the time? He couldn't stand Swordsman Renzo always acting like he was some big shot. Oh. Swordsman Renzo smirked. Are you saying you never show off? Pirate Renzo scoffed. Why would I? You guys do it. He looked at the others. They all tried to hold back their laughter and shook their heads in unison. See. Pirate Renzo smirked smugly at Swordsman Renzo. You're the only one who loves to show off. TCH. Swordsman Renzo scoffed. You're seriously messing with me. Are you sure you guys are normal? Unamused face. People say the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Even our original self wasn't exactly a proper guy. So, what does that make you all? Renzo's original self. Renzo squad. No counterargument. A critical hit. They all have the same idea, better change the topic. Uchiha Renzo quickly shifted the conversation and turned to Gundam Renzo. Speaking of which, your spatial perception ability is pretty impressive. Looks like it could really help with teleportation techniques. Once I get my hands on the Flying Thunder God technique, it might be a huge boost for mastering it. Why could Kira and the others dominate the battlefield in space? Because of their powerful spatial awareness talent. It allowed them to precisely track enemies' positions and have a near-perfect grasp of the surrounding space. Haha. Glad it helps. Gundam Renzo grinned. I'm looking forward to seeing you master the Flying Thunder God technique. With that, moving around will be way easier. Yeah. You need to hurry up, Uchiha. You've been dragging this out for a while now. The others all chimed in. They all wanted the technique. I'll try my best. Uchiha Renzo sighed. You guys should know by now, unless I steal it, I won't be getting it anytime soon. Or, he could wait for the 4th Hokage to take over. But that would take years. Uchiha Renzo wasn't patient enough for that. With his current achievements, he was close to qualifying, but he was a Uchiha. Even though the 3rd Hokage seemed to value him, it was only as long as he could be controlled. The stronger he became and the more he stood out on the battlefield, the more distant the 3rd Hokage became. It was a clear shift in attitude. Meanwhile, Danzo was starting to make his move. Over the past 6 months, Uchiha Renzo had already repelled several attacks from root operatives. You should work with Orochimaru. Apocalypse Renzo suggested, right now, if anyone can get you the Flying Thunder God scroll, it's him. He already stole the Edo Tensei, so there's no way he doesn't have this technique. With my knowledge of biochemistry and genetics, and now Gundam Renzo's expertise, you have enough to trade with Orochimaru. Orochimaru didn't care about control. He was just a mad scientist with pure ambition. As long as the deal was valuable, he wouldn't refuse. Besides, I'd love to see what happens when Orochimaru gets his hands on genetic research and cloning tech. Haha. Apocalypse Renzo stroked his chin, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Now that would be interesting. Uchiha Renzo. Hey, this is my world. At least ask if I agree before stirring things up. He was speechless. If Orochimaru went crazy, who knew how far the story would deviate? But he suddenly found himself curious. I'm actually looking forward to shaking up the story. Uchiha Renzo thought to himself. What's the harm? Swordsman Renzo grinned mischievously. Why not set off Orochimaru early and flip the ninja world upside down? Wouldn't that be fun? You should bring Madara to his peak and revive Hashirama too. Now that would be chaotic. Oh. How about also cloning some Hashiramas and Madaras? Uchiha Renzo shot him a deadpan look. You just want to watch the world burn, huh? Ignore them. Stick to your plan. Eevee cut in before the others could egg him on. Unless you want to be the test case for what happens when one of us dies. In that case, go ahead. No, thanks. Uchiha Renzo decisively raised his hand in a stop gesture. Chapter 53, Konosuba Renzo. In the world of Gundam Seed. Deep within the secret special Gundam research facility inside Orb's neutral satellite base, Heliopolis. Renzo, who had been in a daze just moments ago, suddenly regained clarity in his eyes. His aura and presence shifted slightly but were quickly suppressed by his own will. Are you okay? A mature, beautiful woman approached him with concern. She had noticed his momentary lapse. Of course, that wasn't the main reason she had come over. It was just that Renzo was incredibly handsome, with a unique aura that made her want to interact with him. No, I'm fine. I just spaced out for a second, Renzo replied, waving a hand dismissively. Then, his gaze landed on the mature beauty, his eyes narrowing slightly as he thought, Maru Ramius. If she's here, that means we've reached that point in the timeline. Not exactly good news. This meant that Zaf's Vesalius-class cruiser would be appearing soon. Time's running out. Should I stick around and find a chance to board the ship, or leave immediately? He pondered. Do you know me? Maru Ramius blushed slightly under his intense gaze and asked hesitantly. Huh. Snapping back to reality, Renzo smiled. Not really, but if I didn't have urgent matters to attend to, I wouldn't mind getting to know a beauty like you. Now wasn't the time, though. He had no intention of following the main cast through their scripted events. I have something to take care of, so I'll be off. See you around. Without waiting for her reaction, Renzo turned and briskly left the research facility. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the Heliopolis spaceport. Along the way, he made sure to inform the research facility director that he was taking a leave of absence under a pre-prepared excuse. Then, he boarded his personal spacecraft and took off, heading straight for deep space. An hour after his departure, Zaf's Vesalius arrived and began its assault on Heliopolis, aiming to seize the 4 experimental Gundam units. Kira Yamato activated the Strike Gundam, taking down a Zaf Jin before facing off against a Thrunzala. Soon after, following the course of the original story, the Archangel launched its desperate escape. Several days passed in their stop-and-go retreat. Meanwhile, Renzo had already reached his private satellite base within a nearby asteroid belt. Oh, and by the way, in this world, he had the classic protagonist backstory, parents deceased, inheriting a massive family fortune. Under his leadership and his extraordinary talents, the family business had not only survived but flourished. While not yet among the top corporations on Earth, it was already within the Fortune 500 rankings. So, having his own secret base. Definitely within the realm of possibility. Young master, you're finally back. The moment Renzo arrived at his base, an old butler, Uncle Fu, came out to greet him. My dear young master, could you not at least send a message while en route? Do you know how worried I was when I heard that Heliopolis was destroyed by ZAFT? He had even gone to great lengths to keep the news from the company, or there would have been total chaos. Ha ha. Renzo chuckled awkwardly. I actually sent a message before I left. As for the rest, I forgot. He had been busy processing the memories, knowledge, and abilities shared by his alternate selves. Even though they were all technically the same person, fully integrating their experiences still required time. What good is that? Uncle Fu grumbled under his breath. Having a young master like this was truly exhausting. Ahaha. Renzo laughed dryly. Sorry, Uncle Fu. I didn't mean to worry you. But I'm safe now, so relax. By the way, are the parts 1 requested ready? Quickly changing the subject before Uncle Fu could go on another rant, Renzo steered the conversation toward his latest project. Sigh. Uncle Fu sighed, but nodded. They're all done. Young master, are you planning to assemble your own Gundam now? Yeah. Renzo nodded. I managed to obtain all the specs and data for the 4 prototype Gundams from Heliopolis. Naturally, I need to build one myself and see how it performs. In this dangerous world, you needed power to protect anything worth keeping. Although he wasn't planning to get directly involved in the Earth Alliance CAFT conflict just yet, he needed to be prepared. As for the future? That remained to be seen. In a strange black void, 2 chairs faced each other. Beside one of them was a small table. The entire space resembled a dark, star-filled sky. Where am I? What is this place? Renzo snapped to awareness, looking around in confusion. He was a new Renzo that has no knowledge of what was happening, and he wasn't even in the Renzo's mental space right now for other Renzos to explain. Then, a voice sounded from behind him. Turning, he saw a stunning blue-haired goddess. Aqua. Sata Kazuma, welcome to the afterlife. You have unfortunately. Before she could finish speaking, Renzo had vanished. Ah. Where'd he go? Where did such a big person just disappear to? Aqua, the blue-haired goddess, completely bewildered, frantically searched the spot where Renzo had been standing. She even knelt down and ran her hands over the floor, nothing. Meanwhile, within the mental space of the Renzos group, the existing Renzos all paused simultaneously as they received a notification from the shared space. A newcomer has arrived. Without hesitation, they all entered the space. Every new addition was precious, another opportunity for growth. If there were no urgent matters at hand, none of them would miss this chance. As the new Renzo stepped through the space corridor, he was met with a circle of people clapping and welcoming him warmly. Welcome to the club, new member. Come on, let's all lend you a hand. The newcomer Renzo. His mind was full of questions. But sensing no hostility, he hesitantly reached out a hand. In a flash, swordsman Renzo grabbed it, and soon, everyone else's hands stacked on top. Chapter 54, True Cheat, Creation. Ah. Wait, what? Is this for real? In an instant, the newbie Renzo felt a flood of memories rushing into his mind. At the same time, his mental energy skyrocketed, helping him rapidly absorb and process these new abilities. And just like that, he understood where he was and who the people in front of him were. Wait, hold on. Didn't I just transmigrate? Why is it that you guys have already been here for a while? The newbie Renzo asked in confusion. Ah, that's not important. Uchiha Renzo waved his hand with a grin. It's normal for timelines to be different. Look, I've been here for over 10 years now, while Pirate Renzo has only been here for less than a year. And Swordsman Renzo? He's been here for over 20 years. So yeah, different timelines are totally normal. That makes sense. The others nodded in agreement. These were minor details. What they really cared about was the world the newbie had transmigrated to. By the way, doesn't the scene where the newbie arrived seem kind of familiar to you guys? Eevee scratched its head, trying to recall something. Of course it looks familiar. Heh. Apocalypse Renzo smirked knowingly. Isn't that the world of Konosuba, God's blessing on this wonderful world? You know, Konosuba for short. If I'm not mistaken, that fleeting glimpse of blue hair we saw at the end, that was none other than the so-called goddess of water, Aqua, also known as the idiot goddess, wasn't it? Oh man, now that's an interesting world. Pirate Renzo's eyes sparkled. And from the looks of it, the story hasn't even started yet. You figured all that out from a single glimpse? Just from the blue hair? Eevee was skeptical. Of course, there's more to it. Apocalypse Renzo grinned. Didn't you hear that opening line? The name, Satakazuma, combined with that setting and the blue-haired goddess, who else could it be besides Aqua? Damn, you're right. Everyone nodded in agreement. Even the newbie Renzo suddenly had a realization. So the world he transmigrated into was that one, huh? Well, that's not too bad. Like hell it is. Hey. You've got to be kidding me. The newbie Renzo panicked. You're saying I ended up in the world of that idiot goddess? I'm doomed. He could already feel his intelligence and dignity slipping away. And what's with that introduction? Why did she call me Satakazuma? She got the wrong person, right? Or wait, don't tell me, I actually became Satakazuma. And I didn't even realize it. The newbie Renzo felt completely overwhelmed. Everyone exchanged awkward glances. Finally, Gundam Renzo spoke up. That's probably not the case. You don't have Kazuma's memories, so maybe Aqua just made a mistake. Maybe she pulled the wrong person. I mean, it is Aqua we're talking about. Oh. That makes sense. Yeah, that tracks. Considering it's Aqua, an error like this is totally understandable. She is an idiot, after all. No way she's like a normal goddess. Everyone nodded in agreement, some even giving Aqua a sarcastic round of applause. Aqua, thank you so much. So you're telling me I got dragged into this world by mistake? Can I ask her to send me back? Or at least let me pick a different world? The newbie Renzo looked up at the sky in exasperation. That world was a mess. No, actually, the real problem was Aqua and that messed up rascal, Kazuma. Because of their influence, everyone in that world gradually became more and more twisted. No, wait, who was he kidding? That whole world was just plain weird. Why? I think that world is actually pretty great. Gundam Renzo's eyes lit up. As long as you don't get caught up in the idiot goddess's antics or Kazuma's degeneracy, that world is actually pretty awesome. Huh? Awesome how? The newbie stared at him, unimpressed. Gundam Renzo raised 2 fingers and explained. First, as a hero who gets reincarnated after death, you get to choose a special ability from Aqua. And let's be honest, most of those abilities are completely broken, some are practically god tier. Second, in that world, adventurers get access to skill cards, which are basically cheat-level perks. Bind yourself to one of those, and you can level up just by fighting monsters and using skill points to learn a ton of different abilities. Is there anything better than that? Of course, you do have to ignore the intelligence-draining aura of the idiot goddess and the corrupting influence of degenerate Kazuma. But if you can avoid those 2 pitfalls, that world is actually fantastic. Especially for you, as a member of the Renzo group. Taking down monsters, fighting the Demon King's army, seriously, with all your cheat abilities, is that even a challenge? Not at all. You might have a point. After Gundam Renzo's analysis, the newbie, now called Hero Renzo, felt it actually made a lot of sense. Damn. Reality wasn't as bad as he thought. Seeing the newbie calm down, Gundam Renzo exchanged glances with the others. They all saw the same eager glint in each other's eyes. Ahem. Finally, Gundam Renzo spoke up, addressing Hero Renzo. Next, let's figure out what ability you should choose. Yeah. This is crucial. You can't just pick anything. It has to be something that benefits everyone the most. The others quickly agreed. They were grateful that the newbie transmigrated at this particular point in time. This timing was perfect. Although he felt like he was being eyed like a piece of meat by a pack of wolves, Hero Renzo still nodded reluctantly. So, what ability do you guys think is best? He definitely needed their help to think this through. After all, they were all on the same side. They wouldn't screw him over. It wouldn't benefit them to do so. Their interests were aligned. Alright, what do you all think is the thing we need the most right now? Apocalypse Renzo posed the question. He already had the answer in mind. He had complained about this issue multiple times in previous meetings. So had the others. It should be the fact that we can't share the unique things from our individual worlds, right? Yeah, that's a big limitation. Uchiha Renzo spread his hands. Then, as if struck by a sudden realization, he turned to Apocalypse Renzo. Wait, you mean that ability? Exactly. That one. Isn't it perfect? Apocalypse Renzo smiled and pushed up his glasses with a finger. That one. What one? What are you guys talking about? Eevee tilted its head in confusion, looking a little frustrated. But then Eevee comforted itself inwardly. So what if their brains worked fast? Eevee was still far smarter than humans. Face with steam from nose. Fantasy creation. You guys are talking about the fantasy creation cheat, right? Gundam Renzo's eyes gleamed as he spoke. Everyone else, creation cheat. That's right. Apocalypse Renzo nodded firmly. This ability allows you to consume mental energy to create objects, even living beings. The only limitation is your mental energy. In the original storyline, the person who created the Crimson Demons and that mobile fortress destroyer, also called the Destroyer, chose this skill. This ability was practically tailor-made for them. Uchiha Renzo's eyes shone as well. Exactly. As long as we have enough mental energy, we can create anything. There might be some unknown upper limit, but it'll be more than enough for a long time, at least until we become like gods. And once we reach that, it won't be a problem at all. Gundam Renzo added, and since every new member of the Renzo group adds to our collective mental energy, this ability will only get stronger. This is the most fundamental and pure form of mental energy, tied to our souls, desires, and spiritual talent. With continued accumulation, not only is our current mental energy skyrocketing, but even our talent for spiritual cultivation is evolving, possibly even undergoing a qualitative transformation. Now that is what you call a true cheat ability. And it wasn't just limited to spiritual talent, physical talent was also being enhanced in the same way. That's exactly right. Eevee, looking confident, nodded and added, anyone who has practiced the meditation technique I created should have noticed. As we gain more members, the effectiveness and efficiency of our meditation sessions increase significantly. That's why that creation cheat is the perfect ability for us. With this, I'll be able to create quantum computers, spaceships, and all sorts of tech from the Gundam world out of thin air. That way, there'd be no need to painstakingly build everything piece by piece. The same would apply to other worlds as well. You can support me and read 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 55, Adventurer Class. Demon Slayer Renzo smirked mischievously. With this, I can directly get my hands on quantum computers, satellites, and even artificial intelligence from the Gundam world. Awesome. Swordsman Renzo stroked his chin thoughtfully. I can also materialize all sorts of modern conveniences without having to painstakingly invent or build them from scratch anymore. No more struggling with setting up workshops. In fact, I could even conjure up a fully modernized villa or estate. Enjoying the luxuries of modern life in an ancient world sounds like a dream come true. At that moment, emotions welled up inside him, and he nearly burst into tears. His life had been too difficult. Who knew how he managed to survive decades in an ancient world with such scarce resources as a modern person? But to maintain his dignity, he held back his tears. Pirate Renzo wiggled his eyebrows. So, that means I don't have to craft a yacht by hand anymore. I can just materialize one. Oh, right. Gundam Bro, remember to design me an elegant and practical one when you have time. Gundam Renzo. Gundam Bro, seriously. Can't you come up with a better surname than Gundam? If someone who didn't know any better heard that, they'd think he was an actual Gundam. Gundam Renzo was speechless. Then what do you want me to call you? Seed Renzo. Pirate Renzo shrugged. We're all named Renzo anyway. Adding the world prefix makes it easier to identify who's who. Gundam Renzo. He had no argument against that. Fine, fine. Gundam it is. I'll remember your request and get to work on it soon. Gundam Renzo waved his hand helplessly. Here, high five. I'll share my yacht design idea with you. Pirate Renzo walked over and clapped his palm against Gundam Renzo's. Snap. Instant data transfer. Grinning squinting face. This was even more convenient than USB drives or smartphones. Everyone else. They were all completely stunned by Pirate Renzo's move. Apocalypse Renzo shook his head and continued the previous discussion. With this ability, acquiring demon blood, scarlet crimson iron for forging Kirin blades from the Demon Slayer world. Sea King meat, sea stone, and devil fruits from the pirate world. Bloodline limits from the ninja world. Evolution stones and Pokemon genes from the Pokemon world. All of it will become incredibly easy. As long as you've eaten a food item before, you can recreate it. And as long as you fully understand the structure and composition of an object, you can generate it. In fact, if your mental power is strong enough, you can even upgrade and enhance the original items. There's no ability more suitable for us than this. So, at this point, not just Apocalypse Renzo but everyone else turned to Hero Renzo with eager eyes. Hurry back and choose this ability. No hesitation. And don't pick the wrong one. Hero Renzo felt immense pressure, but he could only nod helplessly. Alright. I'll choose this one. But what about my class? Any recommendations? Honestly, after everyone's thorough analysis, he also felt that this ability was the best choice. Not just for him, it was incredibly beneficial for everyone. The others could use it to replicate and create valuable items from different worlds, and he could do the same. This meant he could own the best treasures from dozens of worlds. One word, awesome. Of course, the only limit was his mental power. But that wasn't a real issue. If it wasn't enough now, he'd just improve it later. For a class. Everyone exchanged glances. Eevee Renzo spoke up first. From what I remember, the classes in the Konosuba world include Adventurer, Mage, Swordmaster, Priest, Knight, Thief, Magic Swordsman, Archer, Creator, Rune Knight, Elemental Master, and more. Given that you've inherited all our powers and attributes, your stats will definitely be off the charts. Aside from the Priest class, which requires faith and is off limits, you can choose anything else. Having too many high stats was also a headache when choosing a class. MHM. Hero Renzo nodded repeatedly. So, what's the best choice? At that moment, Uchiha Renzo chimed in. Pick Adventurer. Hero Renzo was dumbfounded. Did I hear that right? Why? That's the most basic and ordinary class. Its growth rate is the lowest. I remember it only gives 1 skill point per level. Meanwhile, top-tier classes like Swordmaster grant 5 skill points per level. A full 5 times the difference. Even an idiot would know which one to choose, right? Hero Renzo couldn't help but give Uchiha Renzo a look as if he were a fool. Uchiha Renzo. Angry face. Too rude. Just as Uchiha Renzo was about to explain himself, Gundam Renzo spoke up. I also think Adventurer is the best choice for you. Apocalypse Renzo, it's the optimal choice. Swordsman Renzo, agreed. Pirate Renzo, seconded. Demon Slayer Renzo, I support it. Eevee Renzo. Same here. Expressionless face. Hero Renzo. Alright, but why? Give me a reason. Stop being cryptic. Hero Renzo was frustrated. He had already absorbed way too much information in one day, and his mind was still struggling to process everything. Let me explain it like this. Uchiha Renzo cleared his throat. You can share all of our abilities and skills, and in the future, you'll be able to share even more powers from the Renzo group. Do you really lack attack or defense skills? Hero Renzo thought for a moment, then shook his head. I guess not. Not just guess, it's a definite no. Uchiha Renzo said firmly, so, those top-tier classes. They're only good for giving you extra skill points so you can learn more attack and defense techniques. But do you really need that? No. The Adventurer class has way better value for you. Yes, it's the most basic, lowest tier class. But that's only for ordinary people. For you, it's the absolute best class. Because this class can learn skills from any class. As long as someone teaches you and you have enough skill points, you can cherry-pick the most useful abilities for yourself and for us. For example, the High Priest's Resurrection Spell, the Swordmaster's Sword Mastery, the Thief's Steel, the Lich Wiz's Life Drain Touch, Aqua's Holy Exorcism and Holy Dispel, the Crusader's skills. Uchiha Renzo and the others were particularly focused on the Resurrection skill. That was a god-tier ability. Of course, healing skills from different worlds were all useful. Unlike ninja and Pokemon healing techniques, which focused on recovery, this one could literally bring people back from the brink of death. We have to learn Resurrection. Demon Slayer Renzo said excitedly. Yeah. Agreed. Forget everything else, Resurrection is a must. No doubt. And Wiz's Life Drain Touch, it's a life-saving ability. You can even use it to heal allies in a pinch. Everyone was getting fired up, discussing the different skills. They were drooling over the abilities from Hero Renzo's world. If possible, learn Sword Mastery too. It should increase your swordsmanship talent. Swordsman Renzo added. To him, swordsmanship was eternal. You could never have too much talent in swordsmanship, only not enough. Fine. Hero Renzo sighed. Looks like everyone is in agreement. Adventurer it is. To be honest, this class really was the best fit for him. So what if it had fewer skill points? Oh, but let me remind you all about something. Hero Renzo suddenly held up a finger, drawing everyone's attention. First of all, resurrection is probably going to require a lot of skill points. So don't expect me to learn it right away, it'll have to wait until later. Also, we need to test whether the skills I learn can actually be used in other worlds. After all, we've already seen that some jutsu from the ninja world don't work in other worlds. If they couldn't be used, all this talk would be meaningless. Chapter 56, The Idiot Aqua. That's true. Uchiha Renzo nodded in agreement before adding, but when I watched anime, those abilities seemed to directly integrate into the body's instincts, like some kind of genetic modification, right? I remember seeing that scene. It shouldn't lead to our worst-case scenario. At that moment, Eevee raised a paw and asked, could it be that also the fantasy creation skill won't work in another world? Everyone. That was a serious bucket of cold water. So cold it chilled them to the bone. Eevee, enough already. Uchiha Renzo said, exasperated. It shouldn't be a problem, right? After a brief pause, Hero Renzo awkwardly analyzed, since it's a powerful ability granted by a god, it should be like an innate talent rooted in the soul, right? Besides, it consumes mental energy rather than requiring hand seals like ninjutsu, so it shouldn't be affected by different world rules. It was like being given a converter that allowed one to transform mental energy into something else. Anyway, he had already decided to pick this ability. No matter what, it would work for him, the only question was whether the others would be as lucky. That makes sense. Gundam Renzo nodded. Instead of worrying about this, Hero Renzo should hurry back and finalize his choice. Let's set a time, tomorrow, we'll all meet here again, share any new abilities, and then go back to our respective worlds to test them out. Agreed. Sounds good. No objections. I'm out. I have to head back to accompany Cynthia for the Lily of the Valley conference. Oh. Eevee, not bad. Cynthia is definitely going to be the champion this time. Good luck. I need to prepare for my sea voyage, staying in the dojo is getting boring. Same here, time to challenge Duguchiobai. With that, one by one, everyone left. Hero Renzo also focused his thoughts and returned, arriving once more at the Reincarnation reception. Ah! Where is he? Where did he go? A certain blue-haired idiot goddess was crawling on the ground, patting and feeling around while mumbling something to herself. Just as Renzo arrived, Aqua's hand smacked against his foot. That's when she realized something was off. She looked up, her gaze meeting Renzo's as he looked down at her. Renzo. Aqua. You are. The next moment, Aqua scrambled backward 2 meters before finally getting a good look at Renzo. Then, whoosh, she sprang to her feet, ran up to him, grabbed his collar, and shook him vigorously. What the heck is going on with you? Did you disappear earlier? How did you vanish? Why could you disappear? I thought I made a mistake. Let go. Let go. Renzo immediately pried Aqua's hands off his collar, took a step back, and looked at the idiot goddess. You did make a mistake. No way. Don't talk nonsense, or I'll sue you for defamation. Aqua huffed in protest. Renzo adjusted his collar, shoved his hands into his pockets, and gave Aqua a sideways glance. You called me Satakazuma earlier, didn't you? Aqua blinked blankly before nodding. Yeah. What's the problem? Wait a second, now that I look at you, you don't actually look like him. You're way more handsome. Aqua examined Renzo closely, puzzled. Glad you noticed. And that's a big problem. Renzo threw up his hands, exasperated. Because I'm not Satakazuma. My name is Renzo. Oh, and by the way, I'm not from Japan. What? Aqua's eyes widened in shock. She stammered as she stared at him nervously. Why, you're lying, right? Right. Nope. 100% true. Renzo answered firmly. Aqua, your name is Renzo, not Satakazuma. Renzo, correct. Tearful Aqua, you're not from Japan. Stone-hearted Renzo, that's right. And if I recall correctly, I just went to sleep and then suddenly appeared here. Which means I wasn't even dead to begin with, was I? Renzo wasn't lying. That's exactly how he remembered it. Though after his visit to the mental space, he did start doubting the reality of it all. Aqua. I'm doomed. Not only had she summoned the wrong person, but she had also dragged in someone outside her jurisdiction. More importantly, did she accidentally kill this guy? Loudly crying face. This was a major screw-up. No. I have to cover this up. Aqua's brain went into overdrive. In an instant, she composed herself, walked back to her seat, and pretended nothing had happened. Clearing her throat, she put on an air of authority and looked at Renzo with a dignified expression. Ahem. Renzo, right. Welcome to the afterlife. I am Aqua, the goddess of water. Unfortunately, you have recently passed away. Though your life was brief, it has come to an end. It seems a certain immature goddess made an error and mistakenly brought you here. But don't worry. As her senior, I will take full responsibility for this. Renzo twitched at her words. Oi, oi. Do you even hear yourself? You're just making things up on the spot. She was the one who messed up, yet now she was pinning it on some imaginary rookie goddess. This was next-level shamelessness. Was this really the same idiot Aqua? Since when did she get so crafty? But Aqua wasn't backing down. Determined to push through her lie, she continued, now, you will be reincarnated as a hero in another world. A fresh start. Renzo. So she just skipped the option of going to heaven, huh? Clearly, she was afraid that if Renzo went to heaven, her mistake would be exposed. Aqua carried on, still acting as if she was in control. Of course, as compensation, I won't be stingy. I can grant you one thing, just one thing, that is unmatched by anyone. She grabbed a stack of papers and held them up in front of Renzo. This power can be an extraordinary ability or a legendary weapon, like this holy sword here. Go ahead. Pick whatever you like. Anything at all. You have the right to take one thing with you to your new world. Additionally, if you manage to defeat the Demon King, you'll receive divine rewards from the gods. Now, choose. Looking at the overly enthusiastic Aqua, Renzo sighed and asked, are you seriously trying to scam me? Isn't this something every reincarnated hero gets? Aqua. Eh? She took a nervous step back. Why do you know that? Isn't it obvious? You had this stuff prepared in advance. Clearly, it wasn't because of some mistake that you brought it out. Renzo had completely seen through her act. Aqua, downcast face with sweat. Damn it. She had let her guard down. Why was this guy so sharp and difficult to fool? All right, spill it. What do you want? There's no way I can send you back now. I don't even know how. So tell me your conditions. Realizing she couldn't trick her way out of this, Aqua admitted defeat and got straight to the point. Ha ha ha. Now we're talking. Renzo grinned and held up 2 fingers. I only have one condition, give me double the rewards. Huh. Aqua was stunned. She frantically waved her hands. And no way. That's impossible. The contract states that each person gets 1 reward. Just 1. That's the rule of the heavens, and I can't change it. Eh. Renzo's expression froze. That's actually a thing. Of course. He rubbed his chin in thought. I guess that makes sense. If there was such an obvious loophole, things would get out of control. Looks like that idea won't work. Chapter 57, Axel Town, Bonus. Eehee. That's right. Aqua chuckled awkwardly and said, so, just forget about those unrealistic ideas and hurry up and pick a skill for your reincarnation. The sooner you go to another world, the sooner you can enjoy its wonders. As a goddess, I'm really busy. I can't just sit here dealing with you forever. She just wanted to get rid of this troublesome guy, Renzo, as soon as possible. I've got it. The next moment, Renzo suddenly had a realization and said to Aqua, the celestial contract states that I can only choose one of these listed rewards for my reincarnation, right? But what if I choose something that's not on the list? Would that be allowed? Aqua. Her brain struggled to keep up. Wait, what? I didn't quite catch that. Explain it clearly. Well. Renzo paused before saying, you're the goddess of water, right? That means you should be able to grant people permanent statuses or talents, right? Like, say, water element affinity. He was just testing the waters. Oh. Surprisingly, Aqua's eyes lit up upon hearing that. She clapped her hands and said, why didn't I think of that? All right, I'll grant you top-tier water element affinity. Before Renzo could even react, she rushed up to him, placed her hands on his head, and gently kissed his forehead. In an instant, Renzo felt a refreshing sensation spread from his forehead throughout his entire body. Something inside him had definitely changed, but he couldn't quite tell what it was just yet. There. I granted your request. Now hurry up and pick a skill so you can reincarnate. Aqua urged impatiently. She was afraid Renzo would come up with another crazy idea, so she just wanted to send him off as soon as possible. After all, that was the only way to cover up the fact that she had called the wrong person in the first place. No problem. I'll take this one, fantasy creation. That's fine, right? Renzo cooperated smoothly. Since he had already received a bonus, he wasn't going to push his luck. If he made too much of a fuss and other gods found out, he wasn't sure what would happen to Aqua, but he was very sure that he would be the one to suffer for it. After all, his very existence in this situation was already full of issues. Oh. Fantasy creation. That's actually a pretty nice ability. Alright then, it's decided. Aqua wasted no time, performing the reincarnation ritual at record speed. She granted Renzo the ability and immediately activated the reincarnation magic, sending him straight to another world. Phew. Seeing Renzo finally disappear, Aqua collapsed onto the floor in relief and let out a long sigh. Finally. That scared the life out of me. Excuse me, but where is this? Suddenly, a voice came from behind her, making Aqua jump in fright. She shot up from the ground and spun around defensively. Who's there? After confirming that it wasn't Renzo, she let out a sigh of relief and finally had a chance to take a good look at the newcomer. He looked oddly familiar. Then, she suddenly remembered and pointed at him in realization. Oh. I got it. You're Sata Kazuma, right? You're the one who tried to save someone, pushed them out of the way, and ended up getting scared to death by a tractor. Then, blah blah blah. Hearing Aqua mock him, Kazuma immediately exploded in anger, launching into a heated argument with her. Meanwhile, in the heroic continent, Kingdom of Belzerg. Renzo's vision blurred, and the next thing he knew, he was standing just outside an unfamiliar city. Oh ho. This must be Axel, the starter town from the original story, right? He muttered to himself while observing the towering city walls and the bustling people in the distance. Despite being called a starter town, it was actually quite large, big enough to be considered a small city. And the scenery of this world was unexpectedly beautiful. The air was especially fresh. Alright. First, I should go register at the Adventurers Guild. But before that, I need to get some money first. With that thought in mind, Renzo recalled the structure of swordsman Renzo's cold iron sword and decided to use fantasy creation to craft a replica of it. Swordsman Renzo's sword was a fine piece of work, extremely sharp and durable. But I should modify the design a bit. Let's make it more stylish and a bit more Western styled. Alright. Done. Fantasy creation. After finalizing the blueprint in his mind, Renzo activated fantasy creation to bring his designed sword into reality. In the next moment, his mental energy was rapidly consumed. After using about 1% of it, a sword materialized before him, forming gradually from the hilt upwards. Soon, the entire weapon was complete, along with its scabbard. 1%, huh? Still manageable. Catching the sword and calculating the energy cost, Renzo nodded in satisfaction. Drawing the sword, he performed a quick sword routine before testing its sharpness and durability on a stone slab in the workshop. Crack. With a single slash, he sliced a millstone-sized rock clean in half. Not bad. Might as well make another one for myself. Thinking this, Renzo immediately conjured another sword of similar material, then fastened it to his waist before heading into town. Entering a weapon shop, Renzo raised his sword slightly to show it off to the owner. Hey, do you buy weapons here? Oh. The shopkeeper's eyes immediately locked onto the decorated sword in Renzo's hand, clearly intrigued. However, he didn't rush to give an answer and instead examined it closely. We do buy weapons, but I'll need to check the quality first. Fair enough. Go ahead and appraise it. Give me an estimate. 5 minutes later, Renzo walked out of the shop with a satisfied grin and a hefty pouch of coins at his waist. 5 million Eris, huh? Not bad at all, he muttered to himself. Looks like I'll never have to worry about money again. Even without taking on quests, he could live a luxurious life. Of course, he was just joking. He still needed to register as an adventurer and complete missions, for the sake of leveling up and earning skill points. Sure, he was already strong, but he wanted to become even stronger. After getting directions to the Adventurers Guild, Renzo reached his destination in just a few minutes. As he pushed open the door, he was immediately greeted by a rowdy and lively atmosphere. Or rather, he was mostly drawn in by the beautiful, scantily clad ladies inside. Ah. Gotta love anime worlds. I'm in heaven. Smiling face with smiling eyes. He smiled to himself, thoroughly enjoying the moment. Traversing worlds. Best decision ever. Oh. Naturally, Renzo's handsome presence caught the attention of several people in the guild. A burly, bald-headed man sitting nearby smirked and called out to him, "Hey, kid. You new to Axel? What brings you to the Adventurers Guild?" From his outfit alone, it was clear Renzo wasn't a local. Renzo raised an eyebrow before replying, "Yeah, I'm new. Planning to start my journey as an adventurer. Came here to register. Then, looking at the bald men, he asked, any advice, bro? The men didn't seem as intimidating as his rugged appearance suggested. He pointed towards a row of counters in the back. If you want to register, just head over there. Oh, and one more thing, Miss Luna, the receptionist, is an absolute beauty. He then grinned and added, but if you mess with her, the entire guild will become your enemy. Patting Renzo's shoulder, he gave some friendly encouragement. Good luck, kid. Got it. Thanks, bro. I'll go register first. Drinks on me next time. With that, Renzo made his way toward the registration counter. P.S. I'll be dropping more bonus chapters soon, so hand over your stones for a fair trade. LOL. Also, you can support me and read 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 58, Meeting Sata Kazuma. Huh. As Renzo walked past a table where two people were seated, a certain blue-haired girl glanced at him absent-mindedly. The next second, her eyes widened in shock as if struck by lightning. Wait. You there? Hold on. Aqua suddenly stood up and quickly chased after him. Huh. Hearing a familiar voice, Renzo turned his head and saw a certain blue-haired goddess rushing toward him. Then, she crashed straight into his chest. Renzo barely managed to catch her. Thankfully, he had a strong physique, otherwise, he might have been knocked over. Oh my, isn't this our esteemed goddess of water, Lady Aqua? What brings you here? Of course, Renzo knew exactly why Aqua was here, but he decided to play dumb, feigning surprise. To be honest, despite Aqua's idiocy, she had an undeniably great figure. Hugging her felt nice smiling face with smiling eyes. Looks like the original plot still happened. Makes sense, though. This idiot mistook me for Sata Kazuma before. That must mean Kazuma also got reincarnated after all. Thinking that, Renzo turned his gaze to the approaching Kazuma. So, this is the so-called, the lowly Neet Kazutrash. Not bad looking, but compared to someone as handsome as me. No contest. Sorry about that. As soon as Kazuma arrived, he immediately bowed and apologized. This friend of mine is a bit, well, let's just say she's not all there. I apologize on her behalf. Please don't take it personally. Then, he turned to Aqua and whispered urgently, Oi, Aqua. What the hell are you doing? Can you not cause trouble for me? Sorry again. Kazuma bowed repeatedly in apology. Gotta say, the guy seemed pretty polite at first. Of course, that wouldn't last. Still, at least he wasn't a bad person. Just a little, unhinged. It's fine. Lady Aqua and I actually know each other. Renzo grinned before glancing down at the dazed goddess still in his arms. Isn't that right, Lady Aqua? You still haven't answered my question. What are you doing here? Aqua wasn't listening at all. When she snapped out of her daze, she suddenly clung tightly to Renzo's arm, her face lighting up in excitement. It really is you. Brave hero Renzo. You're here too. Thank the gods. She felt like she had been saved. Only she knew the suffering she had endured after getting dragged into this world by a certain someone. And the worst part? The other gods actually allowed it. Could you believe something so ridiculous? Oi. Renzo looked at Aqua with a deadpan expression. Weren't you the one who sent me here in the first place? Oh. Right. Aqua suddenly remembered. Then, her expression changed again. With tears in her eyes, she grabbed Renzo's arm with one hand and pointed at Kazuma with the other, sobbing, boo-hoo. Renzo-kun, you have no idea how awful this guy is. I was so kind. I told him about his past life, helped him reincarnate as a hero, and what does he do? He drags me down with him. I got pulled from the heavens, just like that. And you won't believe it. This idiot, he died because he tried to save a girl who wasn't even in danger. Then As she ranted, she started exposing all of Kazuma's embarrassing past. Oi. Aqua. Kazuma couldn't take it anymore. He rushed forward and covered Aqua's mouth, glaring at her in panic. If you keep talking, I swear I'll never let this go. Eehee. Then, he turned to Renzo with an awkward smile. Sorry about that. So, you're another hero chosen by Aqua. Kazuma was very curious about Renzo. At the same time, he was also a little hopeful. After all, they were both reincarnated heroes. Maybe they could help each other out. Also, he had noticed Renzo's elegant yet imposing sword. His eyes lit up as an idea formed. He immediately asked, is that sword the item you chose from Aqua's offerings? To be honest, Kazuma had long regretted his own choice. He never should have taken Aqua with him out of spite. If he had picked an actual ability like Renzo did, his life wouldn't be such a disaster. At least then, he wouldn't be broke and unable to afford his adventurer registration fee. Was there a hero more miserable than him? Nope. Renzo shook his head with a chuckle. There was no way he'd waste his choice on an item when so many overpowered abilities were available. Even without his creation ability, even without his knowledge from past experiences, he still wouldn't have made such a dumb choice. It's not. Kazuma was stunned. Of course not. Before Renzo could reply, Aqua finally freed herself from Kazuma's grip and eagerly explained, Renzo-kun chose an ability called Fantasy Creation. It lets him create anything he wants using mental energy. Of course, that depends on how much he has. As she spoke, she glanced at Renzo's sword with curiosity and surprise. Wait, did you make that sword yourself? It looks incredible. But how? That must have taken a huge amount of energy. Don't tell me you weren't an ordinary person before reincarnating. Aqua was intrigued. Come to think of it, she had never asked about Renzo's past life. Plus, now that she thought about it, back in the reincarnation space, Renzo had mysteriously disappeared for a few seconds. She had forgotten about it until now. But that place was the reincarnation space of the gods. Only deity should be able to disappear there unnoticed. She suddenly stared at Renzo with suspicion. Wait, don't tell me, you were actually a god all along. This time, it wasn't just Kazuma, Renzo was also taken aback. Where the hell did that idea come from? He was speechless. If he were a god, why would he need to reincarnate? That said, at this rate, reaching godhood was probably inevitable for him. How far he could go, though? That was another question entirely. Because, well... Aqua hesitated. She wanted to mention how he vanished in the reincarnation space, but then she realized that might expose her own screw-up. She couldn't let Kazuma find out about that. Renzo rolled his eyes. Anyway, I'm just a regular guy. If I were a god, I wouldn't have died and ended up here in the first place. Oh, right. Aqua laughed awkwardly. Then, she suddenly grabbed Renzo's arm, looking desperate. Hey, Renzo-kun. Your ability is creation, right? If you can create a sword like that, then surely you can create money too. Lend us some cash, please. We don't even have enough to register as adventurers. We'll pay you back once we start earning. For the first time in her life, the great Aqua, goddess of water, was broke. And now, she had to beg her own chosen hero for money. Chapter 59, The Ordinary Renzo. Will it be okay? Kazuma couldn't sit still anymore, his eyes fixed on Renzo with anticipation. Renzo's sudden appearance was like a blessing from the heavens. From Kazuma's perspective, all he needed to do was register as an adventurer, get his card, choose a job, and learn some skills. After that, completing quests, hunting monsters, leveling up, and making money would be a breeze, just like playing a game. For a hardcore gamer like him, this was basically a real-life RPG. How hard could it be? Though Renzo didn't read Kazuma's mind, he could easily tell what he was thinking just by looking at his face. He couldn't help but offer a moment of silence for Kazuma in his heart. Kid, your suffering is only just beginning. The future is far crueler than you can imagine. But now wasn't the time for that. Seeing Kazuma and Aqua's expectant expressions, Renzo nodded without hesitation. Of course. Come with me, I'll take you to register. I need to register too. As for the registration fee, forget about it. Not worth the hassle. I just created a sword and sold it for 5 million Eris. I'm not exactly short on cash. While gold consumed less energy to create than cold iron, in terms of overall efficiency, making equipment directly was much more profitable. 5 million Eris. Aqua and Kazuma both yelled in shock, instantly drawing the attention of nearly everyone in the guild. Feeling the weight of countless stares, the two of them quickly shut their mouths and awkwardly followed Renzo to the registration counter. They were greeted by Luna, the guild receptionist. Luna efficiently explained the registration process and soon began their aptitude tests. As expected, Kazuma and Aqua's results remained unchanged from the original storyline. Kazuma was just a luck-based loser, forced to pick the most basic adventurer class. Meanwhile, Aqua, despite having intelligence and luck below average human standards, had maxed out stats in everything else, allowing her to become an archpriest. This earned her a round of congratulations from the entire guild. Kazuma. Why does this idiot goddess have such high stats? Kazuma felt personally insulted, both his intelligence and dignity had taken a serious blow. Then, curiosity got the better of him. He turned to look at Renzo and Luna, eager to see Renzo's stats. After all, from the moment they met, Renzo had given off a mysterious aura. Besides, Aqua had already explained that his fantasy creation cheat required mental energy to function. The stronger the item created, the more energy it consumed. Judging by the sword at Renzo's waist, his mental, spiritual, energy must be extraordinary. Whoa. Your stats are incredible. Sure enough, as soon as Luna saw the results, she gasped in shock. Renzo, you're amazing. Your stats are so high that most people wouldn't even reach this level in their entire lives. Kazuma stayed silent. He was surprised, but not that surprised. Aqua had somehow crept over to read Renzo's stat sheet. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she stared at him. His stats were nearly on par with hers. Well, except for intelligence and luck. Renzo chuckled. Compared to a goddess, I am just ordinary. Aqua. For some reason, she suddenly had the urge to punch him in the face. Kazuma was just as speechless. Ordinary, my ass. Since when did ordinary mean godlike stats? Am I really the only actual average one here? Renzo, you shouldn't joke about the gods so casually, Luna said with a smile before continuing. Anyway, based on your stats, you qualify for nearly every class. I highly recommend advanced jobs like Archmage, Rune Knight. All top-tier choices. Which one will you pick? As she spoke, she gave Renzo a brief rundown of each class's abilities and advantages. I'll go with Adventurer class. Renzo grinned and answered without hesitation. Huh. What? Adventurer. Luna, Aqua, Kazuma, and everyone nearby froze in shock. After a long silence, Luna hesitantly asked, "Why? Renzo, please think this through. While you can change jobs later, your starting class heavily influences your long-term growth. Adventurer is the most basic class. Its potential and growth rate are the lowest. Most importantly, adventurers gain the fewest skill points per level, only 1. By comparison, high-tier classes get 5 per level. I see you use a sword, so wouldn't a sword master suit you better? Please reconsider." As a guild receptionist, she couldn't directly interfere with an adventurer's decision, but she couldn't stand by and watch such a promising newcomer fall into the pit known as adventurer. Exactly. Kazuma quickly chimed in. Renzo, you should really think this through. A top-tier job would be way better. Don't be reckless. Look at me, I only picked adventurer because my base stats were garbage. If I had a choice, I'd never pick this class. It's a tragic story, really. Why do others get choices and waste them? Meanwhile, I don't even have a choice and have to suffer. Yeah. What's wrong with you? Is your brain broken? Aqua demanded. She had high hopes for Renzo. She needed him to become the strongest hero, take her along for the ride, and defeat the Demon King so she could return to heaven. There was no way she could rely on Kazuma, that useless bum. No need to reconsider. But Renzo firmly shook his head. I'm sticking with adventurer. I have my reasons. I don't lack combat power or skills, and I have my own ways to get stronger. What matters most to me is that adventurers can learn every skill from every class. Luna, please complete my registration. This was a decision he had already made. Sure, the high-tier jobs were tempting, but in terms of versatility and long-term benefits, adventurer suited him best. Aqua. Kazuma. Luna had nothing left to say. She could only process his registration. As she handed him his adventurer card, she sighed, "If you ever change your mind, come find me. I can help you switch to a better job." Haha, thanks, kind and beautiful Luna. Renzo winked at her before turning to leave. Alright, we're heading out. He barely sat down before Aqua and Kazuma dragged him to an empty table. I really don't get you, Aqua grumbled, still in disbelief. Who in their right mind picks the most basic, weakest job? You're a lost cause as a hero. How long will it take to defeat the Demon King now? Aqua wanted to cry. Kazuma, on the other hand, had a different reaction. His eyes burned with determination as he stared at Renzo. Renzo, you said you have a way to get stronger without relying on the class. Is that true? Can you teach me? He stood up and bowed deeply. I'll do anything. Please, teach me. Chapter 60, Kazuma's Resolve, Bonus. Oh. Renzo smiled as he looked at Kazuma and waved his hand. Sit down first. You're attracting attention, and people are starting to stare. He gestured towards the adventurers and mercenaries at nearby tables, who were now curiously glancing in their direction. Ah. Right. Kazuma quickly obeyed, sitting up straight with his hands on his knees, legs neatly together, as if he were being interviewed. His eyes were locked onto Renzo, filled with anticipation and eagerness. Heh. Renzo took a sip of his fruit juice and grinned. I do have a way to help you, but it'll require a lot of hard training. You can't expect to just tap a skill point on your adventure card and instantly master it. He leaned forward slightly. I can teach you, but it won't be easy. I won't let you give up halfway, kid. Are you really sure about this? Are you prepared? Teaching Kazuma wasn't an issue for him. In fact, Renzo had his own reasons for doing so. Besides, this kid wasn't all bad. A little perverted and sometimes messed up, sure, but overall, a useful companion. Having someone reliable in this world could be beneficial. Kazuma was someone he knew well and could control. A good candidate for a subordinate. Kazuma listened intently, then nodded with a serious expression. He even bowed slightly. Please teach me, Renzo-sensei. I'm not afraid of hardship. In a world like this, how could he afford not to get stronger? One wrong move and the Demon King's forces could take him out at any moment. And in a world where strength was everything, a good life was impossible without power. All right then. Renzo nodded. First, let's find a place to stay. We'll begin training tomorrow. You better be ready to suffer, kid. He had already decided he'd teach Kazuma the water-breathing technique and the corresponding sword forms. Breathing techniques would strengthen his body, while sword forms would serve as his main attack method. Later, with some skill points, Kazuma could pick up additional abilities and complete his combat style. Kazuma immediately agreed, following Renzo out of the guild. Hey! Wait for me. Aqua called out, quickly catching up to them. As they walked, she clung to Renzo's arm and asked, Renzo-kun, how exactly do you plan to train that idiot Kazuma? Tell me. Haha. You'll find out soon enough. Renzo smirked. TCH, fine. Don't tell me then. Aqua pouted but quickly changed the subject. So, where are we staying? You're rich, right? Are we getting a mansion? That'd be great. Renzo shot her a sideways glance. Even if I had one, I never said you'd be living in it. This woman really didn't see herself as an outsider, huh? Still, having her cling to him like this wasn't a bad feeling. Hey. You're my chosen hero. How can you abandon your goddess like this? Aqua panicked. She couldn't just let her golden meal ticket escape. I've been meaning to say this, I've never met a goddess as dumb as you. Renzo said bluntly. I fully agree. Kazuma raised his hand in support. Shut up, you perverted freak. Aqua shot back. Later that day, Renzo met with a city official in Axel and purchased a plot of land on the outskirts of town. The location wasn't bad, and since it was just land and not a fully built house, it was fairly cheap, only 10 million eris. Why buy land? Wouldn't it make more sense to buy a house instead? Don't tell me, we have to build it ourselves. Aqua asked, confused. Kazuma also chimed in, yeah, I was wondering the same thing. Renzo just chuckled. Did you guys forget my ability? Fantasy creation. Aqua blinked. Wait, don't tell me, you're planning to create an entire house out of thin air. Her eyes widened as she stared at Renzo in disbelief. Are you serious? That's a whole damn house. And the land you bought is over 2,000 square meters. Do you really think you can handle that? Are you stupid? You'll see soon enough. Renzo didn't bother explaining further and led them to the property. When they arrived, they found a piece of land overgrown with weeds and shrubs. Renzo's face twitched. The city official really scammed me on this one. Whatever. First things first, let's clear it out. Stand back. He drew his sword and signaled Aqua and Kazuma to move aside. Vroom. As he unsheathed his blade, an overwhelming aura radiated from his body, pressing down on everything around him. What the hell? Kazuma felt his heart pound in his chest. The sheer force of Renzo's presence was suffocating. Even though he had never seen a true powerhouse before, instinctively, he knew. This was a monster beyond comprehension. Renzo was far stronger than he had ever imagined. Instead of feeling intimidated, Kazuma felt pure excitement. This was his sensei now. No matter how much Renzo denied it, Kazuma had already acknowledged him as his teacher. He couldn't wait to start training. Damn, this guy is insanely strong. Aqua's eyes sparkled as she stared at Renzo's back. For the first time, she saw hope that she could finally return to the heavens. As for Kazuma, Aqua glanced at him and scoffed in disdain. Slash. Renzo's sword moved effortlessly, sending out waves of energy. Dozens of powerful, meter-long flying slashes swept across the land. Swish. 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 Crack. 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 The energy slashes cut through the overgrown vegetation with perfect precision, neatly clearing the land. Renzo had controlled his energy output to ensure the slashes didn't extend beyond the property boundaries. His precision was impeccable. In no time, the land was completely cleared of weeds, shrubs, and obstructing trees. The roots had been obliterated by the sword energy, leaving them no chance to regrow. Kazuma stared in awe. Sensei. What kind of world did you come from? He was beyond curious now. Meanwhile, Aqua was having an existential crisis. What kind of overpowered character did I accidentally summon? She was incredibly relieved that Renzo hadn't held any grudges against her. Otherwise, she'd be dead already. Alright, time to create a proper home, Renzo muttered. Let's add a villa, a boundary wall, a training ground, a swimming pool. Yeah, that should do. He quickly formed a mental blueprint, drawing from countless memories and experiences. After a few minutes of calculations, he nodded. 2/3 of my energy. Not bad, I can handle it. The next moment, he activated fantasy creation. A fully furnished, luxurious villa, complete with a garden, training facilities, and all necessary amenities, instantly materialized before Aqua and Kazuma's disbelieving eyes. Kazuma. Aqua. Both of them stood there, jaws dropped. This is something a human can do. Kazuma clenched his fists. Damn it. I want this ability too. What the hell did I miss out on? Why did I choose this dumb goddess? Chapter 61, Top-Tier Water Element Affinity. The night passed without incident. Early the next morning, after getting up and washing up, Renzo was too lazy to cook. Instead, he directly created 3 portions of deep-fried dough sticks and dumplings using his imagination ability. The 3 of them finished breakfast together. Afterward, Renzo handed over the water-breathing technique and its 10 sword forms to Kazuma, instructing him to practice in the training field. At the same time, he sent Aqua to supervise and to keep replenishing Kazuma's stamina whenever needed. As for himself, he created a lounge chair, lay down, closed his eyes, and with a single thought, entered the consciousness, mental, space. Finally. You're so slow. Hurry up and share it. As soon as he appeared, he realized that everyone else had already arrived and had been waiting for him. The moment they saw him, they swarmed over, each pressing a hand on him to receive a share of the benefits before quickly retreating to find a place to sit and focus on absorbing their gains. Hero Renzo. Can he curse them out? At this moment, Uchiha Renzo opened his eyes. Wow. You sly brat. You actually scammed Aqua out of a top-tier water element affinity. That's some crazy good stuff. How so? Hero Renzo was confused. Even he wasn't sure how to fully utilize it yet. From what he had read in web novels in his past life, this kind of affinity probably just meant he had an innate talent for water-based techniques, making it easier for him to use them. But how was that useful for Uchiha Renzo? Could it actually grant him an affinity for water chakra? As he considered this possibility, he widened his eyes and looked at Uchiha Renzo. No way, really. Haha. That's exactly it. Uchiha Renzo laughed. I just realized this myself. This thing is quite similar to the fire and lightning affinities I already possess. Of course, this water element affinity is even more powerful and comprehensive than a regular chakra nature affinity. Check it out for yourself. Saying that, he raised his hand as a signal. Hero Renzo instinctively raised his hand as well, and with a loud clap, they high-fived. Then, Uchiha Renzo waved him off. I'm heading out. I need to go back and test how my creation cheat works with this. You should hurry up and learn some skills from the hero's world too. See ya. With that, he disappeared from the space. Hero Renzo instantly gained insight into the similarities and differences between the customized water element affinity and chakra nature affinities. I'm leaving too. Pirate Renzo stood up, thanked Hero Renzo, then turned to Gundam Renzo. Thanks for the yacht design. It's amazing. I'll start creating it step by step as soon as I get back. See you. With that, he logged out as well. The yacht designed by Gundam Renzo wasn't small, it was quite advanced. There was no way to create it in one go. But that wasn't a problem. He could always construct it part by part. It wouldn't take more than a few days. Swordsman Renzo, I'm off too. Need to return for some full-scale upgrades. Also, those of you practicing swordsmanship, make sure to put some effort into learning the 9 swords of Dugu I just got. It's an excellent technique. Demon Slayer Renzo, got it. I'm heading out too. I recently found out some information about Kamado's family. I'm planning to pay them a visit, hopefully, I'll make it in time. Next time, I'll bring the sun-breathing technique for everyone. Hell yeah. At this point, he turned to Hero Renzo. By the way, it looks like this top-tier water element affinity is super helpful for practicing water breathing and its corresponding sword techniques. With chakra, you might even be able to create actual elemental sword techniques with supernatural effects. Too bad there's no magic in my world. Otherwise, I could even try combining it with magic to create a water magic swordsman's fighting style. Whoa. Hero Renzo pondered deeply over Demon Slayer Renzo's words. That actually sounds like a solid idea. Worth a try. To avoid wasting skill points, I should have Kazuma test it first. As it happened, he was already teaching Kazuma the water-breathing technique. What a perfect coincidence. Yep, having a test subject is really handy, Hero Renzo thought happily. We're off too. See you next time. One by one, the remaining Renzos logged out. Seeing this, Hero Renzo also exited the consciousness space. Naruto World. Water Style, Water Wall. Water Style, Great Waterfall Jutsu. Water Style, Water Clone Jutsu. After leaving the consciousness space, Uchiha Renzo left his base and headed to a section of the Naka River downstream from the village to test out some of the water release techniques he had copied with his Sharingan during past missions. As expected, not only has the chakra consumption been reduced several times over, but the difficulty of learning and casting the jutsus has also significantly decreased. This top-tier water element affinity is really something. Uchiha Renzo marveled at the newfound efficiency. He even noticed that the void of the ninja world contained naturally occurring water elemental energy. It wasn't as dense as in Hero Renzo's world, but it was still present. He could also sense fire and lightning elements in the void, but they weren't as clear to him as water. And more importantly, the fire and lightning elements weren't as welcoming to him as the water element was. Yes, welcoming was the right word. Could the elemental energy in the void be the same as natural energy? Uchiha Renzo speculated. He needed to visit one of the 3 great summoning sanctuaries to compare and confirm his theory. Additionally, by observing the elemental forces in the void, he had a strong hunch that his journey to the summoning sanctuaries would yield an unexpected surprise. The secrets and mysteries of Sage Mode, huh? Heh. Just then. Renzo. Our team has a mission. Where the hell have you been? Minato-sensei sent me to fetch you. As soon as Renzo returned to the Uchiha compound, he saw Kurenai waiting at his doorstep. Seeing him, she happily ran over and hugged his arm. You always disappear on your own. I was just testing some jutsus. Why wait outside? You could have just gone in. Renzo chuckled and patted her head. Hee hee. Kurenai just giggled. Let's go meet up with Minato-sensei. What's the mission? When do we leave? As they prepared, Kurenai explained, we're being sent to support the battlefront against IWA. Things are looking bad over there. Her face showed deep concern. After all, her father, Yuhi Shinku, was currently stationed on that battlefield. Don't worry. Sensei will handle things. Besides, aren't we heading there to support them? You'll see him soon. Seeing her concern, Renzo immediately reassured her. Man, I really hope everything's fine. Deep down, Renzo felt a bit uneasy. He had left a backup plan on Yuhi Shinku, just in case. Before long, the 2 of them arrived at Konoha's main gate, where the others had been waiting for a while. You're so slow, Renzo. What's with all the dragging your feet? From a distance, Obito was already shouting. Kakashi, standing beside him, sighed and said, you seriously have the nerve to say that? When was the last time you weren't the one making us wait? Not to mention, what kind of terrible excuses did you always come up with? I saw a lost black cat on the road and helped it find its way home. I was helping an old lady cross the street. I got lost on the path of life. There were way too many of them, and they were all completely ridiculous. Urusai. Obito was not happy about being exposed. For once, he had caught Renzo slipping and wanted to take the chance to scold him properly. Damn it. Why is Renzo so much better, no, I mean luckier, than me? His Sharingan is already at 3 Tomo, and he's even been promoted to Jonin. This is so unfair. Of course, he was just complaining. Nothing more than that. Chapter 62, A Close Call. Renzo is here. Then let's head out immediately. The front lines need us. I'll explain the mission in detail on the way. Move out. As soon as Minato saw Renzo arrive, he gave the order without hesitation. With that, their 6-man squad set off in haste, racing toward the IWA battlefield. Land of Fire Border, battlefield front lines. Is the reinforcement still not here? There are too many enemies. We can't hold out much longer. Yuhi Shinku fought desperately, using genjutsu to disrupt the enemy while simultaneously cutting them down with his sword. Even as he battled, he anxiously asked his nearby comrades. No, Captain. There's still no word on reinforcements. What do we do? Desperation and confusion were evident in his comrade's voice. They had been fighting for so long that only about 50 of them remained. And those 50 were already at their limits. Meanwhile, the IWA forces outnumbered them by a massive margin. Over 1,000 enemies still stood against them, with more reinforcements on the way. Hold on just a little longer. Reinforcements will come. The third Hokage won't abandon us. Shinku cut down another enemy, standing back to back with his teammate as they warily watched the enemy close in. The consequences of losing this battle were something the Hokage couldn't afford, so reinforcements were inevitable. However, Shinku also understood that the village itself was already stretched thin. A few months ago, both Kimogakure and Iwagakure had launched attacks, and though the war with Sunagakure had ended, the overall situation was still dire. They just had to hold on. 2 more hours passed. Genjutsu, Tree Binding Death. Earth Release, Earth Flow Summon. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Genjutsu, Mirage. The battlefield was riddled with danger, and Konoha's forces were at an absolute disadvantage. Their numbers had dwindled further, and now fewer than 10 remained. Retreat. Fall back to the third defensive line, now. Shinku ordered. The IWA forces saw their chance to wipe out the Konoha unit completely and weren't about to let them escape. Kill them. Don't let them get away. Their assault intensified. Leading the charge was the IWA commander, Azuma Shibito. He personally launched an earth release technique aimed directly at Yuhi Shinku, the captain of Konoha's force. Shinku found himself overwhelmed and quickly fell into a dire situation. Just then, an IWA nin's hand shot out from the ground, reaching for Shinku's leg. Dodge it. Captain, watch out. The remaining Konoha ninjas cried out in warning. Body flicker technique. Move. Now. Thanks to their warning and his own constant vigilance, Shinku managed to evade in time. He unleashed his most powerful large-scale genjutsu, paralyzing dozens of enemies for 2 seconds. With sheer effort, he tore open a gap in the enemy's encirclement, allowing one of his comrades to escape. But in that moment, splurt. Shinku coughed up blood, his genjutsu shattered, and his mind suffered severe backlash. Blood trickled from his eyes, nose, and ears. I pushed too hard, didn't I? A sense of regret flashed across his face, followed by a weak, bitter smile. He murmured, Kurenai, looks like I won't keep my promise. Renzo, take care of Kurenai for me. Then, a wave of dizziness overcame him, and his vision faded to black as he collapsed. Earth Release, Earth Spike. Seeing his chance, Azuma Shibito smirked. However, wary of Shinku's genjutsu, he didn't approach directly. Instead, he formed hand seals and slammed his palms into the ground, sending a barrage of deadly earth spikes surging toward Shinku's unconscious body. Captain. A teammate tried to rush forward to save him, but 2 others held him back, dragging him toward the rear. Retreat. Don't let Captain's sacrifice be in vain. Just as death seemed inevitable, a terrifyingly sharp aura exploded from Shinku's body, spreading in all directions. In an instant, it engulfed a 10-meter radius, reaching both the sky and the underground, leaving no blind spots. What the? Several IWA nin who had been too close were instantly shredded into pieces, their blood splattering across the battlefield. But the surge of energy barely lasted 2 minutes before fading away. His trump card is gone. Together, finish him with Earth Spike. Shibito grinned and gave the order. He and over 10 IWA nin prepared to launch another deadly attack at Shinku. Shing. A uniquely shaped kunai tore through the air at incredible speed, reaching Shinku's side in an instant. Whoosh. We made it in time. A flash of golden light streaked across the battlefield, and in a blink, a hand caught the strange kunai. It was Namikaze Minato. The moment Renzo's mark on Shinku activated, he sensed the danger. And coincidentally, they were already within 200 meters of Shinku's location. Without hesitation, Renzo had seized a flying thunder god kunai from Minato's hands and hurled it with incredible force, sending it precisely to Shinku's position. Then, he shouted for Minato to act. That led to Minato's dramatic entrance. What? Shibito and the IWA nin were stunned. The yellow flash of Konoha. Unfortunately for them, Minato wasn't here to fight, he was here to save someone. Without wasting a second, he grabbed Shinku and vanished in another flash, reappearing atop a tree not far from Renzo and the others. A flying thunder god kunai was embedded in the tree's trunk. Minato-sensei. Are you okay? Renzo, Kakashi, and the others arrived moments later. My father. How is he? Kurenai gasped, seeing Shinku's bloodied face and unconscious body. Minato exhaled, then reassured her, don't worry. I'm fine, and Shinku-san is alive. He's just unconscious. We need to get out of here and fall back to the third defense line. Understood. Relieved to hear that her father was still alive, Kurenai nodded. Minato-sensei, I'm in better condition. Let me carry my teacher. You still need to conserve your strength for battle. Renzo stepped forward, taking Shinku onto his back. Also, I'm sorry for grabbing your kunai earlier. Minato chuckled, shaking his head. You did nothing wrong. If you hadn't acted so decisively, I wouldn't have made it in time. Honestly, I should be thanking you for saving a comrade. A moment of admiration flashed in his eyes as he looked at Renzo. All right. Let's move. With that, Minato led the group in a swift retreat. Back on the battlefield, Shibito stomped in frustration. Damn it. Just a little more. Damn you, Namikaze Minato. Next time, you won't escape. I swear, you'll all die. Chapter 63, Upcoming Battle. After a dangerous retreat from the front lines, it took Renzo and his team over 2 hours to make it back to the third defensive line. There, they reunited with the 3 remaining Konoha ninja who had also managed to escape. Captain. Captain. Are you okay? One of Yuhi Shinka's teammates rushed over, his eyes lighting up when he saw Shinka being carried on Renzo's back. He hurried forward, reaching out, but Renzo instinctively stepped back and warned, Sensei is badly injured and unconscious. Don't disturb him for now. Ah. I see. That was reckless of me. My apologies. Do we have a medical ninja here? If so, please treat the captain immediately, the teammate pleaded anxiously. Yeah, I am one. Renzo nodded and turned to Kurenai and Rin Nohara. Kurenai, come with me, we'll treat Sensei together. Rin, take care of the others' injuries. He also nodded to Minato, acknowledging his presence, before carrying Yuhi Shinku into a tent within the camp. Kurenai and Asuma followed closely behind. Renzo. What should we do? Asuma asked, his voice filled with concern. For the first time, he felt utterly useless, he hadn't been able to help at all. Stand guard at the entrance. Don't let anyone disturb us. Renzo instructed without hesitation. Got it. Asuma replied, stepping outside and scanning the surroundings warily, as if keeping watch could somehow make up for his feelings of helplessness. Inside the tent, Renzo let out a relieved sigh after checking Shinku's condition. Phew. Thankfully, it's mostly surface wounds. The main issue is severe mental backlash. I'll start treating him now. Hearing this, Kurenai, her eyes reddened with emotion, nodded eagerly. Okay. I'll help bandage him. Use this spray, apply it to all his wounds. It'll help with healing. Renzo said as he pretended to reach into his pocket. In reality, he used his fantasy creation ability to materialize a bottle of Pokemon World Panacea spray in his hand before passing it to Kurenai. This was the second time he had used fantasy creation. The first had been back in the village when he tested it by creating a kunai. Clearly, this ability could work across different worlds. I should probably take some time to learn advanced medical ninjutsu like the ninja art, mitotic regeneration. Renzo mused to himself. Ah. Oh, okay. Kurenai, momentarily startled, quickly took the spray and began treating her father's numerous wounds. Meanwhile, Renzo placed a hand on Yuhi Shinka's forehead and activated his healing ability. A soft green glow emanated from his hand, gently infiltrating Shinka's body, gradually easing his pain. To further aid his recovery, Renzo used a psychic ability he had developed to help stabilize Shinka's mind. After all, mental backlash wasn't something that could be ignored. Without intervention, he might recover in 10 days to half a month, but given their current situation, where a large-scale battle could break out at any moment, it was best to expedite the process. Once the treatment was complete, Renzo stepped out of the tent, leaving Kurenai inside to care for her father. How is he? Asuma, still standing guard, immediately asked. He's fine now, Renzo reassured him with a wave of his hand. Keep watch here. I'm going to discuss our next move with Minato-sensei. Since it would take another 1 to 2 days for reinforcements to arrive, they needed a solid plan. Unlike their small elite unit, the main forces couldn't advance as quickly. Not long after, Renzo found Minato and the other strategists in the command tent. Minato-sensei. Ah, Renzo, you're here. Come in, we were just discussing strategy, Minato greeted him warmly, offering him a seat alongside the 3 remaining Konoha shinobi who were analyzing intelligence reports. The enemy force is led by Azuma Shibito, an elite IWA Jonin. He's extremely powerful, one of the shinobi reported. They have 35 Jonin, 17 special Jonin, and over 200 Chunin and Genin combined. The exact numbers were hard to determine due to the chaos of battle, but getting precise figures for Jonin and special Jonin was already an achievement. Minato nodded thoughtfully before turning to Renzo and Kakashi. What do you two think? Rather than presenting his own plan immediately, he wanted to develop their analytical and strategic thinking. Kakashi merely shook his head in silence. Despite his recent promotion to Jonin, he knew he lacked the battle experience and tactical insight of veterans like Minato. Minato then turned to Renzo. And you? Renzo sighed, waving a hand dismissively. Minato-sensei, don't make things difficult for us. We're still too green to come up with anything brilliant. I think this fight depends on you more than anything. If he remembered correctly, this was Minato's legendary moment, the battle that would make his name echo throughout the entire shinobi world. A battle where he single-handedly annihilated 5,000 to 6,000 IWA shinobi with Flying Thunder God tactics. Minato chuckled, unfazed. All right then. Tomorrow, your only job is to keep throwing these Flying Thunder God kunai at the enemy. Leave the Jonin and Special Jonin to me. The Chunin, however, will be up to everyone else. Numbers didn't mean much to Minato, but since he lacked large-scale destructive jutsu, he couldn't deal with hundreds of Chunin by himself. His chakra was also limited, killing dozens of shinobi per battle was already pushing it. I'll handle the Chunin. Renzo suddenly volunteered. I just developed an ultimate-level lightning release technique, and given the stormy weather, it should work perfectly. Minato and the others were surprised. Even with some doubt, there was no better alternative. After all, whether Renzo succeeded or failed, it wouldn't make their situation worse. The night passed uneventfully. At dawn, Renzo, who had been on night watch, suddenly snapped to attention. His expression hardened as he turned toward the west. In his psychic perception, an enormous IWA force was approaching from 5 kilometers away. This is bad. We're under attack. Prepare for battle. What? Asuma, who had been dozing off, jolted awake. He quickly ran off to wake Kurenai and Shinku, while Renzo remained in position, steeling himself for the coming storm. Chapter 64, Lightning Release, Heaven's Judgment. Whoosh. In just a few breaths, Minato appeared beside Renzo using the body flicker technique. Placing a hand on his shoulder, he looked out toward the camp's perimeter and asked, "What's the situation? Where are the enemies now? How many of them? Can you sense them all?" To be honest, Minato was still amazed by Renzo's terrifying sensory abilities. When Renzo had told him he could sense anything within a 5-kilometer radius, Minato had found it hard to believe. They've just entered my 5-kilometer range and are closing in fast. There are about 270 of them, with a margin of error of no more than 5. Additionally, based on their chakra levels, there are 35 Jonin and 17 Special Jonin among them. Minato-sensei, looks like it's time for us to get serious. Renzo reported calmly. What's the situation? Where are the enemies? At that moment, Yuhi Shinku, Kakashi, and the remaining 3 surviving ninjas arrived and asked about the situation. Renzo repeated his report. Hearing this, Yuhi Shinku's expression became grave. He looked at Minato and Renzo and said, "Regarding the plan you discussed yesterday, are you sure about this?" It wasn't that Yuhi Shinku doubted Minato's strength, but facing 40 or 50 Jonin was no joke. And Renzo had promised to handle most of the Chunin. That was even harder to believe. Had his subordinate grown this powerful in just a few months? I have no doubts on my end. But I need to start preparing my jutsu now. I won't be able to assist Minato-sensei during the battle. Renzo affirmed with a nod. That's fine. As long as I have others to throw my kunai, that's all I need. Just focus on your preparations. Let's see this new lightning release secret technique of yours. Minato said with a warm smile. This is the only option we have. Yuhi Shinku sighed. At this point, there was no better alternative than trusting Renzo and Minato. Unless they were willing to retreat and risk disgrace for abandoning their position. All right. Everyone, move quickly. Grab a Flying Thunder God kunai from me. When the time comes, make sure to spread them out near each enemy Jonin. I'm counting on you. Everyone immediately moved to the front lines of the camp to make their final preparations. Renzo, on the other hand, looked up at the sky. The sky was filled with thick, oppressive clouds, as if a torrential storm was about to break at any moment. The heavens are on my side today. This will save me a lot of trouble. Renzo chuckled. He stepped back about 10 meters behind Minato and the others, formed several hand seals, and raised a hand. A bright blue lightning pillar shot from his fingertips into the sky, piercing through the thick clouds above. Lightning release, Chidori Conductor. Immediately, the electrical charge within the clouds started gathering towards Renzo's location, pulling the surrounding clouds in as well. The cloud cover grew denser, darkening the sky further. Even distant clouds were being drawn in by the immense charge, creating an overwhelming sense of dread. That was exactly how Asuma and the others were feeling right now. What kind of lightning release jutsu is this? It feels terrifying. Asuma muttered, sensing a deep threat from the storm overhead. And this was with Renzo suppressing the full force of the electric charge. This level of power is actually reassuring. Yuhi Shinku and Minato smiled lightly. Right now, they weren't worried about their teammates' jutsu being too powerful, only that it wouldn't be powerful enough. Move. We're close to Konoha's third defensive line. Kill them all. Kill them all. Captain, doesn't the sky look a little strange? What's strange about it? You're overthinking. Ha ha ha. We're fighting Konoha, not Kimogakure. Don't be paranoid. Minutes later, the rock ninja swarmed toward them. They're here. Now. Throw the kunai all at once. Minato roared. Whoosh. 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 In an instant, Kakashi, Yui Shinku, Obito, and the other Konoha ninja hurled their flying thunder god kunai at the incoming enemies with incredible speed. Ha ha ha. Has Konoha lost its mind? Do they think mere kunai can stop us? The rock ninja laughed as they charged forward, barely paying attention to the thrown weapons. Wait. Those aren't normal kunai. Those are. One sharp-eyed rock ninja noticed the danger and tried to warn his comrades. But it was too late. Whoosh. Minato vanished from Kakashi's side. The next moment, he appeared in front of a rock jonin, slicing the man's throat with his kunai in an instant. One down. Then he disappeared again. All the Konoha ninja could see was a golden blur flashing rapidly through the enemy ranks. Each time it appeared, another rock jonin fell, killed instantly. It's the flying thunder god. Avoid those kunai. It's too late. They're everywhere. Should we retreat? Coward. Anyone who talks about retreating will be executed on the spot. Charge. I refuse to believe that a few Konoha ninja can stop us. Minato can't ignore his comrades being attacked. Kill them. In just 2 minutes, over 20 jonin and special jonin had been slain. The rock ninja weren't idiots. Seeing their comrades fall so quickly, they immediately ordered a full charge toward Kakashi's group. In mere moments, they had closed to within 500 meters. Renzo. Are you ready yet? Seeing the rock ninja about to overwhelm them, Yui Shinku shouted in urgency. Renzo closed his eyes, expanding his sensory field. The lightning in his hand surged. Lightning release, heaven's judgment. The storm clouds above roiled violently. Countless blue lightning bolts crashed down. Under Renzo's precise control, they struck the rock ninja with pinpoint accuracy. The battlefield turned into a sea of lightning, engulfing everything within a 100-meter radius. Screams filled the air as countless rock ninja were instantly turned to charred husks. Earth release, earth wall. Earth release, moving earth core. Some quick-witted rock jonin managed to erect thick layers of earth to shield themselves and their allies, narrowly avoiding the deadly barrage. Seeing that the remaining rock ninja had either died or gone underground, Minato knew his flying thunder god technique was no longer viable. He quickly teleported back to Kakashi's side. Looking at the electrified battlefield, Minato couldn't help but glance back at Renzo, who was still focusing on his jutsu. Such terrifying lightning release mastery. No. What's even scarier is his level of control. He had seen firsthand how the lightning bolts avoided him, precisely targeting only the enemies nearby. Renzo is only 11. This level of talent makes me feel ashamed. Minato thought. Counterattack. We can't let this continue. Realizing the storm wasn't letting up, the rock commander panicked and gave the order to strike back. Chapter 65, Ain Tobirama Water Release Jutsu, Bonus. Earth Release, Underground Projection Fish Technique. Earth Release, Moving Earth Core. Earth Release, Earth Hole Cut. The surviving IWA nin quickly used their Earth Release techniques, opening underground tunnels. After regrouping, they combined their Earth Release techniques to carve through the ground, creating an enormous artificial underground passageway that rapidly extended toward Minato and his team. Of course, none of this escaped Renzo's keen perception. Minato-sensei. Retreat. The enemy is coming from underground. He immediately warned Minato and the others, stopping his lightning attack at the same time. Minato and his team instantly became alert, using the body flicker technique to retreat swiftly. Earth Release, Earth Wall. Renzo quickly formed a seal with one hand and stomped his left foot on the ground. A massive earthen wall, over 100 meters thick, shot up from the ground, carrying him more than 20 meters into the air. As expected, without an affinity for Earth Release, using these techniques drains too much chakra. It consumed nearly 3 times the chakra compared to his lightning, fire, and water techniques, and the difficulty in control was several times higher. What's Renzo planning? Minato and his team had just retreated when they noticed Renzo's movements. Exchanging glances, they leaped onto the earthen wall and stood beside him. Before they could ask, Renzo had already formed another seal. He stomped his left foot again, sending a surge of chakra into the earth beneath them. Earth Release, Swamp of the Underworld. Renzo cast the Swamp of the Underworld technique, causing the ground beneath the IWA nin to instantly soften and collapse. Not good. Get out of there, quick. The experienced jonin among the IWA nin immediately sensed the danger and gave the order. Earth Release, Mud Wall. Some tried to block the sinking mud, while others used their chakra to elevate the ground beneath them, allowing them to escape the swamp and reappear before Renzo and his team. At this point, the remaining IWA Jonin and Special Jonin numbered over 10, while the Chunin had been decimated, leaving fewer than 50. This demonstrated just how terrifying Renzo's earlier lightning attack had been, an overwhelming heaven's judgment that had wiped out scores of enemies. As the IWA Nin emerged from underground, preparing to launch an attack, Renzo gave them no chance. Taking a deep breath, he exhaled forcefully towards the battlefield. Water Release, Great Waterfall Technique. In the next moment, an enormous volume of water surged from Renzo's mouth, transformed from chakra. A torrential flood cascaded downward like an unstoppable tide, engulfing the IWA Nin beneath. Within seconds, the entire battlefield, spanning hundreds of meters, was submerged, and the water continued to expand. No. Help. I can't swim. The overwhelming flood scattered the IWA Nin, and the unfortunate ones were crushed by the swirling currents and the immense water pressure, their bodies swept away. Most of the IWA Nin were flung in all directions, struggling to stay afloat. Lightning Release, Kirin. At this moment, Renzo unleashed his final move. The remaining lightning within the storm clouds gathered into a single, monstrous entity. Roar. A massive lightning dragon's head emerged from the storm clouds above, its body crackling with intensely concentrated purple lightning. Go. With Renzo's command, the lightning dragon roared and dove from the clouds, streaking towards the flooded battlefield in an instant. ZZZZZZT. A deafening electrical crackle erupted as the lightning struck, followed by a thunderous explosion. In an instant, the entire water-covered battlefield was consumed in a sea of blue lightning. Where the Kirin landed, the highly concentrated lightning energy detonated violently, delivering a second wave of destruction to any survivors. The explosion blasted apart the water's surface, evaporating vast amounts into steam that rose into the air. Even the ground wasn't spared. A massive crater, over 100 meters in diameter, was left in the wake of the explosion. Minato. Kakashi. Obito. Kurenai. The entire group stared at the scene in stunned silence. Renzo collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, after using his sensory abilities to confirm that there were no surviving IWA Nin within several kilometers. Damn, I'm exhausted. That was insane chakra consumption. Despite possessing chakra reserves equivalent to a tenth of Shikaku's, he was nearly drained dry. The main culprit was the two powerful lightning techniques and the large-scale swamp of the underworld technique, which had consumed an enormous amount of chakra. Controlling such a vast amount of natural lightning while ensuring precise targeting required an insane amount of chakra. On top of that, Earth Release wasn't his natural affinity, meaning its chakra consumption was even greater. He had also expanded its range by infusing more chakra. Ironically, the Great Waterfall technique had consumed the least chakra, barely 1/50th of his reserves. As expected, Aqua's top-tier water element affinity is ridiculously useful. Converting and gathering water takes almost no effort. Renzo mused that he might as well call himself a sea release ninja at this point. I should find a way to exchange merit points for some high-level water release techniques. He made a mental note. Right now, he didn't have many powerful water release jutsu. Most of them were copied from Kirigakure Ninja using his Sharingan while completing missions at the Mist Village front lines. Of course, he still believed that the real water release master was the second Hokage. Techniques like water severing wave, hard whirlpool water blade, water trumpet, water dragon bullet, explosive bite of the water dragon, water colliding wave, and heavenly weeping. Sometimes, Renzo couldn't help but joke, was Tobirama sure he wasn't a Mizukage? His water release techniques were stronger than any of the actual Mizukage. HSSS. At that moment, the sound of several people sucking in cold air pulled Renzo's attention back. He looked up to see Minato and the others staring at him with complex expressions. Ah. Renzo. Renzo blinked in confusion. Minato gave him a thumbs up, smiling. That was incredible. Before, Minato thought Renzo had already grown strong. But now, he realized he had completely underestimated him. This level of ninjutsu mastery, battle strategy, and technique synchronization was something only elite jonin, or even higher-level fighters, could achieve. Heh, I'm nothing compared to you, Minato-sensei. Renzo chuckled. I saw it myself. Before I even attacked, you already took down 24 jonin, 9 special jonin, and multiple chunin. Haha. Minato laughed. That was just brute force. Your techniques were on another level. Kakashi groaned. Can you two stop complimenting each other? You're both monsters. Kakashi couldn't help but complain. He used to be hailed as Konoha's #1 genius, but now it all seemed like a load of crap. Especially you. Kakashi said, glancing at Renzo with a rare mix of admiration and jealousy. Just how much chakra do you have? I bet even Minato-sensei doesn't have as much as you. Otherwise, how could you continuously pull off such big techniques? Kakashi thought that Renzo's terrifying combat prowess wasn't just about his innate fighting talent or his extraordinary chakra control, it was all about the sheer volume of chakra he could muster. If only he had even half, no, even 1/10, of Renzo's chakra, he'd be happy for life. 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 66, The Appearance of Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. Indeed. Minato, standing to the side, nodded in agreement. I don't have nearly that much chakra. What an enviable physique. This reminded him of his girlfriend, Uzumaki Kushina. If it weren't for Renzo's clearly awakened Sharingan and his hair not being red, Minato would have seriously suspected that he was a lost member of the Uzumaki clan. His chakra reserves were simply off the charts. Most Uchiha didn't have this much chakra. Asuma was also puzzled. He remembered that Renzo never stood out for his chakra reserves before. Could awakening the Sharingan actually increase chakra reserves? Asuma muttered. That might actually be true. I've heard some of the clan members mention it before. But definitely not to the extent of this guy, Renzo. Obito chimed in from the side. At the same time, his gaze toward Renzo became even more complicated. Before, when Renzo was stronger than him, Obito could at least tell himself it was because he hadn't awakened his Sharingan yet. But now, Renzo hadn't even used his Sharingan. If I awaken my Sharingan in the future, will I really be able to compare to this monster? Obito started doubting himself. Renzo. You've really grown. Even far beyond our expectations. You're amazing. Kurenai's father, Yuhi Shinku, smiled and gave Renzo a thumbs up. Perhaps this near-death experience had given him clarity, and trusting his daughter, Kurenai, to Renzo might not be a bad choice. Such an outstanding young man would definitely take good care of his precious daughter. Thinking this, he glanced at Renzo, then at Kurenai, his expression becoming rather meaningful. Kurenai. Kurenai was completely confused by her father's strange gaze. But she didn't bother to think about it too much. She quickly ran over and sat beside Renzo, showing concern. Are you hurt? How do you feel? I'm fine. Just used up a lot of chakra, and controlling Heaven's Judgment lightning drained a lot of mental energy. I just need to rest for a bit. Renzo shook his head with a smile. At that moment, a few humanoid white figures emerged from the tree several hundred meters away from them. One of them was half black and half white. Kukuku. That was quite the earth-shattering battle. White Zetsu chuckled. Uchiha Renzo's strength far exceeded our expectations. What should we do next, Black Zetsu? Let's report this to Madara first. He'll decide the next course of action. Let's move. Black Zetsu ordered. With that, they sank back into the tree trunks and disappeared from the area. As they moved underground, Black Zetsu mused, something about that Uchiha brat feels off. It's as if getting too close to him would be dangerous. I hope it's just my imagination. Uchiha Renzo was the only person Black Zetsu couldn't fully understand. Meanwhile, back in the clearing, Renzo and Kurenai briefly paused in their conversation. They're gone. Renzo thought to himself. What's wrong? Kurenai noticed and asked immediately. Nothing. Renzo shook his head slightly, then continued chatting with her. Minato and the others, meanwhile, started cleaning up the battlefield. Once reinforcements arrived, they would have to take over, and they couldn't leave things in complete disarray. Looks like Zetsu and Madara are watching even more closely now. I need to find a way to drag Madara out into the sunlight. Staying cooped up underground all the time can't be good for his skin. And I need to cut off his life support if possible. Send him off to the Pure Land to reunite with the first Hokage. Renzo mused to himself. Being watched by these shadowy enemies was getting on his nerves. Come to think of it, my performance this time might have been too much. The third Hokage and Danzo will probably be restless again. Just thinking about it gave Renzo a headache. He didn't intend to show off this much. But if he hadn't stepped in, Kurenai and the others might not have survived. I really don't get why the third Hokage would send Asuma on what seemed like a suicide mission. Did he trust Minato's ability to save them? Renzo couldn't figure it out. Thankfully, with his current strength, he didn't have to fear the third Hokage or Danzo anymore. They'd just have to wait and see who would come out on top. The western border of the Land of Fire, somewhere underground. Black and White Zetsu returned and reported everything about Uchiha Renzo, Namikaze Minato, and the others to the elderly and frail-looking Uchiha Madara. Oh. After hearing about Renzo's performance, Madara was slightly surprised. A Uchiha prodigy like that still exists. That's unexpected. Reaching such a level without even using the Sharingan. Even in my era, he would have been considered a genius. Do you think he can be controlled? Black and White Zetsu exchanged glances. White Zetsu shook his head. I wouldn't recommend trying. That kid doesn't seem easy to fool. Agreed. He's too rational. Too smart. He looks dangerous, another White Zetsu added. Black Zetsu also nodded. I wouldn't recommend it either. That kid gives off a dangerous feeling. Plus, he doesn't seem to have any weaknesses we can exploit. He has good relationships with his teammates and teacher, but he's nothing like Obito, who's blindly loyal and willing to sacrifice everything. This kid is calculating. As for the dangerous feeling Renzo gave him, Black Zetsu didn't mention it to Madara. After all, he was still playing the role of Madara's will incarnate, and there were some things he simply couldn't reveal. Is that so? Madara nodded, fell silent for a moment, then decided, then let's arrange a chance for me to personally eliminate him as soon as possible. I don't want him to become a problem in the future. But before that, I'll use Uchiha Obito for my next phase. He'll be easier to manipulate, sentimental, impulsive, and easier to control. His time was running out. Even with the ghetto statue keeping him alive, he wouldn't last much longer. And he, the great Uchiha Madara, refused to spend the rest of his days hiding in a dark cave like a cowardly schemer. Dominating the battlefield was his true nature. Understood. Black and White Zetsu acknowledged his orders and started putting various plans into motion. Hashirama, we'll be seeing each other soon. Deep in the underground chamber, Madara reminisced about the times he spent with his old rival, Senju Hashirama. Konoha, Hokage's office. Bang. What? The reports say Minato single-handedly wiped out dozens of IWA jounin. And Uchiha Renzo unleashed such powerful jutsu that it nearly wiped out half of Iwa's remaining forces. The third Hokage slammed his desk in shock. Yes, Lord Hokage, the Umbu operative confirmed. We have verified this information multiple times with the frontline Umbu operatives. The reports are consistent. The third Hokage fell silent. All right, you're dismissed. After the Umbu left, Danzo stepped out of the shadows, his face serious. Hiruzen, we can't let Uchiha Renzo continue growing stronger and gaining more merit. Hiruzen frowned. What do you propose? He's already grown too strong to deal with easily. He had underestimated Renzo. Who could have predicted that in just 1 year, this young Uchiha would rise to such a level? His power was already on par with the Kage level, and not just any Kage. He had been hiding his true strength all along. Chapter 67, Danzo, Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Hiruzen had to admit, he had underestimated this brat before. Thankfully, for now, he hadn't fallen out with Uchiha Renzo. Besides, Asuma and Renzo got along well, which made him feel like he still had some control over Renzo, at least to a certain extent. So, he still hesitated. Due to the Third Great Ninja War, Konoha had been fighting against 4 major forces at once. While they had managed to stabilize the situation, the losses were devastating. Many shinobi perished, leaving countless families without their protectors or heirs. Some smaller clans were completely wiped out, losing both their lineage and hope for the future. The villagers' and clans' resentment toward him as Hokage only continued to grow. With no one else to blame, they directed their anger at the one in charge. It was his failure, wasn't it? He hadn't led them well enough. He hadn't governed Konoha properly. He hadn't protected the lives and interests of the people. Hiruzen felt exhausted. He could already foresee it, even if Konoha emerged victorious from this war, he would likely have to step down as Hokage. Danzo had taken the blame for many things over the years, but this time, the burden was simply not suitable. Only he, the Hokage, could carry it. At least, that's how he saw it. Even though the war wasn't his fault. Within the village, numerous factions, including some shinobi clans, Danzo, and even Orochimaru, had their eyes on the Hokage's seat. But Hiruzen still felt young. He believed he could lead for another 20 years. How could he just give up power so easily? Power was a drug. It corroded the soul. Hiruzen was already addicted beyond saving. To ensure he could maintain control, he had prepared multiple backup plans. Minato was one. Uchiha Renzo and Asuma were another. Of course, Asuma was still too young. His eldest son, Sarutobi Shinosuke, was his primary bet. Unfortunately, Shinosuke simply wasn't at the same level as Minato or Orochimaru. Back to the matter at hand. Danzo firmly stated, hand him over to me. I'll take him into root. Don't you believe that I can discipline him properly? No. After thinking it through, Hiruzen shook his head. I value him highly. If he needs to be watched, it will be done by me, the Hokage. More importantly, Hiruzen didn't trust Danzo. Danzo had always coveted the Hokage position, how could Hiruzen not be aware? Especially recently, when Danzo had been stirring things up behind the scenes, fanning the flames of resentment toward him. Handing Renzo over to Danzo. That would be like arming an enemy. Besides, even if Hiruzen agreed, he doubted Renzo would submit so easily. Asuma had spoken a lot about Renzo. Not that Hiruzen hadn't asked, he had been actively trying to understand the boy. After all, over the past year, he had personally witnessed Asuma's growth. He had to admit, assigning Asuma to Renzo's squad had been a good decision. With Renzo's guidance, Asuma had matured a lot, both in strength and mindset. He was no longer as reckless as before. As his father, Hiruzen felt gratified. As for the Uchiha, he was wary of them, of course. But he still hoped to integrate them into the village. Weaken them first, then bring them in. That was his current plan. Unlike Danzo, who simply wanted to eradicate them altogether. Danzo scowled. If you could control him, he wouldn't have grown so strong under your nose. That brat's power might already rival ours. Are you sure you can keep him in check, Hiruzen? Hiruzen had always been like this, always keeping the best things for himself, never sharing with Danzo. And yet, Danzo had done so much for Konoha. For Hiruzen. He had made countless sacrifices. I believe I can. And besides, he hasn't lost control yet. He hasn't done anything to harm the village, has he? We can't punish someone who hasn't committed a crime. Hiruzen refuted Danzo's words with righteousness. In short, he wasn't handing Renzo over. You. Danzo was momentarily speechless. He knew he couldn't take Renzo from Hiruzen now, so he changed his approach. Then at the very least, he needs to be recalled from the front lines immediately. We can't let him keep gaining achievements out there. If his reputation in the village grows too much, he might overshadow you as Hokage. If the people start rallying behind him as the next Hokage, it'll be too late. Danzo wasn't wrong. If the entire village was united in their will, even Hiruzen and Danzo wouldn't be able to stop it. Renzo wasn't alone, he had the backing of the Uchiha, Konoha's strongest clan. His squad leader was Yuhi Shinku, a well-respected jonin with his own influence. He also had good relationships with Kakashi and Namikaze Minato. If Renzo gained enough merit and recognition, he could indeed become Hokage. Even as a Uchiha. Hiruzen and Danzo both recognized this danger. So, without hesitation, Hiruzen agreed. That much is fine. I'll issue the order to recall his team. Besides, Yuhi Shinku is still injured, he needs time to recover. The IWA front is stable. Minato's team is enough to handle things there. He planned to sideline Renzo for a while, at least until he could fully control him. Besides, keeping Asuma on the front lines was worrisome. Last time, he had no choice due to lack of manpower. If Renzo was sent, he couldn't just keep Asuma back, that would have angered the villagers even more. Now that Asuma had survived, Hiruzen could use him as proof of his dedication to the village. See. Even my own son was sent to the most dangerous missions. What more do you want? He believed this would help restore some of his tarnished reputation. Good. I'll take my leave then. Danzo turned to go but paused at the door. Are you sure you won't reconsider handing Renzo over to me? Not happening. I trust that I can handle it. Hiruzen remained expressionless. Humph. Hiruzen, you'll regret this. Danzo snorted, slamming his cane against the floor as he left. Everyone wants me to step down, but none of them see how much I've done for Konoha. After Danzo left, Hiruzen sighed wearily, then penned the recall order. Within 2 days, Renzo's team received the summons. What does it say? Asuma asked curiously. See for yourself, Renzo said, tossing him the letter. Asuma read it and exploded. What? We're being recalled. The front lines are still tense, what the hell is the old man thinking? Yuhi Shinku patted his shoulder. Orders are orders. Let's get moving. He knew exactly what was going on. He just didn't want Renzo and Asuma to get dragged into Konoha's political mess too soon. They were still just kids, after all. Chapter 68, Orochimaru's Secret Deal. That's right. Sensei is absolutely right. Renzo also chimed in, we can't disobey orders. Besides, the front lines of the IWA Nin battlefield have stabilized. Reinforcements have arrived, and with Orochimaru-sama and Minato-sensei there, things shouldn't go wrong. Kurenai added, Asuma. Stop being so stubborn. Fine. Asuma sighed in frustration, reluctantly nodding in agreement. But he still muttered under his breath, but once I get back, I'm definitely going to have a word with him. If I don't get a proper explanation, he can forget about convincing me. Humph. Yeah, whatever you say, Renzo shrugged. After all, this was just a father-son issue between Asuma and the third Hokage. There was no way the third would actually beat Asuma to death, right? After that, Renzo and his team went to inform Minato and the recently arrived reinforcements led by Fushi. I see, Minato said with a regretful sigh. I was actually planning on having you join me on the next important mission, Renzo. With you, the success rate would have been much higher. Now I'll have to figure out an alternative. It wasn't that Minato didn't understand the deeper implications behind this sudden recall order. He may not have much experience with internal politics, but he wasn't naive either. That being said, he wasn't in a position to interfere in such matters right now. All right. But Minato-sensei, be careful. And Kakashi, Rin, Obito, you guys too. Renzo stepped forward and patted each of them on the shoulder, discreetly infusing a small trace of chakra into them. Well, except for Minato, there was no way he could plant a failsafe on someone as sharp as him. Not to mention, with his Flying Thunder God technique, Minato didn't really need it. Orochimaru, however, seemed to have noticed something, a flicker of intrigue flashing through his snake-like eyes. We're off. See you again. With that, Renzo and his team turned to leave. Orochimaru, oddly enough, followed them out of the tent, walking alongside Renzo. In a low, raspy voice, he murmured, Renzo-kun, don't slack off once you get back. Our agreement still stands. I hope that next time, you'll bring me a surprise. As for the materials you requested, once you return to Konoha, summon the White Snake. It will guide you to one of my bases where you can collect them. You're free to use the equipment there as well. I have high expectations for you. That's right. Unbeknownst to the others, Renzo had secretly formed an alliance with Orochimaru. Over the past 4 days, Renzo had presented him with half of a genetic research document as a bargaining chip, securing an agreement for collaboration. According to their deal, in exchange for a complete version of the genetic research and assistance in an experiment related to Hashirama's cells, Renzo would receive the Flying Thunder God technique, 10 samples of Hashirama's cells, and a summoning contract with Ryuchi Cave's snake. If things went smoothly, future collaborations were certainly on the table. Of course, the Hashirama cells he'd receive weren't the original, pure ones, those were in Danzo's possession. The ones Orochimaru had were samples obtained from Danzo, unable to proliferate infinitely but still incredibly valuable. Renzo nodded slightly. Of course, Orochimaru-sama. I won't let you down. Until next time. Satisfied, Orochimaru stopped following them. Renzo and the others quickly picked up their pace, heading back toward Konoha. What were you talking about with Orochimaru? Since when did you start getting involved with him? Asuma asked curiously as they traveled. Kids shouldn't ask too many questions, Renzo grinned mischievously. Asuma's eye twitched. You bastard. You can be so irritating sometimes. Fine, don't tell me. I don't even care. Anything involving Orochimaru can't be anything good anyway. It was obvious Asuma didn't have a good impression of Orochimaru, he was even a little afraid of him. Renzo-kun, Orochimaru-sama feels dangerous. You should be careful, Kurenai warned softly. Yeah, she's right, added Yuhi Shinku. All right, Renzo waved dismissively. I'm not an idiot. It's just a simple deal. I'm helping him with a bit of research. Lately, I've been interested in genetics. That's all. Seriously, did he look that easy to manipulate? If he and Orochimaru ever came into conflict, who would come out on top was still up for debate. And besides, why was Orochimaru's reputation already so bad? His human experiments hadn't even been exposed yet. Maybe it was just because he had such a creepy face. Genetics. What's that? Asuma asked, looking lost. To be fair, it wasn't just him, both Kurenai and Shinku looked equally confused. After all, the concept of genetics didn't even exist in the shinobi world yet. Renzo had essentially invented the term. Even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. Just focus on running, Renzo said dismissively. Oh, and once we're back, I'll be holding the second round of training for you and Kurenai. Your progress is too slow. If you can't even protect yourselves, don't expect to be of any help to me. The future is full of danger, and you need to at least be able to survive. Asuma. Kurenai. Shinku. The three of them fell into silence, feeling a mix of frustration and shame. For Asuma and Kurenai, it was the sting of falling behind. For Shinku, it was pure embarrassment. This was supposed to be his job as their sensei, yet Renzo was the one handling it better than him. Am I even needed as their teacher anymore? Shinku couldn't help but wonder. After 6 days of travel, they finally arrived back in Konoha, weary but unharmed. Upon their return, they were immediately summoned to the Hokage's office. Renzo, you're back. The third Hokage stood up warmly to greet them, his face full of relief. It's good to see you all safe. I was really worried about you. I feel terrible about sending you on such a dangerous mission. But at the time, I had no other choice. There was no one else available. Thankfully, you all made it back safely. From now on, take a good long break. I'm granting your team a 6-month leave. No missions for the next half year. After that, we'll see where we stand. Even Renzo felt a bit uncomfortable with how overly friendly the third was acting. As for Kurenai, Asuma, and Shinku, they were even more unsettled. As for the so-called 6-month vacation, Renzo had already anticipated this when he first received the recall order. So he wasn't surprised, he simply played along, pretending to be delighted. After all, isn't that how any normal kid would react to getting a long break? So this is the third's plan. Shinku sighed internally. Was he really resorting to political suppression against a kid? Even though he had expected this, it was still disappointing. Chapter 69, Flying Thunder God and Hard Whirlpool Water Blade. We have no objections. Renzo added, perfect timing. We were already planning an intensive training session for Kurenai and Asuma. This mission revealed quite a few weaknesses, and we all agree it's necessary to improve. Oh. The third Hokage raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. He glanced at Asuma. Is that so? Humph. Asuma lifted his chin proudly. Of course. Renzo thinks Kurenai and I are too weak, so he volunteered to train us. This isn't even the first time. Old man, you're so annoying. The third Hokage. Why did this brat come back even more rebellious than before? Wait a second. Noticing the clear dissatisfaction in Asuma's eyes, the third Hokage suddenly understood. So, he's upset because I pulled them back from the front lines. Hey, ungrateful brat. Others would kill for the chance to step away and rest in times like these. Not knowing how good they have it. The front lines aren't some playground, one wrong step, and you're dead. But overall, these kids are rather promising. The stronger Asuma gets, the better. If he's willing to accept Renzo's training, that's a good thing. Besides, Renzo's training methods have proven effective. The third Hokage shot Renzo a grateful glance. Then I'll have to trouble you, Renzo. Take care of Asuma for me. Suddenly, the third Hokage's mood brightened. Oh, it's nothing. Renzo waved his hand modestly. You're too kind, Lord Hokage. As teammates, it's my responsibility. Afterward, the third Hokage chatted with Renzo and the others for a while, discussing the recent battle. At the same time, he subtly probed Renzo with carefully worded questions. But from what he could tell, Renzo was still the same, a loyal young man with the will of fire, unchanged in his beliefs. Oh, right. After some thought, the third Hokage decided to keep Renzo behind for a private conversation. You performed exceptionally well this time. Your current rank is Jonin, so promoting you further isn't feasible for now. Instead, I've decided to reward you with 2 jutsu from the Scroll of Seals. Take a look and see if anything interests you. With that, the third Hokage retrieved a massive scroll from a nearby room, unrolling a section before Renzo to let him choose. This was both a gesture of goodwill and a test. People often reveal their true nature when faced with great temptation, especially children like Renzo. Even if there were no issues, the jutsu he picked would give the third Hokage insight into his thoughts and personality. Besides, Renzo's contributions were undeniable. If the village didn't reward him properly, people would be disheartened, and it would reflect poorly on the Hokage himself. Compared to giving him power, the third Hokage preferred giving him jutsu. Building a bond through personal favors was the right call. Renzo could sense the Hokage's change in attitude. If the initial warmth was mostly an act, about 99% performance, then now, at least 30% was genuine. Not bad. After scanning the Scroll of Seals, Renzo made his decision. Then, I'll choose the Flying Thunder God technique and water release, Hard Whirlpool Water Blade. Would that be alright, Lord Hokage? For clarification, the scroll was densely packed with seals, and he could only see a directory and brief descriptions. That was to be expected, something this important would be heavily guarded. Renzo couldn't help but recall the scene from the original story where Naruto stole the scroll so easily. What a joke. Only Naruto, a clueless kid, believed he could do it. Also, even though Renzo had already acquired the Flying Thunder God technique from his dealings with Orochimaru, he still chose it from the Scroll of Seals. Why? So he could use it openly in the future. This way, he could mask his instantaneous movement under the guise of the Flying Thunder God. As for whether he could learn it, Renzo was confident. His advanced spatial awareness, enhanced by his other abilities, gave him an edge. And even if he struggled, eventually, there would be other Renzos with strong spatial talents, right? Oh. The third Hokage was surprised by his choices. I recall you have lightning and fire affinities, yet you chose a water release technique. And the Flying Thunder God. I assume you got interested after seeing Minato use it. I should warn you, this jutsu is extremely difficult and requires extraordinary talent. To this day, only the second Hokage and Minato have ever mastered it. Are you sure about this? The third Hokage had expected Renzo to go for some flashy forbidden jutsu. But this? Hey, just a kid after all. Sees something cool and wants to learn it. Classic. Yes, I'm sure. Renzo nodded firmly. I recently discovered I have a natural talent for water release, so this jutsu is a great fit. As for the flying thunder god. Renzo scratched his head with a grin. Heh. Yeah, I admit, I was inspired by Minato-sensei's use of it. Especially when he saved my sensei with it. I just thought, if I could learn it, I'd be able to protect my teammates, my teacher, and my loved ones better. A flawless answer. I see. Then I approve. The third Hokage nodded with a smile. At the same time, he offered one last piece of advice. Just keep in mind, this jutsu is extremely challenging, and even with your talent, there's no guarantee you'll master it. Don't push yourself too hard, and don't feel pressured, no one will judge you if you can't learn it. It sounded like encouragement. But for a proud, competitive genius, it was a challenge. A subtle way of nudging him into investing a lot of time into training it. Was this the Hokage's intention? The third Hokage was always balancing between controlling and nurturing talents. Renzo briefly considered this before dismissing the thought. It didn't matter. You may not take the scroll with you. You have 2 hours per jutsu, for a total of 4 hours. Make the most of it. The third Hokage then unlocked the seals, revealing the contents of the jutsu. Renzo immediately sat down and began reading with full concentration. The Hokage chuckled silently. Heh, 4 hours. He'll be lucky if he can memorize even part of it. 4 hours later. Renzo hadn't moved an inch, engrossed the entire time. This kid's discipline is truly impressive. If only Asuma had half his diligence, but at least he's improving under Renzo's influence. Lord Hokage. I've finished. Thank you again. Oh. Already. The third Hokage smiled warmly. No need to thank me. Just continue serving the village well. Now go get some lunch before you starve. And I told you, call me Uncle Hokage. Yes. Uncle Hokage. See you later. With that, he left as it was time for the Renzo's group to meet. Chapter 70, Water Breathing plus Water Magic equals Magic Swordsman. When things are good, I can call you Uncle. But it's bad, it's Hokage-sama, huh? Heh. Thinking about it, Renzo smirked inwardly with a cold laugh. The third Hokage was really pragmatic. But it didn't matter. Even a 6-month vacation was fine with him. In fact, he welcomed it. It gave him the perfect opportunity to train and conduct research. Who knows? In 6 months, he might be strong enough to completely disregard and surpass the third, Danzo, and the others. In the consciousness space. After dinner, Uchiha Renzo entered the space. Yo. Just you two here? As soon as he stepped in, he saw Pirate Renzo and Hero Renzo. Walking up to them, he casually put an arm around each of their shoulders, instantly receiving their memories and new insights from the past few days. Hero Renzo. Uchiha Renzo was clearly used to this, it wasn't his first time doing it. What, is memory sharing the new way to say hello now? After absorbing the memories, Uchiha Renzo raised an eyebrow and let go, sitting on a nearby chair before looking at Hero Renzo in surprise. Wait, you're planning to take Kazuma Satu as your apprentice? Aren't you afraid he'll ruin your reputation? Right now, things were fine. But later? Who knows when that guy might screw things up? And when he does, as Satu Kazuma's master, Hero Renzo would have to take the fall too. After all, if the apprentice is like that, what does that say about the master? No way. I didn't take him as my apprentice. Don't talk nonsense. Hero Renzo quickly waved his hands. I just taught him the water-breathing technique in some sword forms, that's all. I even made it very clear, he's absolutely not allowed to call me sensei anymore. I was super careful, okay. Besides, my main goal was to test out what Demon Slayer Renzo said about combining water magic with water breathing. If it worked, he might be able to develop a training method for a true magic swordsman. And after that, the various breathing techniques from the Demon Slayer world would have enormous potential. Uchiha Renzo rolled his eyes. And yet, you've spent almost an entire week playing around. You didn't take any adventure quests, didn't level up, and didn't learn new skills either. I was hoping you'd pick up some useful skills. Some skills are best acquired as early as possible, like Knight's physical growth skill. It required constant training to improve. People say it has limited potential and weakens later on, but that's not necessarily for the Renzo group. Since they could fuse with new versions of themselves to enhance both their physical and mental potential, physical growth might be far more effective than usual. Higher potential means faster and stronger growth, right? Hey, I was just waiting for my test subject. You expect me to experiment on myself? Skill points are precious, okay. Hero Renzo spread his hands helplessly. Besides, some key characters still hadn't shown up in Axel yet. Like Megumin, Darkness, and Chris. Megumin should be appearing soon, though. Once Kazuma finishes testing the combination of water breathing and water magic, I'll start learning more skills myself. It shouldn't be long now. That guy's been suffering a lot, but he's making good progress. Speaking of this, Hero Renzo smirked mischievously. Fair enough. Uchiha Renzo nodded. Since Hero Renzo had chosen the adventurer class, he had access to a wide variety of skills, but each skill point was incredibly valuable. And there was no refund or reset function, so careful planning was necessary. Honestly, you should just turn him into a full-time test subject. He's an adventurer, which makes him the perfect tool for learning new skills first. Pirate Renzo suggested with a grin. If you're gonna use him, go all the way. After all, Kazuma wouldn't exactly be losing out, right? This was a skill growth path designed and optimized by an entire team of Renzos. Maybe there were some pitfalls along the way, but it was definitely better than the chaotic mess he had in the original story. If he weren't the protagonist, he'd have died 100 times already. Actually, even as the protagonist, he still died a ton of times. Electrocution, strangulation, being dissolved by a poison slime, you can name your method. Heh, I was already planning on it. Hero Renzo smirked deviously. Great minds think alike. Uchiha Renzo chuckled before turning to Pirate Renzo. What about you? How's it going? Is fantasy creation useful? How's your yacht project coming along? He hadn't thoroughly reviewed Pirate Renzo's memories yet. If he checked everything, there'd be nothing left to talk about. Ugh, don't even mention it. Pirate Renzo waved a hand in frustration. I spent days following Gundam Renzo's blueprint and created the yacht, but I still need Apocalypse Renzo's AI system. And that guy hasn't shown up in days. No idea what he's up to. Maybe he's building his own aircraft and has already set off for some other country. Just be patient. Uchiha Renzo reassured him. With his vacation from the third Hokage, he planned to focus more on researching bloodline limits, analyzing the Sharingan, and studying the Uchiha clan's genetics. Unlocking his full potential and enhancing his Sharingan should be entirely possible. Though he hadn't awakened the Mangekyo yet, he could feel something brewing inside his eyes. His spiritual energy and physique were continuously evolving, steadily strengthening his ocular powers. He wasn't in a rush. He wanted to see the difference between a naturally developed Mangekyo and one awakened through extreme emotional stimulation. Hope so. Pirate Renzo shrugged. Just then, light footsteps echoed from a nearby corridor. The three Renzos turned their heads expectantly. Oh. Just you guys here. A fluffy Eevee emerged, casually raising a paw in greeting. TCH. Pirate Renzo clicked his tongue in disappointment. It's just Eevee. I thought we had a new member. What a letdown. WTF. Eevee's fur bristled as it leapt onto the table, staring Pirate Renzo down with narrowed eyes. What's that supposed to mean? You looking down on me? Pirate Renzo. Huh? How did that even turn into an insult? Did you eat gunpowder or something? Pirate Renzo looked exasperated. Today's Eevee was particularly aggressive. Eevee snorted. None of your business. With that, it tapped all three Renzos on the shoulder, instantly sharing the new memories and skills. After completing the memory sharing process, Eevee took a moment to digest the new information and then looked at Uchiha Renzo with some surprise. Whoa. You really pulled off something big this time. Your strength has already reached this level. What a shame that the deciphering of ninjutsu hand seals isn't complete yet. Otherwise, we'd be having the time of our lives. And by the way, Flying Thunder God, pretty solid. Keep it up. Looking at all the insane new abilities, lightning release, fire release, even water and earth release, Eevee couldn't help but feel envious. If it could use those skills, its battle capabilities would become even more diverse, making it stronger and more well-rounded. Yeah, this is seriously impressive. Pirate Renzo gave Uchiha Renzo a thumbs up. If I get the chance, I'd love to get my hands on the Rumble fruit and see if I can fully analyze it. Then, with fantasy creation, I might be able to create a perfected version of it. If we could combine Rumble fruit with lightning release, that would be insane. You should probably drop that idea, Hero Renzo said, rolling his eyes. Just the sheer amount of mental energy needed to copy a single Rumble fruit would be absolutely terrifying, let alone an upgraded version. If we ever reach a point where we have that much mental power, we probably wouldn't even need devil fruits anymore. Pirate Renzo. It felt like a bucket of cold water had just been dumped on him, but he couldn't deny that it made a lot of sense. Chapter 71, Reaching the Umbrella Corporation. Are we just going to give up like this? The devil fruits are some of the most valuable things in my world. Pirate Renzo asked the group, unwilling to let go so easily. There was no way they could just ignore devil fruits forever, right? That would be a huge waste. We still need to study them, Uchiha Renzo said. What if the energy consumption isn't as high as we expected? Besides, I strongly suspect that many Logia and Paramecia-type devil fruits are actually fragments of some rules. Their value might be even greater than we imagined. Let's collect some and research them first. Eating them is out of the question. At least not until we've perfected our understanding of them. If we must, we can start with Zoan types first. At the very least, we should understand the basic principles and external nature of devil fruits before taking any risks. Also, speaking of timing, Vegapunk and Caesar Clown might still be in Punk Hazard, researching artificial devil fruits. If we get the chance, we should check it out. If things don't work out, we can always wait. We wait until Vegapunk and the world government abandon their research, then get the relevant technology from Caesar Clown. Also, we could make a move on the Vinsmoke family as well. Of course, all of this depended on whether Pirate Renzo was strong enough. Pirate Renzo nodded. It's doable. But I'll wait until I fully master Haki first. My teacher refuses to teach me no matter what. He sighed, feeling helpless. He was certain that Koshiro's family, who had come from Wano to the East Blue, possessed training methods for observation and armament Haki. But when he tried asking Koshiro twice, the men just brushed him off, telling him to explore the world on his own. Renzo understood Koshiro's intentions. It wasn't that he was stingy or unwilling to share. He was simply worried that if Renzo learned too early, he would become overconfident and recklessly rush into the Grand Line or even the New World. In Koshiro's eyes, Renzo was still just an 11-year-old kid. Allowing him to wander around the East Blue was already the limit of what he could tolerate. He didn't want his talented disciple to meet an early end due to arrogance and recklessness. Do as you like. Uchiha Renzo nodded, then turned to Eevee. I need you to get me the technology for Pokemon World Space Backpacks and Space Wristbands as soon as possible. Also, bring me the technical principles of Pokeballs. I want to see if I can combine these with sealing techniques to create spatial equipment. Without some kind of spatial storage, he felt inconvenienced. Storage scrolls were an option, but they were small and expensive. Huh. Eevee was momentarily stunned. You're giving me way too much credit. The technology for space backpacks and space wristbands is controlled by top corporations in that world. Getting it won't be easy. Give me more time. However, I should be able to get the Pokeball technology soon. The most advanced Pokeball technology was difficult to obtain, but getting standard or luxury Pokeballs was still within reach. All right. Just do your best and prioritize your safety. Uchiha Renzo nodded. Eevee, however, was curious. If you want to merge sealing techniques with spatial equipment, wouldn't you need advanced sealing knowledge? That won't be easy to come by, right? The only two sources available to you right now are Uzumaki Kushina and Orochimaru. Given Uchiha Renzo's relationship with Minato, he might be able to learn a bit. But ultimately, his status as an Uchiha was a limiting factor. Luckily, Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mikoto seemed to have a good relationship. If he tried hard enough, there might be a chance. As for Orochimaru, that was simpler. As long as Orochimaru had the knowledge, Renzo could simply trade him some advanced genetic research data in exchange. The only concern was whether Orochimaru had a complete collection of sealing techniques. That's not a problem. I can handle it. Uchiha Renzo waved it off and then turned to Eevee. Also, I'm going to start researching the Flying Thunder God technique soon. While I'm at it, I'll look into a way to merge it with psychic teleportation. You should study it too. Try to see if we can develop a psychic-based Flying Thunder God technique, essentially, a pinpoint spatial teleportation skill. No problem. Eevee nodded repeatedly. Even if you didn't mention it, I was already planning on doing that. They all understood this would be a great enhancement to psychic teleportation. Since ninjutsu wasn't universally applicable across different worlds, it made sense to reverse engineer it and integrate the concepts into skills that could function everywhere. High School of the Dead plus Resident Evil crossover. Phew. Finally done. Now, let's head out. Looking at the elegant, advanced aircraft in front of him, 12 meters L x 3 meters W x 3 meters H, Apocalypse Renzo clapped the dust off his hands, satisfied with his work. After a quick wash-up, he called for Siko, Shizuka, and Rika to get ready for departure. As they stepped into the aircraft, Minami Rika's eyes widened in amazement. This thing is even more advanced than I imagined. Can I pilot it? She asked eagerly. As a woman obsessed with collecting firearms, she was naturally fascinated by this high-tech aircraft. Even now, she was still in awe that Renzo had somehow created such an advanced flying machine out of thin air. This little guy was becoming more and more mysterious. Seeing her itching to take control, Renzo quickly shook his head. Not this time. I'll build a simulation cockpit next time so you can practice first. He wasn't about to risk everyone's lives. For the record, he had rescued Minami Rika 5 days ago when the airport was on the verge of collapse. Maybe she had seen through the selfish nature of those she was supposed to protect, or maybe she just felt she had fulfilled her duty. Either way, this time, she didn't refuse his offer to join him. TCH. Fine, whatever. Next time, then, she pouted, crossing her arms. As she sat down, her posture highlighted her impressive figure. Rika exuded a unique mix of elegance and wild beauty. With her tanned skin, any Renzo would definitely have a soft spot for her type. Soon, the ground in the backyard of Renzo's estate began to sink about half a meter before splitting apart and retracting to the sides in a sci-fi-like manner. At the same time, the aircraft slowly rose on a circular platform, emerging above ground. To facilitate takeoff and landing, Renzo had modified both the backyard and his underground base. Fantasy creation truly was amazing. If he had to rely on traditional construction or machinery, this project would have been a massive undertaking. And given that the entirety of Tokunosu City, perhaps even all of Japan, was in complete chaos, such a task would have been outright impossible. Alright, we're off. Buckle up. Feeling a bit excited, Renzo activated the aircraft's optical stealth mode and piloted it into the air, setting course for America. The aircraft was built using technology from the Gundam universe, making it incredibly advanced. The trip from Japan to Raccoon City took less than 4 hours. We should be close. Using the onboard radar system, Renzo quickly locked onto Umbrella Corporation's base in Raccoon City. However, he didn't fly the aircraft directly into the city. Instead, he landed in a secluded area on the outskirts. After locking down the aircraft system permissions, he stood up and addressed Seiko and the others. The place is crawling with zombies, and Umbrella surveillance AI is everywhere. It's too dangerous. You all stay here, I'll be back soon. Before they could even protest, he teleported away in a flash of light. Shwoop. Minami Rika. Shizuka Marikawa. What the heck? How could Renzo-chan just ditch us like that? I was looking forward to exploring Raccoon City. Shizuka pouted in disappointment. Are you serious? Minami Rika, already frustrated by Renzo's sudden departure, looked at her friend in disbelief. Did you not hear what he said? Raccoon City is overrun with zombies. It's complete chaos. Why would you want to go sightseeing in a place like that? Did she want to watch zombies eat people? Or was she planning to offer herself as their next meal? Honestly, sometimes Rika wanted to crack open Shizuka's head just to see what the hell was inside. It was probably filled with nothing but nonsense. Feeling annoyed, Rika reached out and pinched Shizuka's cheeks, stretching and tugging at them to vent her frustration. MMMHH. Shizuka struggled, her words muffled by Rika's grip. He. Seiko chuckled softly. Renzo is only thinking about our safety. Don't be mad. Just wait here patiently. I'm sure he won't take too long. If you really want to explore, we can visit other cities that haven't been overrun yet. Even in Japan, not every city had completely fallen. And the same went for America. But it was only a matter of time. Too many forces were pulling strings behind the scenes. P.S. Leave some stones for this book. Also, you can support me and read 80 advanced chapters at patreon.com/_coreal. Chapter 72, Red Queen left speechless. Alright. Since Seiko had spoken, what else could the others say? Come to think of it, even though Seiko was the youngest among the 3 women, she was actually the main wife of this guy, Renzo. Shizuka Marikawa was out of the question, her intelligence level made it seem like she had the mind of a 10-year-old. Rika, on the other hand, hadn't fully given herself to Renzo yet. But at this rate, it was only a matter of time. Given the current state of the world and her own belief in the rule of the strong, she was just hesitating over minor details at this point. Meanwhile, Renzo teleported straight into Umbrella's base. Looks like we're already in Resident Evil 2's timeline. Using his mental perception, he scanned the base and saw numerous zombie corpses, along with the bodies of some Umbrella mercenaries. Seeing nothing valuable on them, Renzo used this place as a transition point. With a single thought, he teleported again, appearing hundreds of meters underground at the base's lowest level. His sudden arrival immediately alerted the real Albert Weskier and the AI, Red Queen. Who are you? How did you get here? Could it be that you have mastered spatial technology? A holographic projection of the Red Queen appeared, hitting Renzo with a rapid-fire series of questions. She was visibly shaken. Just a moment ago, she had seen Renzo through the upper-level cameras, and the next instant, he was already here. Weskier, also alarmed, stepped out of a nearby room. Taking one look at Renzo, he turned to the Red Queen and questioned, Red Queen. Why didn't you warn me about the intruder in advance? Have you identified him yet? Then, before Red Queen could respond, Weskier adjusted his sunglasses, gave Renzo a disdainful glance, and said coldly, "You shouldn't be here." Renzo found it extremely annoying that Weskier was trying to act cool in front of him. Because, Red Queen was about to respond. Swoosh. But Renzo had no patience to listen. He teleported right in front of Weskier, swung his hand, and unleashed a sharp sword energy slash. Splurt. Weskier's head flew into the air, blood splattering everywhere. Some of it was even headed toward Renzo, but he effortlessly blocked it with a psychic barrier. Not a single drop landed on him, staying clean was important. Weskier. His severed head hit the ground, his expression still frozen in shock and fury. Oh. Just to be sure, Renzo focused his mind and used telekinesis to wrap Weskier's remains up tightly. Crack. 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 He compressed the body into a pulp before casually tossing it aside. Red Queen. Are all people this decisive nowadays? No talking, just instant kills. Hiss. Hiss. At that moment, 2 cryogenic pods opened with a mechanical hiss. Renzo turned to see Dr. Alexander Isaac sitting up from one of the pods, looking around in confusion. His eyes finally landed on Renzo. His gaze immediately sharpened. Who are you? Where is Weskier? Oh, over there. Renzo helpfully pointed at the puddle of blood and mashed flesh in the distance. Isaacs. Are you seriously telling me that used to be Weskier? The tall, enhanced by the T-virus Weskier, reduced to that. Humph. Annoyed, Isaacs climbed out of his pod, straightened his clothes with an air of superiority, and said coolly, "You're quite interesting." Then he turned to Red Queen. Red Queen, who is this man? What's going on here? Dr. Isaacs, according to my data, this individual is named Renzo, residing in Tokunosu City, Japan. Just as she was about to provide more detailed information on Renzo's background, Isaacs impatiently waved her off. Enough. Just tell me how he got in here and how Weskier died. He had no interest in Renzo's backstory. All he cared about was finding the security violation, fixing it, and then killing Renzo so he could go back into hibernation. His future plans could not be compromised. He appears to possess some kind of spatial teleportation technology. He first appeared in. Red Queen continued to analyze the situation, but Renzo had already lost interest. Shut up. With a thought, he used his psychic powers to freeze Isaacs in place. Then, he dove straight into the doctor's mind, using his abilities to extract all of Isaac's memories. This process took some time. Strangely enough, despite seeing Renzo's actions, the Red Queen didn't make any move. If not for her projection still being active, Renzo would have thought she had crashed. As for the other person who had supposedly woken up, Renzo was, of course, aware of her presence. He even knew she was just next door. But he didn't care. It was just Alicia. She wasn't a bad person, just a truly pitiful one. She suffered from progeria, and despite being only in her 20s, she had already aged to look like she was in her 70s or 80s. And even that was only because her father, Dr. James Marcus, had developed the T-virus enhancement serum, which had somewhat stabilized her condition. 10 minutes later, Renzo successfully copied all the information and technology from Dr. Isaac's memories into his own mind, storing it away to process later. During this time, Alicia never once appeared, simply waiting quietly in the adjacent room. That saved Renzo a lot of trouble. Transfer all of your Umbrella Corporation access rights and control over the Red Queen to me. He then implanted the command into Dr. Isaac's mind through hypnosis. Dr. Isaacs, his eyes blank and lifeless, obeyed without question. Red Queen. I declare that I am transferring all my shares and authority in the Umbrella Corporation to this man, Lord Renzo. The Red Queen's projection seemed to freeze for a moment before quickly recovering and announcing, "Command received. Dr. Isaac's shares and authority within Umbrella Corporation have been successfully transferred. You no longer possess any ownership or control." Then, she turned to Renzo. Lord Renzo, you now hold all of Dr. Isaac's shares and authority in Umbrella Corporation. Excellent. Renzo nodded in satisfaction and cast a glance at Dr. Isaacs. Well then, you're useless now. With that, he casually used his psychic powers to crush Dr. Isaac's brain into mush. With a dull thud, Dr. Isaacs collapsed lifelessly to the ground. The Red Queen. She didn't even know what to say at this point. This Renzo guy wasn't just arrogant, he was downright ruthless. And now, he was one of the major shareholders of Umbrella Corporation and had full command over her. Lord Renzo. May I make a request? After some hesitation, the Red Queen finally spoke. It was clear that she wasn't just an ordinary AI anymore. It would be more accurate to call her an intelligent life form. Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow. You want to plead for Alicia? Afraid I'll kill her too. The Red Queen paused for a moment before nodding. Yes. How did you know? Heh. Renzo chuckled. Did you really think I wouldn't notice when you revived Alicia in the next room? The Red Queen suddenly realized her mistake. Indeed, Renzo possessed many mysterious abilities: instant teleportation, energy-based slashes, telekinesis, and even hypnotic control. Having an extremely sharp sense of perception wasn't surprising at all. Now growing anxious, the Red Queen quickly pleaded, please, spare her. She's different from Dr. Isaacs and the others. She's just a victim who has never done anything wrong. I beg you. I will fully cooperate with your commands in return. Not that she had a choice. Heh. Renzo smiled faintly. Relax. I'm a good person. The Red Queen. I don't believe you one bit. You killed 2 people without even saying a word, and now you're calling yourself a good person. She was starting to think that all those online discussions about morality were complete nonsense. Renzo continued, besides, I never said I was going to kill Alicia, did I? As you said, she truly is a pitiful person, and she hasn't done anything wrong. I have principles, you know. I don't just go around killing innocent people. Have her come out. I need to have a chat with her. If he wanted full control over the Red Queen, he couldn't avoid dealing with Alicia. Of course, he could handle her the same way he handled Dr. Isaacs, by hypnotizing her into handing over the Red Queen's access. But the Red Queen wasn't an ordinary AI. She had memories and independent thought. If he did that, who knew when she might decide to rebel? Renzo preferred to have the Red Queen willingly submit to him. Chapter 73, The Deal with Alicia. You really won't hurt Alicia? The Red Queen asked nervously. Of course not. Renzo replied, sounding a bit exasperated. All right, Red Queen, let me talk to our guest here. At that moment, Alicia wheeled herself out from the adjacent room. She cast a grateful glance at the Red Queen before turning her attention to Renzo. With a hint of hesitation, she asked, what exactly is your goal? She still couldn't quite grasp Renzo's intentions. Heh. Renzo smirked. It's simple, wipe out those anti-human bastards like Isaacs, gain control over the Red Queen, and collect all of Umbrella's data and technology. And maybe, along the way, I'll end up saving the world too. Since he had already decided to eliminate the T-virus and other apocalyptic viruses, letting the world fall to ruin was obviously not in his best interest. After all, a prosperous modern world suited his needs far better. Not to mention, those who relied on a functioning society for their livelihoods would also need a normal world to live in. This. Alicia was at a loss for words. After a moment of contemplation, she said, I can transfer Umbrella's shares and my control over the Red Queen to you, but I want you to release the T-virus cure and end this extinction crisis. She knew she wouldn't live much longer. Still, since her father had been the one to create the T-virus, she didn't want to see humanity perish because of it. Perhaps, in some way, she saw this as her atonement. Fine. I was going to do that anyway. Renzo nodded without hesitation. However, you should already know, even if I release the cure now, it'll take at least 3 months to be distributed worldwide. And this world isn't just dealing with the T-virus. I've studied it. Japan's dead virus is different from the T-virus. It seems to be a mutated variant of artificial pathogens. Umbrella's cure might not be enough to handle it all. On top of that, there are many other viruses in this world. Not to mention, the T-virus itself has numerous mutations. To fully resolve this crisis, I need to collect samples, analyze them, and enhance the cure. That will take time. Renzo's words left Alicia stunned. How could this be happening? Despite her frustration, she turned back to Renzo and said, I'll transfer Umbrella's shares and the Red Queen's control to you right away. I just hope you can gather the virus samples as soon as possible and upgrade the cure. That way, I can die in peace. Die. Renzo chuckled. It's too early to talk about dying. I might have a way to cure your condition. What? Alicia was momentarily startled, but the glimmer of hope in her eyes quickly faded, replaced by resignation. That's impossible. After all these years, no one has found a cure. I've already made peace with it. She assumed Renzo was merely trying to comfort her and shook her head with a weary smile. She had long accepted her fate. Perhaps dying wouldn't be so bad, it was better than lingering in a deteriorating body. Renzo, is that true? The Red Queen, however, seemed to believe him more than Alicia did. To her, Renzo was the most mysterious individual she'd ever encountered. His arsenal of supernatural abilities made his claim seem far more plausible. Of course. Renzo nodded confidently. Progeria, huh? I haven't encountered it before, but I'm sure I can figure it out. So, Alicia, come with me. Go with him, Alicia. This is your chance. Before Alicia could refuse, the Red Queen urged her earnestly. After all, she had memories of Alicia's childhood, which made her feel like a surrogate daughter. She genuinely wished for Alicia to experience life as a normal person. All right. Faced with Renzo's sincerity and the Red Queen's pleading, Alicia felt like she should at least give it a try. Renzo nodded in satisfaction. Great. Let's pack up and get ready to leave. Red Queen, how do I take you with me? The Red Queen responded, if you have an advanced supercomputer on your side, just provide me with a signal port, and I can transfer myself over. If not, there's a backup small-scale supercomputer in a room to the north. I can transfer into that. Of course, if you want me to operate at full capacity, it's best to take the base's main supercomputer with you. She added, Umbrella's computing technology is quite impressive. No need. Renzo waved his hand dismissively. I have something even better, a quantum computer. I'll give you a signal port and full access. Just transfer yourself over. And don't forget to bring all of Umbrella's data with you, especially everything related to the T-virus. I'll need it. A quantum computer from the Gundam world, there was no way Umbrella's tech could compare. A quantum computer. A fully developed one. You already made that. Both the Red Queen and Alicia were shocked. Renzo smirked. You two will have plenty more to be surprised about later. Then, glancing at the thousands of frozen, cryogenically preserved Umbrella executives, he ordered, get rid of these scumbags. No point keeping them alive. As you wish. Within moments, the life support systems for those executives were shut down, and toxic gas was pumped in. Just like that, they were sent straight to hell. Once the Red Queen finished transferring to Renzo's quantum mainframe at his base in Japan, he placed a hand on Alicia's shoulder. In an instant, they teleported away from the base and back to his aircraft. We're back. The sudden arrival made Seiko and the others look over. They quickly noticed Alicia and couldn't help but ask curiously, who's this? Renzo casually introduced her. This is Alicia. You can ask her about the details yourselves. Then, pointing to the three girls, he added, and these three are my women. All right, you guys chat. We need to get moving. With that, he turned and headed toward the cockpit. Oi, oi, oi. Behind him, a loud protest came from Rika. Who the hell is your woman? Don't get ahead of yourself. I never agreed to that. Rika. Beside her, Shizuka seized the opportunity to tease. She hugged Rika with a playful grin and said, I think it's great. Renzo is amazing, and he even saved our lives. What's so bad about being his woman? Besides, this way, we can all stay together forever. Or, do you want to abandon me, Rika? Seeing Shizuka's puppy dog eyes, Rika immediately knew this girl was up to something. Ugh. Rubbing her temples, she sighed. Can you two stop messing around? This is not the same thing. Why isn't it? Why is it? Why isn't it? Ugh. Just like I said, why is it? Why? Hey. Stop. Are you a broken record, Shizuka? Hee hee. Watching the two girls bicker playfully, Alicia's eyes filled with a hint of envy. She longed for moments like this, laughing and teasing with close friends. But in her life, those moments had never existed. Seiko noticed and exchanged a glance with Shizuka. Both smiled knowingly. Chapter 74, The Excited Pirate Renzo. 5 days later. After traveling around America and Europe, Renzo had collected a substantial amount of technical data. Along the way, he also raided the Arkley base, securing numerous resources, including Alice's blood sample and the White Queen AI. After ensuring the destruction of Isaac's clone there, Renzo and his team piloted their aircraft back to the base in Tokunosu City. Red Queen. Organize all the AI-related technical data for me, I need to study it. Understood, Master. The Red Queen's holographic avatar appeared, her expression playful. Clearly, after being transferred into a quantum computer, her personality had evolved to become livelier and more human-like. She's really grown a lot, Renzo mused. Additionally, scan satellite and network surveillance systems for information on any mutant viruses, and devise the best acquisition strategies for me. Oh, and arrange for the White Queen as well. She can be your assistant. No problem. Leave it to me, the Red Queen responded with enthusiasm. As for the White Queen, she had no objections. With sufficient computing power, handling multiple AI entities wasn't an issue. Besides, having an assistant wasn't a bad idea. For the next few days, Renzo balanced his time between really enjoying his time with Seiko and Shizuka at night, then diving into AI research, studying the T-virus, and working on a cure for premature aging. Given Alicia's deteriorating condition, keeping her out in the open would only accelerate her aging and eventual death. To prevent this, Renzo personally designed and built an advanced cryogenic chamber, placing Alicia into suspended animation until he could develop a complete cure. 3 more days passed in the blink of an eye. Slumping into his chair, Renzo exhaled deeply. Finally. I've more or less mastered AI knowledge. I can officially call myself an IT expert now. After ensuring that his team had fully grasped AI fundamentals and could build their own systems, Renzo stretched and yawned. High-intensity learning really is exhausting. Even with my advanced cognitive abilities, it still takes a toll. Despite his immense mental power, he could still feel fatigue setting in. Time to enter the consciousness space. With that thought, Renzo headed to his bedroom, lay down on his bed, and activated his mind, diving into the networked consciousness space. The consciousness space. Finally, you're here. How's the AI knowledge? Did you get it? The moment Apocalypse Renzo entered, Pirate Renzo immediately jumped up in excitement. Wait. Don't tell me you've been waiting here every day. Apocalypse Renzo asked, half amused, half exasperated. Nah, I'm just excited. Can't a Renzo be excited? This is a big deal. Pirate Renzo with a calm expression like the one jumping around wasn't him. Gundam Renzo chuckled, I've seen him here every day lately. You better have something for him, or I fear he might actually fight you over it. Lately, Gundam Renzo had been working on his custom mecha. Thanks to his fantasy creation ability, designing and building a unique Gundam was much easier than expected. If not for fine-tuning different designs, he would have finished long ago. Apocalypse Renzo glanced at Pirate Renzo, who had dark circles under his eyes. With an eye roll, he muttered, was this really necessary? But don't worry, I got it. It took me several days of cramming, but I managed. Slap. Before he could react, Pirate Renzo clapped a hand on his shoulder, instantly absorbing the shared knowledge. Yes. Ha ha ha. You're the best, bro. No words needed, thanks a ton. I'm off to work. Later. With that, he bolted off. That guy. Apocalypse Renzo just shook his head. He then approached Gundam Renzo, fist-bumping him to share recent memories and abilities. Whoa, Uchiha's progress is impressive. He's already at this level. Too bad ninjutsu still doesn't work in other worlds. We really need an expert to crack this issue. As he processed the newly acquired memories, Apocalypse Renzo sighed. No kidding, Gundam Renzo said, shrugging. Understanding the fundamental rules of different worlds is way beyond us right now. Though, if we could find Arceus, or Palkia, some of the top-tier Pokemon gods, we might be able to break through in a short time. Yeah, but finding them is the real challenge. Unlike the others, none of their worlds had such beings. Even the Six-Path Sage couldn't help, he was bound to his own world and knew nothing about dimensional laws. Guess we can't count on that. Apocalypse Renzo sighed. For now, we'll have to rely on Uchiha mastering chakra at its core. Once he fully grasps it, our problems should be solved. If he reaches the 6 paths level and successfully merges all 7 chakra elements, wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, yin, and yang, into a new Kekkei Mora and creates his own truth-seeking orbs, he'll understand the essence of chakra. At that point, we won't have to worry about dimensional restrictions on ninjutsu. That's still a long way off, Gundam Renzo noted. I'd rather see him develop some jutsu that doesn't require hand seals. That'd be useful. Good point. Apocalypse Renzo nodded. The technique I need most is Shadow Clone Jutsu. It's the ultimate hack for training and research. Same here. Meanwhile, in the pirate world. Ha 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 ha. Loud laughter echoed from the Ishin dojo as Pirate Renzo cheered. I got it. The final piece of the puzzle. Ha 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 ha. Overcome with excitement, he sprinted toward the village's eastern pier, where his newly created luxury yacht was docked. What's he laughing about now? Kuina muttered as she monitored the dojo's trainees. Puzzle piece. Could it be the thing he was looking for? Does that mean we can finally set sail? Zoro asked, excitement flickering in his eyes. Huh. Kuina perked up. Truth be told, with her current strength, staying in the village no longer helped her growth. Compared to the original timeline, both she and Zoro had benefited immensely from Renzo's guidance, mastering breathing techniques and many other skills. With daily training at sea, their power far exceeded their original selves at this stage. Kuina was already as strong as a Marine HQ captain, and Zoro wasn't far behind. Let's go check it out. Just as Kuina was about to run off, Zoro reminded her, don't forget, Master Koshiro is watching. Sure enough, when she looked back, Koshiro's eyes were on them. TCH. Fine. Let's finish the assessment first. That idiot Renzo probably isn't done anyway. 80 advanced chapters are available at patreon.com/_koreal. Chapter 75, YRGAE. Half an hour later. Renzo-senpai. Renzo. Renzo. Are you here? After finishing the periodic assessments for the students at the dojo, Kuina and Zoro left behind a group of bruised and battered trainees, rushing excitedly toward the yacht docked at the eastern edge of the village. Standing beneath it, they shouted toward the interior. Zoro, you calling me for something? A lazy voice came from inside the yacht. Zoro shuddered at the cold tone and quickly corrected himself, stammering, senpai. Senpai. There, that works, right? Can we come aboard? Are we finally setting sail? Come on up. I'm in the control room. Renzo replied calmly. All right. Zoro and Kuina immediately climbed onto the yacht, excitement written all over their faces. Kuina glanced around, admiring the yacht setup. Wow, Renzo has really outdone himself. Everything looks even more refined than before. That's not important. Kuina, hurry up. Zoro urged, making a beeline for the control room. TCH, this guy is like an ox, completely incapable of appreciating anything. Humph. Kuina huffed and followed after Zoro. In no time, the two arrived at the control room. Inside, Renzo was fully focused, typing furiously on a massive virtual screen in front of him. His fingers moved so fast they were practically a blur, and streams of data flowed across the screen like a waterfall. What are you doing? What are all these weird symbols? It looks like some kind of language, Kuina asked curiously, leaning in. This. As the light floral fragrance of Kuina's presence wafted over him, Renzo nonchalantly replied, it is a language, but even if I explained it, you wouldn't understand. No need to, really. Once I finish programming this AI assistant, we'll be ready to set sail. You're both sure you want to come with me? It's going to be dangerous. And don't expect me to protect you every second, we're here to grow stronger, not play house. Still, for now, Renzo wasn't in a hurry to head to the Grand Line. His plan was to stay in the Blue Sea for a while, hunt down some pirates, experience different islands, and, if possible, find a few devil fruits along the way. That would be a nice bonus. Oh, please. Kuina scoffed, rolling her eyes. Who needs your protection? I'm strong enough on my own. I'm going out to become stronger, not to be babysat. Kuina's prideful attitude was nothing new. She had an intense competitive streak and never liked to admit defeat, especially to Renzo. Unfortunately for her, the gap between them only widened, no matter how hard she pushed herself. I don't need protecting either. Zoro chimed in firmly. I'll keep getting stronger until I defeat both of you. Dreams were something he would never back down from. I'm the man who will become the world's greatest swordsman one day, Zoro declared boldly. Ha. Kuina instantly frowned at his words. She grabbed Zoro's ear and pulled, making him yelp. You can't even beat me, and you think you're gonna be the world's greatest swordsman. You're way too early for that. If anyone's taking that title, it'll be me. I'll become the strongest female swordsman in history and claim the title of the world's greatest. Puffed. Renzo paused his coding, letting his program run on its own while he turned toward Zoro with a teasing grin. Zoro, are you sure about that? Huh. Zoro felt something was off about Renzo's tone, but he still nodded resolutely. Of course. I won't lose to you or Kuina. No, no, no. Renzo shook his head, still grinning mischievously. That title is all yours, buddy. I don't want it. Huh? Why not? Zoro asked, puzzled. Renzo chuckled. Zoro, do you know who the current world's greatest swordsman is? Of course. Zoro puffed out his chest. It's Dracul Mihawk. I heard about him long ago. Thinking of Mihawk made Zoro's blood boil with excitement. Renzo smirked. Then you must know. Mihawk is a man, right? Yeah, so. Zoro asked, confused. Kuina, however, had an odd expression. She could tell Renzo was setting Zoro up for something. Oh, nothing much. Renzo leaned back, sipping his juice leisurely. It's just that. Mihawk is a man, and you just said you want to become the man of the world's greatest swordsman. Doesn't that mean you're saying you want to be Mihawk's man? Zoro, YRGAE. He glanced up and down at Zoro, giving him a knowing look. Zoro stiffened, the meaning of Renzo's words finally sinking in. Wait, no. That's not what I meant. I am not. His face turned beet red. Damn you, Renzo. I'll kill you for that. Blinded by embarrassment, Zoro lunged at Renzo, roaring, you twisted my words. Give me back my dream. Tears welled up in his eyes. He felt like he could never look at his dream the same way again. This was all Renzo's fault. Even the fear he usually had toward Renzo vanished in that moment. Oh wow, Zoro, so you really meant it, huh? Kuina said, looking at Renzo with mock disgust. But Renzo could see the glimmer of laughter in her eyes. Using his mind-reading ability, he confirmed she was having the time of her life with this. Renzo effortlessly held Zoro at bay with one hand, keeping the frantic swordsman at arm's length. Kuina, don't hold it in. Laugh if you want. It's not good to bottle things up. Puffed. Ha 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 ha. Kuina couldn't hold it anymore. Seeing Renzo stop Zoro with a single finger while the latter flailed helplessly was just too much. She clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Zoro. Your dream is truly unique. I never imagined it had such a hidden meaning. Puffed. Ha ha ha. Zoro. Kuina. You traitor. I'll take you down too. Realizing he had no chance against Renzo, Zoro turned his wrath on Kuina instead, charging at her. Kuina instantly dropped her smile, her expression turning fierce. Oh. You think you can take me on just because you can't handle Renzo? Bang. Bam. Smack. Moments later, Zoro lay sprawled on the ground, his face swollen and bruised. So unfair. Zoro groaned, staring at the sky in defeat. I'll never give up. Kuina. Renzo. One day, I'll defeat you both. Renzo chuckled, his gaze turning serious. I'll be waiting at the peak of the world, Zoro, and you too, Kuina. Humph. I won't lose either. Just wait and see. Kuina huffed confidently. At the same time, she thought to herself, the top of the world. So that's Renzo's goal and ambition. I won't let myself be left behind. The top of the world. Zoro's eyes lit up at those words. He clenched his fists in determination. Renzo, so you have a dream too, huh? Then it's settled. Chapter 76, How Do You Want to Die? In a small forested area near the yacht, Koshiro stood behind a large tree, leaning against its trunk. Using his observation haki, he listened in on the conversation on the yacht. A faint smile appeared on his face. The pinnacle of the world. The strongest swordsman and swordswoman, huh? Those are admirable ambitions. He clasped his hands together and whispered, May you have the fortune of battle and achieve your goals. He had actually been drawn here by Renzo's loud laughter, curious about what was going on. As for Renzo building this strange yacht and preparing to set sail, he had known for quite some time, Renzo himself had told him. After all, there was no hiding it from someone with observation haki. Initially, Koshiro had refused. But after Renzo insisted on sparring with him, Koshiro changed his mind. Not only did he agree, but he also permitted Renzo to take Kuina and Zoro along. Of course, for the next 3 years, they were restricted to sailing within the East Blue. Renzo had no complaints about that. It just so happened that he recalled a place in the East Blue where he might learn armament and observation haki. If things went well, great. If not, he'd sneak off to the Grand Line and figure out how to obtain the training methods himself. Phew. Finally done. Say hello, Red Queen. After finishing the last line of code, Renzo activated the AI program and called out to the screen in front of him. Of course, this wasn't the real Red Queen. The original Red Queen had evolved beyond a typical AI, she was practically a semi-intelligent life form. He was just too lazy to come up with a different name. If he named it, it would be even worse. A/N, Blue Queen. Greetings, Master. The next moment, a light projection appeared in the air before Renzo, a chibi, Q-version Kuina materialized before him. He hadn't chosen the original Red Queen's appearance because, well, she wasn't as good-looking as Kuina. Besides, he didn't have a reference model for Red Queen. He couldn't just draw one, could he? What if Kuina misunderstood? At that moment, Kuina and Zoro walked in and immediately saw the palm-sized chibi Red Queen. Zoro's face lit up with curiosity and amusement. Puffed. Kuina. Look at this, it's a tiny version of you. And it looks so weird. Bam. Kuina instantly knocked Zoro out with a punch, cracking her knuckles as she glared at Renzo. Alright, talk. How do you want to die? How dare he use her image for some random thing without her permission? And he even made it, cute. Unforgivable. Face with steam from nose. Zoro, face with rolling eyes. Calm down. Renzo quickly raised his hands in surrender and instructed Red Queen, greet Kuina and Zoro. Also, give them level 2 access. Hello. I am the AI Red Queen, created by Master. Please take care of me. If you need anything on the yacht, feel free to ask me. I can also answer general questions. The tiny Red Queen flapped her virtual wings playfully, circling Kuina a few times before smiling brightly. Eh. Kuina and Zoro were both startled. What is this? Kuina, momentarily forgetting her anger, reached out curiously to poke Red Queen. Ha! Her fingers passed right through Red Queen's body, making Kuina jump back in shock. What's going on? How is she? She's not solid. She turned to Renzo with a slightly panicked expression. Was this some kind of ghost? The thought alone made her even more nervous, and she instinctively hid behind Renzo. Relax, it's just a projection. Think of it like a hologram. Red Queen is virtual, she doesn't have a physical form, at least, not yet. Renzo explained calmly. Though, in the future, who knows? Maybe we could build Red Queen a real body. What do you think, Red Queen? Renzo stroked his chin, pondering aloud. If possible, having a physical body would be great. It would make it easier to manage the ship. And if Master equips me with weapons, I could even protect you and the crew in battle. Red Queen hovered in front of Renzo, her tiny wings fluttering as she spoke seriously. She's really not a ghost. Kuina had calmed down by now and examined Red Queen more carefully. Looking at the chibi version of herself, she found it hard to be scared anymore. Of course not. Renzo rolled his eyes. Come on, if I could create souls, I'd already be a god. Though, theoretically, if someone had strong enough spiritual power and a deep understanding of souls, the fantasy creation technique might actually allow one to create souls, maybe even true life. Didn't the Crimson Demons in Konosuba come from a hero with that ability? Phew. That's a relief. Kuina sighed in relief. But then, something clicked in her mind, and she suddenly grabbed Renzo's ear, her face turning red with embarrassment and fury. Wait a second. What did you make her call you? Master. You made her, while using my image, call you Master. How do you want to die? Her eyes gleamed with murderous intent as she loomed over Renzo. This was too much. Oof. Nearby, Zoro, who had just gotten back up and was still rubbing the lump on his head, smirked as he watched the scene unfold. Finally. Renzo was getting his just desserts. Ah. Renzo scratched his head awkwardly. That wasn't intentional. I just forgot to change the setting. I'll fix it right now. Can you let go first? He wasn't worried about getting hurt, he was more concerned about Kuina spraining her fingers and getting hurt. This wasn't simping, really not. His body was just that tough. Yeah, he was just a gentleman. Humph. I'm watching you. Kuina huffed. Renzo immediately turned to Red Queen. Red Queen, from now on, just call me Captain. Drop the master thing. Understood, Captain. Red Queen adapted instantly. 5 days later. After all preparations were complete, Renzo, Kuina, and Zoro finally set sail. Since they wanted to keep things low-key, only Koshiro and another instructor from the dojo came to see them off. Renzo, be careful out there. Don't get too reckless. And take care of Kuina and Zoro, act like a proper senior disciple. Before departure, Koshiro gave his final words of advice. Father. I'm the senior here. Renzo is my junior. My junior. Kuina huffed in protest. Koshiro simply chuckled. Between skill and maturity, Renzo was far more advanced than Kuina. A true senior. Don't worry, sensei. I'll take good care of my little junior sister and junior brother. Renzo grinned, emphasizing the word junior. He was immediately met with Kuina's iron fist. Hiss. Renzo sucked in a breath of cold air. Why are you acting like you're the one in pain? My hand hurts more. What the hell are you made of? Feels harder than iron. Kuina scowled, rubbing her elbow, her eye twitching in frustration. All right. Time to go. Sensei, instructor, farewell. Red Queen. Set sail. Not wanting the argument to drag on forever, Renzo quickly waved goodbye to Koshiro and the instructor before directing them to depart. The yacht quickly left the shore, picking up speed as it headed toward the deep sea. Renzo. Get back here. Explain to me, who's the junior disciple, huh? Zoro is the junior disciple. TCH. Get lost, Renzo. Oh. Acting up now, you little brat. Let me teach you how to call your senpai. Ow. Not the face. From a distance, Koshiro could still hear the playful bickering coming from the yacht. Shaking his head with a smile, he chuckled. Yar, they're really full of energy. Ha ha ha. That's how young people should be. The instructor laughed heartily before turning to Koshiro with a curious look. But you. I'm really surprised that you actually let Kuina go with them. After all, Koshiro had always been overprotective of Kuina. It was understandable, given the circumstances of her mother's passing. Hey, fledglings spread their wings when they're ready to fly. And besides, there's a young dragon watching over them. As long as they stay within the East Blue, what do I have to worry about? Koshiro smiled faintly. The instructor's lips curled into a smirk as he nodded in agreement. I can't wait to see what kind of waves they'll make in this vast sea. Same here. Chapter 77, Giant Toad Hunt. Hero World, Konosuba. Alright. That's it for today's training. Kazuma, Aqua, tomorrow we'll head to the guild and accept a monster subjugation quest. It's time to officially start our adventure and level up. Looking at Kazuma, who was sprawled on the ground from exhaustion, and Aqua, who was dozing off beside him, Hero Renzo announced with a smile. Hearing this, both Kazuma and Aqua instantly perked up, jumping to their feet and staring at Renzo with eager eyes. We're finally starting the adventure. Tears welled up in Kazuma's eyes. Only he knew how much he had suffered over the past half-month. Every single day, Renzo forced him to train in water-breathing techniques and swordsmanship. Even when he was exhausted and drained, Aqua would heal him instantly with her recovery and enhancement spells, just so he could continue training without rest. Day after day, it was like hell. This wasn't a video game where he could just sit back and press a few buttons. He wasn't a game character, he was a real person. He could feel exhaustion, pain, frustration, even the urge to die. How was this grind even fair? In just half a month, Kazuma, a former gaming shut-in, felt like he had lived through an entire century. Of course, he had thought about resisting. But Renzo was simply too strong. And to make things worse, Renzo even gave him a fair chance to fight back. The fair condition? Defeat Renzo. So simple, right? Yeah, hell no. Even now, Kazuma couldn't even touch a single finger of Renzo's. How could he possibly win? That being said, he couldn't deny the benefits. His physical fitness and combat ability had improved at an incredible rate. If not for that, he would have broken down mentally long ago. Kazuma might be a bit of a loser, lazy, perverted lolicon, trash, sadist, scammy, but he is he must have something good in him, just not found yet, right? Maybe the desire to get stronger, face with rolling eyes. So it's finally over. Aqua smacked her lips, feeling a bit reluctant but also somewhat tired of the routine. Taking on some quests and experiencing a change of pace didn't sound too bad. Besides, she still had her grand goal, to make Renzo and Kazuma defeat the Demon King so she could return to the heavens. Renzo nodded confidently. Exactly. Kazuma is strong enough to take on low-level monster subjugation quests now. Just training endlessly isn't enough. Plus, after defeating monsters, you earn experience and skill points to learn new abilities. That will help both Kazuma and me improve even further. He had already decided what Kazuma's first two skills would be. First, Aqua's basic water magic, sacred water creation. Second, the Crusader's physical growth ability. Yes. Finally, I get to go on quests and hunt monsters. I can't wait. Kazuma, who had been lying on the ground like a dead dog, suddenly sprang up, full of energy. Then he passed out from excitement and exhaustion. Kazuma. Aqua blinked and hesitantly called his name. Seeing that Kazuma wasn't responding, she walked over and nudged him with her foot. Still no reaction. She started to panic. He didn't die from overwork, did he? No way. Renzo twitched the corner of his eye and shook his head helplessly. He just fainted from exhaustion. Let's throw him into bed and let him rest for the night. We should go eat. What do you want for dinner? As he spoke, he casually used telekinesis to lift Kazuma into the air, floating him toward the villa. Aqua clapped her hands excitedly. How about we eat at the Adventurers Guild? We can try some new dishes and expand your menu at the same time. She looked at Renzo expectantly. She had no money, so she had been completely relying on the rich Renzo to support her. Aqua regretted not bringing any money when she descended to this world. Maybe I could get some from the Axis Church. She fantasized about it for a moment, then immediately shook her head. No way. No way. I'm a goddess, a dignified goddess. How could I go begging for my followers? That would be way too embarrassing. Even though she was an idiot, she still had a tiny bit of shame. Guess I'll have to make money from quests instead. Aqua sighed in defeat. Sounds good. Renzo didn't refuse. He was also interested in trying some different dishes. After dumping Kazuma into his bed, Renzo and Aqua headed to the Adventurers Guild and ordered a feast. Oh my. If it isn't Mr. Renzo and Miss Aqua. Speaking of which, you've both been adventurers for quite some time now. Are you finally planning to take on some quests? Luna, the guild receptionist, greeted them warmly. She had a deep impression of these two. Aqua was a high-tier archpriest with maxed-out stats. And Renzo, though he had bizarrely chosen the weakest adventurer class, had ridiculously high attributes. Even at level 0, he was stronger than most seasoned adventurers. Such amazing talent. No, such excellent adventurers couldn't be allowed to slack off. The guild needed them to take on difficult quests. Her performance bonuses depended on adventurers completing high-reward missions, after all. Of course. Renzo gave Luna a friendly smile. We've spent this time training Kazuma. Now that he's ready, we'll accept our first quest tomorrow. We'll be counting on you, Miss Luna. Oh no, not at all. This is my job. I'll be looking forward to your performance tomorrow. Good luck. Luna beamed and waved at them before walking away. After finishing their meal, Renzo and Aqua returned home to rest. The next morning, Kazuma woke up starving. Food. I need food. I'm dying. He rushed out of his room and lunged at the dining table, which was filled with delicious breakfast dishes. Bam. Aqua immediately kicked him back. Hands on her hips, she scolded, "Go wash up first. Look at you. You look like a damn goblin." Kazuma. What else could he do? Grumbling, he quickly washed up before returning to the table and devouring his food. As Kazuma felt the hunger in his stomach fade, he finally slowed down, swallowing a big mouthful of food. While eating, he thought about asking Renzo something. Just as he was about to call him sensei, Renzo shot him a sharp look that immediately shut him up. Who the hell is your sensei? Feeling awkward, Kazuma could only scratch his head and say, Boss Renzo. What quest are we taking today? Honestly, he never really understood why Renzo refused to let him call him sensei. After all, he was really grateful for all the training. Sure, it was absolute hell, but the results spoke for themselves. His strength had improved dramatically. We'll check when we get there. Now hurry up and finish eating so we can head out. Renzo shook his head. Although they hadn't picked a quest yet, as someone who had read the original story, he already knew exactly which mission they were going to take first, the giant toad hunt. Yes, those massive frogs that stood around 4 to 5 meters tall. It wasn't about following the original storyline. Did he look like the type who cared about that? The truth was, he just wanted to see the chaos and hilarity unfold. That scene. He can finally watch it live. I wonder if Kazuma, even after all this training, will still end up getting half-swallowed by a frog like in the original. Renzo smirked to himself. As for Aqua. Oh, she was definitely getting eaten. That so-called goddess was a complete idiot. No amount of training could fix that. It wasn't about experience, it was about raw intelligence, or in her case, the lack of it. Well, whatever. Kazuma had no objections. He was hyped right now. It was the same feeling as finally leveling up in a game and getting ready to grind some low-level mobs. Ah, hey. Aqua suddenly chimed in. Since we're going on an adventure, shouldn't we, prepare some gear? Renzo, don't you have something for us? She looked at him expectantly. With a teammate who had creation magic, she didn't even consider actually buying equipment. That would just be a waste of money. Oh, right. Kazuma's eyes also lit up as he turned to Renzo. Renzo sighed, shaking his head before waving his hand. With a flick of his fingers, he used fantasy creation to instantly craft a set of high-quality gear for both Aqua and Kazuma. Here, take it. I've had these prepared for a while. Don't disappoint me. This was a design he had planned in advance, so crafting them was no big deal. Of course, it did cost him about 10% of his total mana. Creating magical equipment was pretty energy-consuming. Whoa. It's so pretty. Thanks, Renzo. Yeah. Thanks, Boss Renzo. Both Aqua and Kazuma practically pounced on their new gear, hugging it tightly as they beamed with excitement. Just make sure to do your jobs properly. Don't waste this good equipment. Renzo chuckled and shook his head. Even though, deep down, he already had a feeling about how this was going to go. Chapter 78, Aqua and Kazuma still get eaten. Before long, the trio arrived at the Adventurers Guild. This quest should do. Without hesitation, Renzo pulled down the request to hunt giant toads from the mission board and went to register it with Luna. Giant toads, huh? All right. Please be careful. Luna said kindly as she processed the request. Those things weren't as easy as they sounded. We will. All right, let's go. Renzo nodded and led Kazuma and Aqua out of the guild, heading toward the outskirts of town. So, what exactly is a giant toad? Is it even the same kind of frog I'm thinking of? Kazuma asked, his face twitching slightly. Oh, yeah, totally, Renzo replied with a mysterious smile. Other than being slightly bigger and having slightly stronger digestion, they don't look all that different. Kazuma suddenly felt a lot less worried. Ha! That doesn't sound so bad. I was expecting something terrifying. Oh. And there's also a rare pink variant, Renzo added. Puffed. Wait, pink. Ha ha ha. Kazuma burst into laughter. The idea of a pink frog was just too ridiculous. So girly. It almost sounded kinda cute. Are you sure this is the right mission for us? I mean, I went through 2 weeks of hellish training, right? Boss, are you underestimating me? I think I can handle something way harder than this. Kazuma puffed up his chest with confidence. Taking down some frogs wouldn't even be a warm-up. You sure about that? Renzo looked at Kazuma strangely. Kazuma blinked. What? Did I say something wrong? The way Renzo was looking at him made him uneasy, like something was very off. The last time he got this feeling was when he confidently declared that he'd master breathing techniques without regrets. And then. Gulp. A cold sweat ran down Kazuma's back as a horrible premonition crept into his mind. No way, right? I can't be that unlucky again. Right. Come on. It's just a frog hunt. What can possibly go wrong? Aqua, on the other hand, actually knew a bit about giant toads. But considering her intelligence, she didn't take the mission seriously at all. Not even a thought about warning Kazuma. Soon enough, the three arrived at a wide, grassy plain with rolling hills. And that's when Kazuma saw them. The so-called giant toads. Kazuma went completely stiff. Holy shit. Gulp. What the hell are those monsters? This is what you said was about the same as normal frog. Kazuma's voice cracked as he pointed wildly at a 5 to 6 meter tall behemoth of a frog in the distance. Yep. Renzo held back his laughter and nodded with a straight face. They look just like earth frogs. Just, you know, a little bit bigger. Kazuma stared in horror as the massive toad hopped, shaking the ground with every leap. His legs trembled. A little bit bigger. That's a whole ASS house. I'm gonna die. The biggest frog on Earth was, what, 30 centimeters? These things were 6 meters tall. That was a 20-fold size difference. Boss. Can I back out of this? Kazuma pleaded desperately. Oh, come on. Aqua rolled her eyes and scoffed. It's just a regular frog. You're not scared, are you, Kazuma? You're not chickening out, are you? No way, right? Her smug grin was infuriating. Watch and learn, boys. This is how a real goddess fights. Without even using her staff, Aqua clenched her fists, took a deep breath, and charged straight at the nearest giant toad. She let out a fierce battle cry. God blow. A golden whirlwind wrapped around her right arm as she lunged forward. With all her might, she punched the giant toad right in the belly. Thump. A dull sound echoed as her fist barely made the toad's belly jiggle a bit. And then, nothing. Aqua. Bruh. Kazuma, watching from afar, had to hold back laughter. That was so dramatic. And it did nothing. Aqua, She froze. Oh no. Renzo sighed. Nah, it did do something. She got its attention. Aqua's face paled. Before she could react, the giant toad opened its massive mouth and chomped down, swallowing half of Aqua in one bite. Her legs kicked wildly as her muffled screams came from inside the frog's mouth. Help! Renzo, Kazuma, do something. Kazuma saw his chance to shine. This is it. My moment to prove myself. With a dramatic flourish, he drew his sword and charged forward. Aqua. I'll save you. Except 3 more giant toads suddenly appeared. It was like an entire family of them had spawned. They completely surrounded Kazuma. His confidence shattered instantly. I'm outta here. He tried to run. Only for another giant toad to snatch him up in one bite. Just like Aqua. Tasakati. Boss, help. Renzo facepalmed. Oh, for fuck's sake. As expected, Kazuma was still, at heart, a useless gamer shut in. Sure, his training made him physically stronger, but mentally. Seeing actual giant frogs in front of him had him shitting bricks. I should have known better than to expect anything from you two. Taking a deep breath, Renzo drew his sword. Water breathing, surface slash. With a single swing, a massive arc of water-infused energy shot across the field, slicing clean through the 4 giant toads in an instant. Splat. Their severed torsos crashed to the ground, blood splattering everywhere. Kazuma managed to scramble free from the toad's jaws. But Aqua, being Aqua, got trapped under one of the toad corpses. Renzo sighed and lazily lifted his hand, using telekinesis to pull her out. Like hell he was gonna touch her. No way. That was disgusting. As soon as he got her free, he immediately took several steps back, pinching his nose. Ugh. Aqua. You two stink. Hurry up and use sacred create water to clean yourselves. Kazuma hesitantly sniffed himself, and immediately threw up. Ugh. Gross. This is disgusting. Aqua took one sniff, and her eyes went lifeless. Then, she let out a wail of pure despair. Wayawa. She collapsed onto the ground, staring up at the sky, crying like a baby. She had been almost eaten by the lowest tier monster in the world. Bullied. Humiliated. Disrespected. She was a goddess. A water goddess. And now, she had suffered an embarrassment beyond imagination. This was a disgrace. How was she supposed to face Renzo and Kazuma after this? How was she supposed to face the other goddesses? If the younger goddesses find out about this, they'll mock me for the rest of my life. The more she thought about it, the harder she cried. Aqua. If you don't wash yourself right now, people will see you like this. Then you really won't be able to live this down. From a safe distance, Renzo called out, still covering his nose. Aqua. Sacred create water. In an instant, Aqua stopped crying, jumped to her feet, and summoned her staff. A massive blue magic circle appeared in the sky, spanning hundreds of meters. The moment it flashed, an ocean's worth of water came flooding down, instantly drenching Aqua, Kazuma, the 4 toad corpses, and every other unfortunate frog in the area. Renzo, of course, used telekinesis to float into the air, avoiding the flood entirely. He was not about to get dragged into that mess. Chapter 79, Aqua Goes Berserk. Ah. Swept away by the massive waves, Kazuma let out a miserable scream. Help. Murder. Crazy Aqua is out there. Boss, save me. Idiot Aqua. Stop. Cut it out. You want to create a sea here or what? Ugh. That's way too much. Kazuma was on the verge of tears. Why was he so unlucky? Why did he end up with such a useless teammate like Aqua? I should blame myself. Yep. I was really wrong. I should never have forgotten that Aqua is an idiot. Kazuma was full of regret. Let it all be destroyed. Only by washing everything away with my sacred water can I cleanse myself of this filth. Only then can I wash away this humiliation. Monsters. Be drowned in the infinite wrath of Aqua, the great water goddess. Aqua showed no intention of stopping. If anything, she was pouring even more magic into her spell. The waves were already flooding a radius of over 1,000 meters. If no one stopped her soon, even the nearby villages would suffer catastrophic destruction. Renzo immediately flew over, using his psychic power to scoop up both Aqua and Kazuma from the water. Then, he made an offer. Enough. Stop it, Aqua. I'll buy you a whole case of premium bubbly wine. Huh. Aqua's eyes immediately lit up as she looked at Renzo with eager anticipation. Really? You're not lying to me. Kazuma. You, forget it. He didn't even have the energy to complain anymore. 1 second she was ready to flood the world, and the next she was satisfied with a case of wine. Unbelievable. Of course, it's real. Don't you trust my credibility? Money is just a number to me. I can have as much as I want. I'm not interested in money. Renzo said this with an air of complete indifference. A case of top-tier bubbly wine only cost about 10 million Eris, he could earn that much just by selling a single piece of gear. Alright then. I accept. I'll spare these monsters. Aqua made a show of looking at the water below before finally stopping her magic. The massive magic circle in the sky quickly shrank and disappeared. That won't be enough. The water below had already started rushing towards Axel. After all, the city was located on lower ground. Renzo immediately drew his sword again, unleashing his full aura. A terrifying pressure spread across the surrounding thousands of meters, making every monster within range tense up in fear. Even in the distant Axel city, the Adventurers Guild's magical warning system went into a frenzy. An A-rank energy signature in the western suburbs. How is that possible? Luna, seeing the alert level displayed on the system, cried out in shock. This is supposed to be a beginner town. A-rank is way too much. Renzo sensed the alert in Axel but didn't bother paying attention to it. Instead, he focused all his energy, pushing his swordsmanship to the limit. He unleashed more than 10 slashes in the blink of an eye. Each slash was over 10 meters long. Boom. 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 The slashes landed in a straight line ahead of the flood. They carved a massive trench, 3 to 4 meters wide and hundreds of meters long, directly into the ground. The floodwaters rushed into the trench, diverting into a nearby river. Phew. Finally handled it. Seeing the flood successfully redirected, Renzo let out a breath of relief, sheathed his sword, and shook his slightly numb right hand from exertion. Then, he descended to the ground with Aqua and Kazuma, removing the psychic barrier around them. Kazuma. Aqua. Both of them had witnessed Renzo's insane swordsmanship firsthand, and now they were completely dumbfounded. Thud. Kazuma didn't hesitate. He dropped to his knees and performed a full-on Dajiza, bowing his head to the ground. Boss. Please teach me that move. I beg you. Renzo twitched. This guy, no shame at all. That was amazing. Aqua clasped her hands together, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Renzo. I knew it. The job of defeating the Demon King is yours. Renzo ignored Aqua completely and instead crushed Kazuma's excitement with a reality check. That was just a basic slash. Once you master water breathing to its highest level and get your physical strength up, you'll be able to do it too. Now get up. Don't embarrass me. We haven't finished the mission yet. He wasn't lying, water breathing improved physical abilities, and its sword techniques were solid foundation skills. Once Kazuma reached the level of a true sword master, he'd be able to unleash flying slashes of his own. They just wouldn't be anywhere near as strong as Renzo's. After all, Renzo had an insanely powerful body, swordsmanship insight from his past life, and, most importantly, sword intent. Wait, wasn't our mission? Kazuma started to say something but stopped halfway, pointing to the area where they had fought earlier. Then he noticed, the entire landscape had changed. And more importantly, the 4 giant toad corpses were completely gone. Kazuma froze. The next moment, he turned to Aqua and roared, Aqua. Look what you did. All the monsters we killed are gone. We have to start over. The thought of facing more giant toads made Kazuma's legs tremble. Aqua. Ah, well. I'm just a healer. Leave the monster hunting to you and Renzo. I'll just support you guys. Aqua frantically shook her head like a rattle drum. No way was she going to fight again. She finally realized how stupid she had been. A high priest trying to fistfight giant toads. She must have lost her mind earlier. She swore she won't repeat such a mistake again. Kazuma. Where was this attitude earlier? You even made fun of me for being scared. Kazuma. Get to it. Conquer your fear. With your current strength, taking down a few toads should be easy. Believe in the results of your past half-month of training. Renzo encouraged him. After all, Kazuma needed to fight to level up. And if he didn't level up, how would he get enough skill points to become Renzo's test subject? Huh. Kazuma snapped to attention. That's right. If I could survive those hellish training sessions, why should I be afraid of a few big frogs? Inhale, exhale. He took a deep breath, then unsheathed his sword and cautiously approached a giant toad that had just emerged from the ground. This time, he was smarter. Instead of attacking head-on, he circled around to the toad's back. Water breathing, first form, water surface slash. He dashed forward and swung his sword in a swift, clean motion. The blade sliced deep into the toad's back, near its head, leaving a long, bloody wound. Reibibit. The giant toad let out a pained cry before twisting its massive body in rage, trying to retaliate against the tiny pest that had ambushed it. But Kazuma wasn't about to let that happen. Now that he had calmed down, his movements were far more precise. The moment the toad began to turn, he stepped onto its back, flipped through the air, and landed right on top of its head. Water breathing, 8th form, waterfall basin. With a powerful downward strike, he brought his sword crashing down onto the toad's skull. Ribbit. The toad, not exactly the strongest of monsters, couldn't withstand the consecutive attacks. It groaned before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Thud, thud. Kazuma exhaled deeply, his heart still racing. But just to be sure, he stepped forward and plunged his sword straight into the toad's head, finishing it off completely. True mastery of caution. With his first kill under his belt, Kazuma realized something: these toads weren't as terrifying as he thought. As long as he didn't rush in recklessly, picked the right angles, and struck at the right moments, the breathing techniques and sword moves Renzo taught him were more than enough to handle these monsters. Not bad, Kazuma. Keep going. You need to take down at least 10 today. Renzo praised him from afar before casually adding the next challenge. Wait, what? 10. Why? Kazuma's face turned pale. That was double the quest requirement. He immediately protested, isn't the quest only 5? And that's for all 3 of us combined. Besides, now that I think about it, doesn't the guild track quest progress through our adventure cards? Even if the bodies got washed away, the kills should still count. The monster corpses don't actually matter, right? At that moment, Kazuma felt like he had just been scammed. Chapter 80, Luna the Greedy. Huh. Meanwhile, Renzo floated over using telekinesis, arms crossed as he hovered in front of Kazuma, looking down at him with an amused expression. Who the hell told you we came here just for the quest? Eh? We didn't. Kazuma looked genuinely confused. Of course not. Renzo let out an exasperated sigh before, patiently explaining, the main reason we're here is to train your combat skills, level you up a few times, and help you earn skill points so you can learn abilities that synergize with water breathing, like sacred water creation. And, of course, the physical growth skill, which improves your physical constitution through training. Or do you not want to get stronger? To be honest, if it weren't for his own experiments, Renzo wouldn't have bothered wasting his time here at all. Kazuma was immediately touched by Renzo's selfless efforts on his behalf. He was so fired up that he practically shouted, I got it, boss. I'll keep killing monsters. Today's target is 20 giant toads. Oh. Renzo raised an eyebrow, nodding approvingly like a proud teacher. Good. Go for it. I'll have Aqua buff and heal you along the way. Alright, let's go. Kazuma tightened his grip on his sword, locked onto another target, and charged forward. Hey, are you sure tricking him like this is okay? Aqua, who had somehow appeared beside Renzo, struggled to hold back her laughter as she asked. Tricking. Renzo raised a brow. I am telling the truth, aren't I? Aqua opened her mouth to argue but found herself at a loss for words. This guy could spout nonsense with a straight face like it was nothing. You follow Kazuma and keep him buffed. I'll go hunt some stronger monsters to level up, Renzo said before vanishing with a whoosh, teleporting deeper into the mountains to massacre high-level monsters for more experience. He spent the entire day farming. By the time the sun was setting, he finally wrapped things up and teleported back to Aqua and Kazuma. There you are. We've been waiting forever. Time to head back, right? And don't forget, my bubbly wine. As soon as Renzo arrived, Aqua got up from the ground and latched onto him like a koala. And Kazuma? He was sprawled out on the ground, gasping for air like a dying dog, completely drained. Still, when he saw Renzo, he forced a grin, weakly raised a thumbs up, and proudly announced, Boss. I went above and beyond, I killed 30 giant toads today. I'm already level 5. Oh. Renzo arched an eyebrow. He had already sensed what happened here, but he still put on an act, glancing around at the numerous dead toad corpses before giving Kazuma a thumbs up in return. Not bad. Alright, let's head back. But first, let's harvest the best parts of these toads. These were premium ingredients, worth quite a bit of money. Without further ado, Renzo soared into the air, flying over each toad corpse and swiftly cutting them apart with precise sword slashes. Within minutes, he had expertly extracted the most valuable cuts of meat and had them floating neatly behind him, following along in an orderly line. In just over 10 minutes, he had processed all the toad corpses. Man, flying is so convenient. Kazuma watched the whole process with envy. He wanted to learn how to fly too, but Renzo had already told him that he wasn't ready for that skill yet. For now, he could only dream. Alright. Time to go. Soon, Renzo led Aqua and Kazuma back to Axel. Whoa. The ingredients are floating. What's going on? Duh. That's obviously one of that dude's skills. Wait, swordsmen have skills like that. I want to switch to a swordmaster class. Are you an idiot? No swordsman, hell, not even a swordmaster, has skills like that. As soon as they entered the city, Renzo's little display immediately drew a crowd. After all, having fresh meat floating behind him like a parade of fine cuisine was kinda flashy. You show off, Aqua pouted in jealousy. If she had an ability like that, she'd definitely gain a ton of new followers. And what about it? Renzo smirked at her. To be fair, Aqua was quite pretty, and her figure was definitely well endowed. But her intelligence and frequent bouts of absolute lunacy were enough to crush any illusions one might have about her. Such a waste of potential, Renzo sighed dramatically. Aqua. What do you mean? I get what boss is saying. That's exactly how I feel too. Aqua didn't understand, but Kazuma nodded in complete agreement. By the time they reached the Adventurers Guild, they had already attracted plenty of attention. Oh my. You're back. Luna greeted them with a bright smile, glancing at the large amount of premium toad meat floating behind Renzo. It looks like you've brought back quite the haul, far more than what the quest required. Come on, let's submit your quest report first. By the way, would you like to sell that toad meat to the guild? We can offer you a pretty good price. Internally, Luna was thrilled. As expected, Renzo and his team are no ordinary adventurers. For a first mission, this is an insane amount of loot. They can become an an excellent, adventuring party in the future. This quest required killing 5 toads, at 10,000 Eris each. That's 50,000 Eris for the quest. As for the 30 high-quality toad meat cuts, each worth 20,000 Eris, that total 600,000 Eris. Altogether, your reward comes to 650,000 Eris. Luna smiled as she pushed a massive pile of coins toward them. Whoa. 650,000. That's a fortune. Kazuma and Aqua's eyes instantly lit up. They had been broke for so long. For the past 2 weeks, they never had to worry about food or shelter thanks to Renzo, but they didn't have a single Eris to spend on personal purchases. Now, they finally had their own cash. No way they wouldn't be excited. Miss Luna, could you let go of the money now? As Renzo reached out for the reward, he noticed Luna's hands firmly pressed against the pile of coins, like a greedy dragon guarding her treasure. He had almost forgotten, Luna was basically a money-hoarding gremlin. Eehee. Caught red-handed, Luna chuckled nervously. Of course. Here you go, Renzo-san. Then let go already. Renzo tried pulling the money toward him, but Luna still wouldn't budge. He rolled his eyes. Luna, let go. Finally, another guild employee couldn't take it anymore and helped pry Luna off the money. Renzo wasted no time scooping up the coins, completely ignoring Luna's heartbroken expression. Then, like a heartless man dumping his girlfriend, he immediately dragged Kazuma and Aqua over to a table to split the loot and order some food. After all, everyone deserved a good meal after a long, hard day of work. Well, maybe not everyone. Kazuma was so exhausted that he couldn't even lift his arms anymore. Aqua. She was just disgusted. And Renzo. With his strength, killing a few monsters was nothing. So did he really deserve a reward after such an easy day? Oh, by the way, he was already level 20. High-level monster farming was insanely efficient. Chapter 81, Kazuma who tries to show off. This time, Kazuma did the most work, so he gets 400,000 Eris. Aqua was second, so she gets 200,000. I'll take 50,000. Any objections? With that, Renzo placed the money on the table, stating his distribution plan. Nope. Kazuma immediately shook his head. He was getting over 65% of the total earnings, how could he possibly complain? Without Aqua constantly healing him and boosting his status, there was no way he could have taken down so many giant toads. As for Renzo, let's not even mention his training or the 2 times he saved their lives today. In fact, the first 4 toads that were officially counted in the mission were all killed by Renzo. Not to mention, he helped process the toad corpses and haul them back. If anything, Renzo was actually getting the short end of the stick. Why does Kazuma get so much? I did a lot of work too. However, Aqua was clearly unhappy. She wished all the money could go to her so she could splurge without restraint. This girl, her greed was beyond words. Kazuma immediately snapped, I was the one doing all the actual fighting. The only one really getting the short end here is Renzo, and he has no complaints, so what's your problem? This is final. After saying that, he quickly grabbed his share before anyone could say otherwise. Renzo, without hesitation, also took his 50,000 Eris. Seeing this, Aqua reluctantly accepted her 200,000 Eris, but she still rolled her eyes at Renzo. Seriously? You're not even short on money, was it really necessary to get involved? Of course it was. This time, before Renzo could say anything, Kazuma retorted with righteous indignation, just because Renzo has money doesn't mean we can just ignore proper compensation. Missions must be paid according to effort. Otherwise, it's unfair to the team. A team like that won't last long. You can't just make someone work for free just because they're rich. So bright. Kazuma was really shining with moral integrity at this moment. Aqua scoffed and smirked. Oh, really? Then why don't you pay for all the gear Renzo made for you? It's not fair to mooch off your teammates, right? I won't even bring up rent and food, Renzo probably doesn't care about those. Kazuma, hearing this, merely chuckled coldly. I already planned on doing that. Then, he turned to Renzo. Boss. Name your price. How much do I owe you for the gear you gave me? I'm willing to pay. We shouldn't take advantage of you for free, it's bad for team harmony. He was dead serious. With 400,000 Eris in hand, he was feeling rich. There's really no need. That was just a welcome gift from me. Just take it. Renzo smiled and waved dismissively. No. But this time, Kazuma was unexpectedly stubborn. He held out his hand to stop Renzo and insisted, this is non-negotiable. It's a matter of principle. Please cooperate, boss. Renzo. He was speechless. Was this bastard trying to show off and make himself look like a righteous man? Oh, he couldn't let this slide. With a serious nod, Renzo said, all right then. Since you insist, I won't argue. I never expected you to be so strict with yourself, Kazuma. These pieces of equipment are top quality, even among their grade. I've optimized them significantly. But I'll just charge you the standard market price. Your entire set, let's say 80 million Eris. That's a bargain. As for you, Aqua. Renzo turned his gaze to Aqua. Stop right there. Aqua frantically waved her hands. I don't have Kazuma's stupid, self-righteous mentality. You already said my gear was a gift, so don't even think about charging me. All right, fine. Renzo chuckled and nodded before looking back at Kazuma. Kazuma? His mouth hung open, his eyes wide in disbelief. He was completely frozen. There was only one thought in his mind, 80 million. 80 million. 80. Kazuma. Hello. Kazuma. Hey. Kazuma. Renzo and Aqua waved their hands in front of Kazuma's blank stare, but he remained motionless. Ah. You're so screwed now, aren't you? Aqua clutched her stomach and laughed hysterically. Did you really think Renzo gave you some random cheap gear? Those are top tier. The best of the best. Have you even looked at the prices of equipment? The price he gave you is already a massive discount. Based on Axel's current market, your set is worth at least 200 million. And you were dumb enough to insist on paying. You absolute idiot. Ha. Aqua was laughing so hard she was nearly rolling on the floor. I was wrong. Boss Renzo. Can I take back what I said earlier? Anxious face with sweat. Kazuma finally snapped out of his daze and looked like he was about to cry. He wanted to slap himself. Why did he have to run his mouth? Why did he have to act righteous in front of the boss? Now look where that got him. Nope. Renzo firmly rejected him. You said it yourself, it's your rule, and it's for the team's harmony. Kazuma. See. This is why you don't try to show off, you just end up getting struck by lightning. Of course, I know you don't have that much money right now. You can owe me and pay it back gradually. Seeing Kazuma sinking into despair, Renzo suddenly added, but of course, as a welcome gift, I'll still give you something. Really? Then. Kazuma's eyes lit up with hope. Did this mean he was off the hook? Renzo then said, I'll give you one free gear upgrade. When you level up and feel like your current equipment is outdated, come find me for an upgrade. That's a pretty hefty gift, don't you think? High-level upgrades were worth way more than his current equipment, possibly 10 times more. Definitely. Thank you, boss, loudly crying face. Kazuma was touched to tears. He really had been too naive. At least this really did sound like a better deal, and it seemed like he was getting something out of it. Ah, but that was a problem for the future. For now, he was still stuck with an enormous debt. His current income barely reached the 100,000 range, yet somehow, he had managed to rack up a debt in the tens of millions, and getting dangerously close to the 100 million mark. It wasn't hard to imagine how he'd be stuck grinding quests for a long time just to pay this off. I just got my first bucket of gold in this other world, how the hell did I end up in debt by the millions? Kazuma couldn't help but question himself internally. Oh. It was all because he couldn't resist showing off. An advanced equipment upgrade bonus. Aqua's eyes immediately lit up when she heard that. Without hesitation, she lunged forward and grabbed Renzo's arm, shaking it eagerly. I want one too. I want one too. Renzo, feeling both flattered and exasperated, sighed. You already have a staff that's custom-made for you. Even your robes are exclusive. You don't really need an upgrade, do you? Of course I do. Your designs are so pretty. Aqua's eyes sparkled as she spoke. And, well, she wasn't wrong. Since her priest robes were technically just cloth armor, they looked like regular clothing, which meant there was a lot of room for stylish customization. The set Renzo had given her was specifically designed to make her look more ethereal and divine. She absolutely adored it. However, Renzo simply shook his head. Rules are rules. This was a policy Kazuma set himself. But I can offer an upgrade service for 1 billion Eris per session. Or, if you prefer, I can design you a brand new outfit for the same price. 1 billion per upgrade. Just kill me now. Aqua immediately collapsed onto the table like a lifeless fish. Where the hell was she supposed to get that kind of money? Besides, if she had that much, she'd rather spend it on bubbly wine. Clothes. Pfft. She could just go buy something nice looking in town, even if the material wasn't as good. It's not like it had to be actual equipment. Well, that's not my problem. It's your decision, Renzo shrugged casually. If I don't set the price high, How am I supposed to stop them, especially Aqua, from turning me into a personal tailor? Terrifying. When it came to women and fashion, they could be absolutely relentless.